the Utilita Bowl, where it is day 4 of this County Championship Division 1 match between Hampshire and Essex. There hasn't been too much play. We got all of day 2, and then we had a session from 4:15 yesterday through till the end, and that's all we've had. So Hampshire will resume this morning on 40 for 1 in their second innings. They still trail Essex overall by 398. So I think it's fair to say that Hampshire will need to bat all of today, certainly try and save the follow-on if they can, and then we can all probably go home at about 5 o'clock. But there'll be a lot of cricket before then and a lot of twists and turns, I'm sure. Your commentary team today a little later: former Zimbabwe A batter Stanley Marissa is here. It's myself, Kevin James, to start off with, and alongside BBC Essex's David Brett, who will be bright and breezy this morning because he's had one of his best night's sleep ever.
Oh, yeah, amazing. I won't mention the hotel company, but it's very well advertised, and I can guarantee it says exactly what it does on the tin. Fantastic. One of the best night's sleep I think I've had in the last 10 years. Incredible. I don't know how long this is going to last. I'll probably end up running out of juice in about an hour's time. But yeah, incredible. Great night's sleep. Yeah. And a lovely curry as well. I think one of your listeners emailed in and correctly guessed the place that I was going. Yes. Very nice.
Incredible.
I can't advertise that place either, but it was very good.
Considering how many curry places there are, even in the middle of town, and they pinpointed it exactly. Yeah. And you were there.
Must have had a tracker on me or something. Yeah, no, excellent.
So the sunshine is out. There's a few more clouds than there was yesterday evening. I have to say, it was an amazing evening. Hardly a cloud in the sky, blue, sunny, in marked contrast to the 2 sessions earlier in the day, which we lost. Certainly the morning session was horrendous, but it's looking lovely out there. There might be a little bit of a breeze, but even so, good day for watching, good day for playing. Sunshine out, and the umpires are also making their way out onto the field. They are Ian Blackwell and Martin Saggers, so they will be leading the Essex players out into the middle at the far end of the ground. Now, so the state of play, as I mentioned earlier, Hampshire 40 for 1, still trailing Essex on the first innings by 398. Can Essex, David, force a win here?
I spoke to Jamie Porter last night after the day's play. He said it's going to take something special. There was still a little bit of something in the pitch, and he mentioned obviously Essex had done a few special things over the last few years, but it's going to take something monumental to get through another 19 wickets. The batters played really well last night. Clearly they were digging in. I don't know if they'll try and accelerate today. It's almost an impossibility for Hampshire it's not completely out of the question, but it's a near impossibility for Hampshire to win, so there's no real point chucking your hands at the ball and risking anything. So they'll just dig in, and hopefully see out till 5 o'clock. Essex just need a little bit of luck, take all their catches, bowl really well, and get Hampshire out for under 289, because as soon as they pass that 289, Essex will have to bat again. And I mean, they're going at 1.3 and over, so to get to 289 is going to take a long time anyway.
Yeah. If they bat the same way they did yesterday, yeah, you're right. They won't score 289 in the day. But that didn't seem to faze Hampshire last night. They took 23 balls actually to get the innings underway. That will give you an idea of how they were batting, how they were approaching last night. They certainly didn't want to have too much damage done to their first innings, and I think 40 for 1 of 28 represents a fair return in terms of trying to make sure that they're keeping Essex away from having a sniff of a chance. So we'll wait and see how they approach today. I would have thought when James Vince comes in, if and when, that the scoring rate might accelerate a little bit more. But even so, Toby Albert resuming this morning on 18 not out from 69 deliveries, and Nick Gobbins 8 not out from 58 deliveries. The 1 wicket taker last night was Shane Snater, who had Fletcher Middleton caught behind off an inside edge. Well caught by Michael Pepper. Yeah,
it was superb catch. You know, it's frustrating from a spectator's point of view as well, because a draw does neither side any favours in the race for the county championship, especially just with how strong Surrey are. So it'd be nice to see a result one way. Obviously, from an Essex perspective, I hope it is Essex, but it feels like it's going to go off into a draw. Hopefully I'm wrong, but that's what it feels like at the moment.
Well, that's why we're here, and that's why there are a few spectators, a few more than last night, it has to be said. There was, well, we could have counted them on one hand, which is not surprising, because earlier in the day it really did tip it down, and we wouldn't have been surprised if the day had been called off at some stage. But we held on, and were rewarded with play from 4:15. Now you can already hear the Essex fielders trying to gee everybody up, as they know this first hour, certainly the rest of the day is important, but the first hour is. Here's Jamie Porter then. Albert's off the back foot, steers that out to wide mid-off, and we are underway. The live table shows Surrey at the top with 164 points. Somerset second on 137, then Essex on 132, Hampshire on 122, Durham just behind on 110. And of course, as far as this game is concerned, with both these sides, maybe a bit more Essex than Hampshire, but certainly both sides mathematically do have a chance of catching Surrey up, but they'll have to manufacture some good results. That's played to short mid-wicket, fielded by Paul Walter. So this going into this game, it was always important that at least one of these sides got a positive result, but that may not be happening. The situation with Surrey overnight is that Lancashire are 26 for 1 in their second innings. They trail Surrey by 214, so Surrey are in a decent position there to get another victory. Durham, who are just behind Hampshire. Oh, that's bounced on Toby Albert. Wow, that's a good delivery. Albert was just having a little nibble at that one, not surprisingly, because it was on a good line, but that's bounced through to the keeper. Durham are playing Nottinghamshire, and Nottinghamshire trailed Durham by 90 with only 4 second innings wickets remaining. So Durham have a really good chance there of a victory, and if Hampshire can come out of this game with a draw, Durham will certainly be very close to Hampshire, if not just pipping them by the end of the day. That's played off a thickish outside edge along the ground to backward of point. So sunshine out, more blue sky than white fluffy clouds. We are promised a good day, all day, no interruptions. So Hampshire at a very minimum need to keep 19 wickets or most, well, certainly 18 wickets. I can't afford to lose any more than 18 basically throughout the day. Here comes Porter, right arm over, and Albert's playing a missing at that one. Ball didn't seem to do too much. Albert just pushing forward. Bit of a gap maybe, just if you're on the live picture feed, just a straightened a fraction. Certainly a good line from Jamie Porter. So we're on BBC Sport website and app if you want to pick up the commentary. We are also on the live picture feed, which is being beamed on the Hampshire Cricket website and back to the Essex Cricket website. It's turned to short mid-wicket by Albert. There's also in-ground commentary and a new feature on your smart speaker. You literally go, ask BBC Sounds to play Hampshire against Essex Day 4. That's all you need to do, and your speaker will start to blurt it out.
Scary.
Yeah. So there you go. 42 for 1 then. 2 runs added this morning. Albert's forward to a good length ball again from Jamie Porter. And Hampshire trail by 396 with Albert on 18 and Gobbins on 8.
So it's quite simple to ask the speaker to get us on the radio, but apparently it's a little bit more technical to get it all set up in the first. I think you've got to load a skill onto your phone, or yeah, first of all you need to do a few little bits. You can't just ask the speaker to go and play.
Oh, can you not?
No, you've got to load a skill beforehand. We had an email about it a couple of months ago.
Oh, right.
Because yeah, us Luddites didn't quite understand the full extent of what you had to do. Yeah.
Oh, okay. That sounds very complicated actually. So in other words, don't bother.
Yeah.
And
stick with the app.
Yeah, I think for me, by the time I'd have done all that, I'd have lost the day's play. It'd have gone.
So Sam Cook from the hotel end will take the second over of the morning. So 95 overs left in the day. Essex need 9 wickets and restrict Hampshire to under 289 runs to force the follow on. And Cook right arm over to the left-handed Gobbins, drives down the ground and there's no run, 42 for 1. And then, whatever's left in the day, they need to try and find a way of taking another 10 wickets to force victory. The only way really Hampshire can win is to play T20 style and smash as hard as they can, and then bowl Essex out cheaply, and then chalk off whatever runs may or may not be on the board at that point. Cook turns. Glorious day, nice little breeze taking the edge off whatever sun there is. A few clouds dotted about as Cook bowls full with 3 slips waiting, but that one's driven down the ground to mid-on, and there's no run. And England managed to chalk off those runs at the end of the day last night.
They did, yes. Yes, we speculated that might be the case, didn't we?
Wasn't very Bazball until Jamie Smith came in and smashed, what was it, 33 off 21 at one point, something like that, to get the score going, get them towards the finish line. He's a hell of a player. Where does Surrey unearth these people from?
Incredible. Made Test cricket look easy.
Yeah. And now last night, I don't know if you remember, we were talking about moving the mid-off to the short cover position, and Essex do have a short cover position in place for that mistimed drive through the offside or anything that pops up injudiciously off the back, as Gobbins just readjusts his thigh pad, taking his time here.
They're taking the mickey out of Nick Gobbins, the Essex fielders.
Had to take down his trousers to adjust his pad.
Did twice.
Yeah. He's obviously a showman. So, Cook ready to come in again. Number 16 on his back as a cloud just sweeps across the ground, kicking his heels up to the stumps, bowls full again. Exactly the same outcome, driven straight to the man at mid-on. It's Tom Wesley doing the fielding, and there's no run. A few more people dotted about the ground. I was reading the paper this morning that Yorkshire were looking at playing more county championship games outside of their home ground. So looking at Scarborough and York potentially hosting more.
Really?
Yeah.
I was at York last year. That's a nice spot. It's a nice spot. I don't know if you've done it.
I've not done it. I've done Scarborough. I love Scarborough. Cook right arm round to Gobbins. That one's on the stumps, but it's defended into the leg side, and it's fielded by Walter. There's no run.
Did it give a reason?
From what it sounded like, it's just a bit soulless when you're in a huge test ground, and I know there's not a lot of people here today anyway because of the match situation. I'm sure if it was on a knife edge, you get a lot more people in, but put the amount of people in Essex's ground, it feels a little bit fuller. And I just think players prefer it more when the crowd feel like they're on top of you, and there seems to be more in the stadium, as that one's played into the leg side, and there's no run. Of course, with that comes extra costs. And
well, I was going to say, which puts a lot of counties off, I guess, from moving.
Yeah, I mean, Essex don't play any outground cricket anymore.
No. You used to have loads.
Yeah.
Loads. Probably more than any other county.
Yeah, it's a shame. I rarely get to commentate at outgrounds, but every time I have been to one, I've really enjoyed it. Just a different atmosphere, a different feel. Cooking again round the wicket to the left hand. That's clipped away into the leg side. That's a nice shot, but it stopped at mid-wicket. They do scramble a single though. It's Robin Das diving to his right hand side. That's a single to finish the over. 43 for 1, 94 overs remaining in the day.
Yeah, well, I'm surprised, I guess, because I think, as you say, the argument for most counties is we spent an awful lot of money on our main ground, so why do we want to keep moving when it costs us extra money to move? And yet you're saying that Yorkshire are thinking of playing more. You're right, I like Scarborough in a way. There are areas of it that are tied.
Yeah, it felt like, what I quite liked about it, just felt like you were stepping back in time. It was probably literally the same stadium it was 80 years ago. Yeah, I don't know how much it costs to put on a county championship match at Headingley. I don't know whether the costs are there anyway, and it's just the extra staff. I had no idea about the finance side of those things.
Well, they share it. They share the pavilion now with the university, don't they?
Yeah.
Carnegie. Around the wicket is Porter to the left-handed Gobbins. Gobbins quietly plays that back with a straight bat to the bowler. Score is on 43 for 1, so just 3 runs added this morning. Yeah, the thing is for Hampshire, there's little option to play elsewhere. Isle of Wight, which they do. There's not much else really around. But, yeah, I'm surprised in a way. I didn't think Yorkshire had any money after all everything that's been going on up there, but who knows. Here's Porter. It's flicked away, fine. That's going for 4 runs just below us. A little bit too straight there from Porter on that occasion. 47 for 1. Gobbins moves on to 13. I quite like Headingley though. I'm going up there actually with the Vipers in a couple of weeks. We've got a Rachel Hayher Flint Trophy game. Bit commentary on the BBC Sport website, also on the picture feed on that one. Yeah, I do quite like going up there actually. I quite like the pavilion. Quite like the ground in a way.
Yeah, no,
in its own way.
Yeah. So basically, your big over is I just love Headingley. I don't know why they bother playing anywhere else.
But do I like Scarborough more? I don't think I do, if I'm honest. Here's Porter. That's a lovely drive, and that's well stopped at mid-off. Good piece of fielding, that one.
Is that Walter diving to his left?
Is it?
I think so. Was it?
Oh,
no,
he's not tall enough.
Too short, isn't he?
I think that...
77, is that Cox?
Yes.
Yeah.
He's a good fielder as well as a very, very good batter.
Yeah, nice stop that. Well, he's 24, he's very flexible, isn't he? 23, sorry, we had a conversation yesterday. 24 in a couple of months' time. I suspect he'll go to Pakistan.
Oh yes, well, not surprised. It's pushed square on the leg side by Gobbins.
Another one who can keep wicket as well.
Yeah, well, he was a keeper at Kent, wasn't he? One of a few, wasn't he? Was that one of the main reasons why he left Kent? Because a few, wasn't it? There's Finch now doing it. There's.
I'm not sure if it was one of the main reasons. I think he just. I obviously don't really know. The reports I read that he was a bit frustrated with things there, and he felt his career had got so far, and he wanted to take it to the next level. And I guess at the moment, above Essex is only Surrey.
Yeah. Gobbins pushing out that square on the offside, looking for a run, but there isn't one.
Purely just in terms of county championship performances over the last 6, 7, 8, 9 years, 3 wins and a few runners up.
Yeah, well, they're involved in a bottom of the table clash at the moment, aren't they, with Worcestershire? And it does look as though that game's going Worcestershire's way. They only just survived relegation last year, didn't they, Ken? Just having a quick look at the situation in that game. As Porter comes in, Gobbins drives up towards mid-on. Just the one boundary off that Jamie Porter over, which went down to fine leg. Otherwise, 5 dot deliveries, 47 for 1. Just trying to find it. Here it is. So Kent are 362 for 8 in their second innings, but they only lead Worcestershire by 86. That's a big game there. Worcestershire win that one, Kent. You feel. This could be the year they drop down. Hampshire have still got. Have you got to play Kent? We've still got to play them actually. In 2 weeks' time we're at Canterbury.
That's a good question. I'm a bit lax in looking at the.
Sorry, I put you on the spot.
No, it's fine. I know we've got Surrey. I think we've got Somerset as well. I could be wrong on that, but I will double check. Fear not.
Should have written that on a bit of paper first, shouldn't I?
Here comes Cook, continuing from the hotel end, flicked into the leg side. It's a diving stop by Paul Walter to his right-hand side, and there will be no run. I think Hampshire are setting out their store at the moment. Albert 18 off 77 strike rate, 23.4. Gobbins 13 off 70, 18.6, and it's not going to get any or too much faster than that for the rest of the day. So they've got Worcestershire next at the county ground, then Notts at the county ground, and then they're off to Warwickshire and home to Surrey to finish off. Full from Cook, pushed into the offside. It should just be a single, picked up by Cox, running round to his left-hand side from mid-off, and they will come through for 1 run. 48 for 1. Albert goes to 19 off 78. Yeah, so 3 out of the last 4 games are at the county ground. So if they're going to look to, if this ends in a draw, that's something they can look to hopefully get 3 wins out of that. Well, they obviously want 4 wins from the last 4 games, and one of those will be against Surrey, and then just hope Surrey slip up somewhere else.
Yeah. Well, they slipped up against us here. They can slip up against anybody.
Absolutely, yeah. Cook right arm round to Gobbins, who flicks it away into the leg side, and Walter's there at short mid wicket, and there's no run. one of those days where players will try and make entertainment for themselves as well. They sort of know the situation. Hampshire just looking to get to. I mean, if they can get to lunch without losing another wicket, you can bet Essex will probably have 2 spinners on by that point. Won't want to run their quicks into the ground.
Maybe the disappointing thing from Essex's point of view is that Harmer didn't seem to get anything, did he?
No.
On the pitch last night, nothing.
I think got 1 to turn past the edge. Cook in, bowls full. Nice line, but again, batsman just dropping the bat on the ball. It's defended up to the mid-off fielder. It's Robin no, it's Shane Snater, my apologies. And there's no run. Annoying thing today is I won't get the chance to have another walk around the golf course. Did enjoy that yesterday. The few golfers that were out there, it was quite nice to watch a few shots being hit.
You were trying to put them off, weren't you?
Yeah. I was menacingly lurking in the background, just walking around. I'm thinking, what's that weirdo doing? Cook, number 16 on his back, moving in now, past the umpire, bowls, and that's left alone outside the off stump and through to the wicket keeper. And there's no run. Nice gentle breeze just ruffling the trees all around the ground. I do like this view. It's very soothing, just looking out to the the hills and the meadows in the distance.
Yeah, plenty of greenery as well in front of us, which is nice. You can see a long way to the west, over the treetops, out towards the New Forest. Bournemouth way. I don't see Bournemouth, but it's over that way.
Cook coming in again. Should be the last ball of the over, and bowls full. A little bit of swing there, and tempted was Gobbins, but he didn't play a shot and just left it to go through to the wicketkeeper. End of the over. 92 overs remaining in the day. Essex still need 9 wickets and restrict Hampshire to below 289 to force the follow-on. Currently, Hampshire 48 for 1.
Yeah, and the other thing really to bear in mind from a Hampshire point of view today is, yes, first and foremost, save the game. Of course, then that's 8 points, which, of course, this year is a couple more or so than previous years. But bonus points also, so that whilst they batted very slowly last night, but it was important they didn't lose too many wickets. I think today is also about just playing positively enough to pick up at least a bonus point or 2. It's very easy to get into the shell. And then in the end, you've only got the 8 points to add to the 2 they've got at the moment. Essex, of course, looking to force a few bowling points throughout the day. Here's Porter. Albert drives, doesn't really time it. That's well stopped at mid-off, preventing any chance of a run. So I think from a Hampshire point of view, it's important maybe just to pick up a bonus point or 2 if they can. Along the way today. They missed out on one yesterday because Essex declared 2 balls short of 110 overs when they needed 1 more wicket.
Yeah, as visitors, you expect to be a little bit more courteous than that. Had some wonderful lunches, some nice hospitality. Yeah. Couldn't even offer up a chance to get a 3rd bowling point.
Can you go and do that to us? Albert's off the back foot, steers it into the gap through extra cover. There will be 2. Ball looks like it's running just a little quicker than it was yesterday. That's not a surprise. In fact, they will pick up 3. Nicely timed by Toby Albert, and the Hampshire 50 is up in the 33rd over of their first innings. Round of applause from the crowd, such as it is, for that small milestone. Hope for a few more rounds of applause as we go through the day. If they do, then Hampshire will be on their way to saving the game. But at the moment, I'm not even sure there's been a player. Oh, there's been a couple of plays and misses actually this morning. So it's in the first 20 minutes or so. Porter's got a leg slip in here for Gobbins. Gobbins flicks it away, and that looks like it's going to be 4. A little squarer this time behind on the leg side. Porter may be looking to bowl a straighter line there, try and get one to bounce on Gobbins as he flicks it away on the leg side. That was perfectly safe. Moves on to 17. That's Hampshire's left-hander, and the total on to 55 for 1, 383 behind.
Yeah, they're trying something a little bit different here, aren't they? Essex trying to bowl a little bit straighter, see if he can misjudge one of those flicks off the pad that goes straight to leg slip. The off-stump line not quite worked so far this morning. All a bit too comfortable for the Hampshire batsmen.
Yeah, I think it's going to be one of those days where you try all sorts of different tactics. That's a good line. Gobbins quietly prodding that up to mid-on. I think we might see different fields and different lines of attack bowled Do Essex ever go short? Does anybody ever sort of? I mean, I'm not sure they've got the attack to bowl
No,
consistently short.
When we had Wagner playing for us, we did use the short tactic, but in general, Essex tend to bowl straight line and length.
Yeah, which has served them well, has to be said. There's two of their premier bowlers operating at the moment. That's gone finer down below us, and that's stopped right on the rope by Shane Snater. He's had a bit of work to do down there at fine leg. Ball going left and right of him already. Quite a big area to be patrolling.
He just hurt his knee there as well when he slid.
Don't need that, because I think he'll be doing a bit of bowling today. 57 for 1. Gobbins has moved on to 19 from his overnight total of 8. As I say, it's important for Hampshire just to keep the scoreboard ticking along a little quicker than they did last night. They did the first part well by only losing 1 wicket, but now it's all about just trying to get some bonus points. That's driven back to the bowler. Half stopped by Porter, no run. And it is 57 for 1. Thank you, David Brent. Stanley Marissa will come in for his first stint of the day. Former Zimbabwe A batter. He was telling me earlier he hasn't played a game of cricket this summer, which is a complete waste of talent. When you've played at that level, he says he's telling me he's so busy and he can't even squeeze in a game of cricket. Welcome, Stanley.
Morning, Kev. Good morning, everyone.
That's a great loss to the local club cricket scene, you not being seen to walk out batting.
It is for a time. For a time. I've still got years on me, Kev, so I'll be back. I'll be back for sure.
Good to hear. Don't want to waste that batting talent.
No. Little left-arm tweakers as well.
Oh, left-arm tweakers to go with it.
Required, yes.
Oh, I didn't know that.
Yes.
Oh, nice. Do you generally turn the ball?
No.
Oh, right. Here comes Sam Cook, who's bowling to Albert, who punches that up to mid-on, and there is no run.
Try turn 1, Kev, just to put a bit of dart into the batter's head, and then go wicket to wicket. Have one that slides on.
And the batter playing for the turn.
Exactly.
Oh, you got it all worked out. It is a simple game when you have a plan. That's what it's all about. Have plans, whether you're a batter or a bowler. Here comes Cook, who has a plan at the moment, just to bowl line and length and just get the ball to wobble a bit, but that one hasn't. That's played to short mid-wicket, and there is no run. I do detect that there's slips. I know you won't know this, Danny, because this is your first day in this game, but slips look a little closer to me. Not generally sideways, but stepped up a pace towards the wicket. I don't know if that is indicative of the wickets slowing down a fraction. We had another heavy roller session this morning. We had it last night between the innings. Cook turns. Pass to Albert, and let's come back into Albert. He pushes that up towards mid-on again. So just a little hint of a wobble in the air. Just getting those fingers just cutting across the seam a little bit, Sam Cook.
Yeah, these are the two experts with the new ball, aren't they? Jamie Porter and Sam Cook.
Probably about as good a pairing as there are, isn't there, in county cricket?
Yeah, I was thinking about that actually on my drive down, thinking there can't be too many
It's pushed to short mid-wicket again.
too many better opening partnerships with the ball, I guess. Obviously Hampshire have got Mohammed Abbas, highly skilled, Kyle Abbott as well, so that's not a bad pairing.
Proven, aren't they? All four of them. Yeah, I was looking at their record. Jamie Porter for Essex, 481 wickets at 23, playing his 127th championship game. Sam Cook, 281 at 17, playing his 74th. Very good indeed. Again, that's angled in, a little straighter. Albert working that into the gap through mid-wicket. Again, Snater's doing some running. Picks it up. Albert completes 2. And he moves on to 24 from his overnight total of 18. 59 for 1. Yes, over the years, Jamie Porter picked up a load of wickets a few years back up at Chelmsford against Hampshire. Didn't really have an answer to him. Cook in. Again, just angled into Albert, who plays it out into the ground, watches it bounce away to the offside, and that's the end of the over. 59 for 1, Hampshire trail by 379, but as we say, the first target is to avoid the follow-on, that's 289.
Yeah. Tricky sort of situation, I guess. It's still a very important day for a lot of the players. There's obviously a few fixtures remaining in the county championship, so it's a good time to get some time out in the middle and just make sure you work on those skills and try and find some form.
Yeah, 5 rounds of championship cricket, including this. I mean, that's still a fair chunk of the campaign, isn't it?
It is Jamie Porter from the pavilion end and bowls to Gobbins, who sort of digs us out and no run. Yeah, 5 championship games remaining, so still a lot of cricket to be played, and both of these sides with eyes above them in terms of the table and what they are trying to achieve. And of course we know Surrey have been top for a few years now, but if any sides can get close, it's definitely these two. Porter bowls and Gobbins flicks this into the onside and they'll pick up a single. 60 for 1. Gobbins moving along quite nicely today, actually. They seem to have gone for a excuse me, a straighter tactic, which kind of plays into his strength, actually, because he's quite a bottom-handed left-hander, so it's a strong area for him. But I guess the thinking is with the wicket getting lower, you want to try and attack the stumps and bring LBW into play as well as the stumps, I guess. Toby Albert faces up to Jamie Porter and drives in the thickish inside edge, and the big figure of Paul Walter does the fielding. Toby Albert having moved up to the top of the order from the beginning of the season.
Yes.
Seems to have done all right, actually, so far, and very solid technique and a strong player, both in the red and white ball format. Edged and just short of third slip, so full stroke, but again we spoke about the slips coming up. That was a decent edge if you are watching on the replay, but it just bounced just in front of Tom Wesley, I think it is, at third slip. So the first sign of something happening. All is well that ends well for Toby Albert as Jamie Porter runs in and bowls again, slightly shorter this time and sort of awkwardly off Albert's hip, but no run.
Yeah, I think we saw one bounce earlier, didn't we, from Porter to Albert, but I think generally we're going to see the ball. If there are edges, it's going to be very awkward for the slip cordon. You're going to have to be a very good slipper in there to be taking chances, which generally I think will be coming low.
Definitely. Jamie Porter bowls and no run to end the 35th over. Hampshire moving along 60 for 1 now.
Added 20 this morning in just under half an hour's worth of play. First email of the morning coming in from Ralph Brooker, who's in France. solocricket@gmail.com is the email. I know David has one for the Essex followers, he'll give that a little later. At the risk of looking an absolute fool, says Ralph, how long have bonus points been available in both innings? Well, it's only the first innings, so first innings for each side. I thought it was just the first 110 overs of the match. Nope. I've been following all my life, says Ralph, but I have grey areas. Well, so do we, but I can definitely tell you that bonus points are on offer for each first innings of the game. Not in the second innings. Once first innings for each side has been completed, that is that. Now, Max Critchley is coming into the attack with his leg spinners. We did speculate he might come in last night and bowl an over just to see if a wrist spinner could get a little bit out of the pitch, because we haven't seen a wrist spinner yet. We've seen Dawson, who was a finger spinner, bowl lots of overs. We saw Simon Harmer, who's a finger spinner bowl a few overs last night, and there wasn't a lot in the pitch. But Matt Critchley is a wrist spinner, so potentially he might find something that the others haven't. So he's over the wicket, he's got a short leg in, bowls to Gobbins, he's straight on the money there. Gobbins just pushes that out into the covers and there's no run. A slip and a short leg are the close in fielders for Matt Critchley, who's bowling from our northern end, the commentary end, the hotel end here. Little short for Gobbins, who steers that to mid-wicket, and there is no run. Another email here from Mark Wells, southerncricket@gmail.com. He says, only just turned on, so sorry if this has already been discussed. It hasn't actually, because I know what's coming. That's pushed out to deep cover by Gobbins. He moves on to 21. Is there any chance of a double declaration and a contrived run chase? I suppose the 8 points for a draw make it less likely, says Mark. Thoughts on that, Stanley?
I mean, I don't think either side will want to risk the opportunity to lose the game, I guess. So I'm not sure that will happen.
Agreed. I would be very surprised. Critchley gets Albert driving up towards mid-off. Yeah, I'd be very surprised at this stage. Maybe if there was 2 rounds to go, 1 round to go,
exactly,
or even the last game of the season. But yeah, I think we're still talking of a third of the campaign left. That's driven out by Albert. Again, there's a man out deep on the offside. Albert moves on to 25, and it's 62 for 1 Hampshire, trailing by 376. We've lost effectively 5 sessions in the game, all of day 1, 2 sessions yesterday. So an awful lot has been taken out of the game. A lot mentioned in the build-up to this game how a positive result for either of these sides would keep them in touch with Surrey. That looks unlikely at the moment, but I think the feeling would be, okay, this round's gone, let's move on to next week, I would say. There's still 4 rounds left. There's still a lot of points, isn't it? A lot of points to be had. Critchley's around the wicket to Gobbins. Gobbins on the back foot, steers that to point where there's a gap, and he moves on to 22. End of Critchley's first over. I'm not sure there was too much in the pitch for him there. He certainly tried to give it a bit of air, maybe gripped at best, but nothing more. 63 for 1 Hampshire.
Yeah, which is, I know we come back to the point of losing 5 sessions in this game so far. You do often see it, that the games do move really quickly, and sometimes, you know, these games are finished in sort of 3 days. So sometimes it's weird to try and work out how come that, you know, we still can't get a positive result when the game does move. But I guess with the pitch, there's a bit of wind up here actually. There's a nice breeze coming through. With the pitch being as it is, a lot of runs being scored in the first innings. It looks as though, you know, the batters can actually settle in, and to get a result, you know, you probably need the pitch to be doing a little bit more.
Yeah.
But we know that here at the Utilita, this pitch does sort of flatten out as the days go on, and probably gets a bit slower and lower. So to force a result, it does become a little bit difficult. But we have a leg slip in for Nick Gobbins as Jamie Porter comes to us from the pavilion end and bowls to Gobbins and dots us into the offside, and they pick up a good single actually, and stumps thrown down, but Albert well in his ground. Good running there from the Hampshire pair.
Jordan Cox throwing the stumps down. He can't do anything wrong, Jordan Cox.
No, he can't. I did watch some of his highlights, and yeah, he batted beautifully. It was probably better to watch live, wasn't it, Kev?
Well, yeah. I've not seen a lot of him. I mentioned it yesterday. Well, no, day before, I think, when he was scoring all the runs. But I'm not sure he scored that many for Kent against Hampshire when he played. But yeah, he did look good. He did look good.
He has been called up into the England squad, and Albert again off the outside edge, running towards third man. They might pick up a couple. They say no, and probably wisely in the end. Really good work from Shane Snater, chasing that down and just keeping it to a single. Yeah, Jordan Cox, having been called into the England squad to cover for Zach Crawley with a broken finger. But of course the major beneficiary for that injury was Dan Lawrence, who's a former Essex boy as well, isn't he?
Yeah, moved to Surrey in the winter.
Yes, yeah. Batted okay. Got his chance at the top of the order. Leg slip still in place, 2 slips, and Gobbins again on the onside and again towards backward square leg, and they pick up a single. 66 for 1 the score moves on to.
Sun's disappeared. There's a few more clouds in the sky, so I think the sun is not going to be with us on a regular basis, but the clouds are high. We're okay. And I'm looking as I speak at my weather app, and I know so many weather apps say so many different things, but I think generally they're all saying we're okay today.
Got the Met Office one is again outside edge, well, beaten on the outside edge. Toby Albert going for a big drive.
Just finding the odd bit of movement, isn't he, Porter? Just the odd bit.
Here he is, and just a bit loose from Albert on the inside edge, but low to Michael Pippin. No damage done, but maybe 1 or 2 problems being caused by Jamie Porter from that pavilion end. Sort of leg side field with mid on, short mid wicket and normal mid wicket. Bowles and Albert this time solidly in behind it, and no run.
Well, there's a real opportunity today for one of these batters to get 100, isn't there? It's going to be a batting day for Hampshire, that's for sure. I don't think we'll see them in the field at any stage. I'd be very surprised. Can't quite see a way that they'll be in the field, unless, of course, they get past 289 and are bowled out. And, of course, Essex will have to bat again. I suppose, actually, when you think about it, there is a chance that they will be in the field again, but there is certainly a real incentive to get 3 figures here.
Definitely. It's all about trying to find that tempo as well in your innings. It's Porter bowls and no run again to end that over. 66 for 1. Yeah, it's just trying to find that tempo of how you obviously have that mindset that you're going to be batting all day or trying to bat all day, but you also don't want to, I guess, go into your shell. You want to try and find a rhythm and still be proactive and still try and score and almost play it as though you're trying to have a target, I guess.
Yeah, that's for sure. So have we got Critchley to continue? Not surprisingly, only bowled 1 over this morning. I suppose he's still trying to find the best pace to bowl that will give him some sort of chance. He's round the wicket. He'll probably try and look for some rough there, but it's defended by Gobbins. He's on 24, 26 to Albert, 66 for 1 Hampshire. These two have put on 46 so far for the second wicket. Down the wicket comes Gobbins, and there's a great stop at mid-off. That might just have sneaked past Tom Wesley, but no. On the floor, put out a left hand and managed to gather the ball. In comes Critchley again. Oh, that's way down the leg side. Swept fine, that'll go for 4. Got the line wrong there, Matt Critchley. The minute it left his hand, got it all wrong. Hampshire have now put on 50 for this second wicket. Gobbins has hit 28 of those, Albert 16, and that 50 runs has come off 147 balls. But definitely the run rate has quickened up here this morning. Mentioned earlier, it was all about preserving wickets last night. Hampshire only losing 1 in the 26 overs that they batted for, 28 overs they batted for. Down the wicket comes Gobbins. That was a little outside off stump. He had to reach for that. Played it out in the end safely on the offside, but just had to get a little stride over there, didn't he, outside that off stump?
Yeah, slight, maybe a little bit of, not panic, but probably just got down and got, oh, I'm not quite there.
Yeah. Here's Critchley again comes down the wicket, goes lofting high over mid-on. He's got underneath that. I think that's gone for 6. It has. It went high, but he's also hit it well. Well, using his feet. I like that.
Yeah, a bit of aggression being shown by the Hampshire batters.
Yeah. Now, Lancashire have lost a couple of wickets this morning against Surrey. They are now 39 for 3 in their second innings, trailing Surrey by 201. Bahana's there, he's 15 not out. Rocky Flintoff didn't trouble the scorers. So Lancashire haven't started too well in the first 40 minutes of play in their game. Also keeping an eye on Kent against Worcestershire, the bottom of the table clash. Forward is Albert. Kent are 376 for 9, so they haven't lost a wicket this morning. They lead Worcestershire by 100. That's the end of the over, and that's the end of me for now. Stanley Marissa will stay on, and then David Brett from BBC Essex will be on.
77 for 1 then the score is this morning. Hampshire starting on 40, just having lost that wicket of Fletcher Middleton last night or yesterday evening, but so far so good for them. They would have set out to try and preserve wickets and bat as long as possible, and they've started very well. Nick Gobbins and Toby Albert. And this is a change of bowling from the pavilion end. Jamie Porter makes way for his opening partner, Sam Cook, who's swapped ends and bowls to Gobbins and outside edge and beaten outside the edge. A little bit of a fumble actually from Michael Pepper, so luckily there wasn't anything on that. Welcome back to David Brett. Hi David.
Hey Stanley, how you doing?
Very well, very well. How are you?
Yeah, good.
Yeah?
Good to see the run rate picking up a little bit.
Yeah, definitely. A bit of aggression being shown by the Hampshire pair out there. Maybe just trying to, we just talked about it, just trying to stay proactive and maintain a tempo as Cook bowls and Gobbins pushes this to mid-on and no run.
Yeah, it's not been, I don't think there's been a chance so far this morning, is there? Not from what I've seen.
No, we had an outside edge that fell short of third slip, but apart from that, maybe 1 or 2 beating the outside edge, but no clear-cut chances as yet.
Quite like the Wesley's gone to Critchley to see if the leg spinner can get any turn off this pitch, but it's taken a liking to him at the moment.
Definitely is. Cook bowls and Gobbins gets a thickish outside edge. And no run. He'll probably want that matchup to be against Toby Albert, with Critchley turning the ball away. He's predominantly bowled his spell against Nick Gobbins, turning the ball in, which will probably be easier for the left-hander. But we saw Albert come down the wicket in the previous over and loft him over his head for 6. So, but as a spinner, those are the sort of things that you want to see. And you like to see batters trying to take you on. Sam Cook bowls and Gobbins. Bit of a stifled appeal. Maybe there was pad first, but not too much excitement.
Yeah, just from behind the stumps, wasn't it? There's nothing at all from the bowler.
I think more of a, as a fielding unit as well, you have to probably try and find some sort of energy and try and keep that momentum going and just try and have some fun and enjoy yourselves out there. We heard the Essex fielders being quite vocal in the first few overs, just having a bit of fun. Cook bowls and Gobbins defends this and no run.
Yeah, well, I mean, what will end up breaking them is if, as and when Hampshire get to 289, and that's pretty much it, game over, and it's just seeing it out till 5 p.m.
Yeah. Did you say you spoke to Jamie Porter last night?
Yeah. I mean,
he in the camp.
Yeah, he said, yeah, obviously, you take 150 overs out of a game, it makes it difficult to win.
Cook bowls, and Gobbins pulls this down to that short fine leg. Almost a bit tennis ball bounce, but ends the over. 77 for 1 now. Gobbins moving along quite nicely with his partner Toby Albert.
He said there was, I asked him if there was anything in the pitch for the bowlers. He said there was still something, but I don't know whether he was just saying that just because he felt he had to or not, or whether he truly believed it. But I mean, we've seen nothing this morning, have we? Everything's been pretty much gun barrel straight. I think I saw one ball slightly swing from Cook, but apart from that, I think it's been pretty simple for the batsmen out there. So Critchley going to continue from the hotel end. 2 overs for 14 so far, so he's been by far the most expensive bowler, but it's the leg spinner with a little bit of mystery. Ball can go both ways, and if he can get some turnout this pitch, maybe they can wheedle out a wicket. Just the one slip in and a leg slip as well. Sorry, a short leg, as that's defended into the offside backward point fields, and there's no run. 77 for 1. Got around about 85 overs remaining in the day here on BBC Sport, BBC Essex, BBC Radio Hampshire, as this one's floated up by Critchley, driven down the ground, mid-off field, water slides, and there's a single taken. And Albert moves to 33, 78 for 1. Gobbins, the left-hander, on strike. Same field, just the opposite side, as that one just turns in, and off the back foot he just plays that out toward, well, square on the offside, and cover runs round to field at point, and there's another run to the total. 79 for 1. You played golf on the golf course over there?
I haven't actually. No, I haven't.
Looks very nice. I took a couple of wanders around the golf course yesterday. It was a highlight of a very dreary day. A few clouds actually gathering. I don't think there's any rain in them. They're a little bit grey and dark, but sun still beating through somewhere. There's a few gaps in the clouds above us. We're not expecting too much interruption today. Get one more and that will definitely be it. So there's a short cover in place. There's no short leg in anyway. It's rather straight. There's a cover just behind him as well. This one's, just a thick inside edge. A big swipe of the bat from Albert. Puff of dust comes off the wicket, and the ball bounces out into the leg side, mid-wicket fields, and there's no run. 79 for 1, so 289 is that magic figure for, well, it's magic figure for both sides really. Essex need to bowl them out before that, as that one is played out into the offside, pitched and straightened, and that's just carved down towards deep backward point for a single. 80 for 1. Essex need to get 9 wickets before Hampshire get to that 289 mark, otherwise Essex will have to bat again, and it depends, how many overs are left in the day, whether Essex risk it and declare straight away without taking their second innings, and then it really will be a run chase to the end, and that could be a very exciting end to the day, but Essex need to get those 9 wickets first of all. Big swing to the leg side, LBW appeal, it looks full and straight, and the umpire says not out. So he doesn't think that was turning. That looked full and straight to me. But umpire says no. Hands on heads all around the Essex field. And Critchley takes his cap back from the umpire, has a word. Why wasn't that out? Wow. Turning a little bit, doing a little bit too much, bouncing a little bit too much. Looked pretty full to me. In fact, Porter, I think, is having a word with the umpire as well about it.
We've got Kev James moving frantically, suggesting that that ball was hitting down the leg side. He's got a good view of it, actually. We are pretty much behind the wicket, where we are, maybe 1 or 2 pitches to the left of us up here in the gantry. But it will have to be very full and very straight from around the wicket as a leg spinning bowler, so a lot against that, but not a bad shout as Cook bowls to Albert, who pushes us into the offside, and they sneak through for a single. Again, good running from this pair, just trying to stay as proactive as possible and keep that scoreboard ticking somehow.
BBC Essex Cricket at gmail.com if you want to get in touch with us. Entertain us a little bit with any of your emails. Are you on any of the socials at all, Stanley?
I am on Twitter, yes, I believe.
Called X these days, isn't it?
It is. Oh, I beg your pardon, actually, yes. Formerly known, as they say.
Formerly known.
But leg slip still in place, short mid-wicket and mid-wicket behind him. And Cook bowls to Gobbins in the air, and that is taken. We spoke about that leg side being an area that Nick Gobbins is very strong at, but it has brought about his downfall, and it's good captaincy from Tom Wesley, having the mid-wicket, and good bowling actually from Sam Cook. Gobbins just punching this in the air, and it's a smart catch from the tall Paul Walter to his right. 81 for 2.
He'll be livid with himself there, Gobbins, just a flick into the leg side. Just mistimed, I would have thought, unless the ball got stuck in the pitch. And it loops up nicely. Simple catch, really, for Paul Walter, and Essex have managed to dig a wicket out from nowhere, really, there. Those two look completely comfortable. Just watching the replay, a bit of a nothing ball, was it? Just mistimed, trying to pull it away into the leg side.
Yeah, he'll be very frustrated with that. But very good plans from Essex.
So, 2 wickets down then. Have they got an opening?
Game on, are you thinking, David?
Yeah, got to be positive, haven't you? The poor old listeners sitting home thinking, "Yourself, come on, yes, something's on this."
Tom Preston will be, who will replace Nick Gobbins. Started the season very well, Tom Prest, actually, and then suffered a bit of a freak injury, hurt his shoulder, and missed a good chunk of July, I think it was. He's come in at number 4.
I was going to say, it should be Vince, shouldn't it?
Yeah, it normally would be James Vince. I'm not sure if they're, I guess, maybe trying to give some of the players that haven't had as much time in the middle, some time in the middle, so yeah, I'd quite like to see this. He's a fantastic player, Tom Prest is, and very good in terms of white ball and red ball. So
James Vince has got a niggle, apparently.
Oh, has he?
So perhaps just leaving it as long as they possibly can before he goes out there. Run through a few scores. So Worcestershire need 101 runs to win against Kent. They're just starting their second innings. Worcestershire are 236 for Warwickshire are 236 for 6. They lead Somerset by 334. Got to be a declaration coming very soon there, surely. Surrey and Lancashire, well, that's the game that these two sides will be looking at. Lancashire are 56 for 3. There's no way they can win the game. Well, I mean, there is a way they can win the game. It's highly unlikely. They're looking to try and save it. There's still 184 runs behind Surrey's first innings total, so these two teams will hope that Lancashire can bat that out.
Tom Prest faces his first delivery, and he's off the mark straight away with a single into the offside.
But a long, long way to go there for Lancashire. Durham against Notts, so Durham put on 531 for 7 in their first innings. Nottinghamshire are on the verge of a innings defeat. They're 246 for 8, so still 56 runs behind Durham, with just 2 wickets remaining.
Sam Cook from the pavilion end and bowls to Toby Albert, and no run, thickish inside edge. Yeah, I think it's just a shame that the weather is sort of put paid to this fixture, because it's probably one of the games of the season for both of these sides. They're 2 quality sides, and it would have been good to see them sort of go toe to toe and in a full game.
It is a real shame, because a draw suits neither side. Both sides need a result, and clearly Hampshire have got a very difficult job in winning the game. Essex have as well, but Hampshire a more difficult job, so they'll quite happily settle, well, not happily, they will settle for a draw, have to.
No run.
Div 2, Yorkshire are on the verge of beating Sussex. They just require 8 runs to win with 5 wickets in hand. Glamorgan lead Derbyshire by 12 runs, but unfortunately for them, in their second innings they only have 2 wickets remaining, so those two have got to hold out for quite a long time to get something out of that game. So Derbyshire look like they're going to win that too. Leicestershire in their second innings, they still trail Gloucestershire by 50 runs, but they're 92 for 0 in their second innings.
Cook bowls and beaten outside the outside edge again.
suddenly things are happening.
82 for 2, the end of the 41st.
Clouds have rolled over. I don't know if that's got anything to do with it, but suddenly beating the edge of the bat, wicket taken. Critchley coming back on from the hotel end. Yeah, and their star batsman with a bit of a niggle, Hampshire. So I'm assuming he'll probably come in next, but we'll see. Still a long way to go for Essex. 82 for 2, and again, just to repeat, 289 is the target that Hampshire need to get to avoid the follow-on. And as we keep saying, once Hampshire get there, or if they get there, before Essex can take the remaining 8 wickets, then you'd expect that will pretty much be game over, unless something absolutely extraordinary happens. Critchley in bowls. It's down the leg side, helps along its way. A sweep that might go for 4. There's a chase on here for Snater. I don't think he's going to get there. He's not. And 4 runs. So just went with the spin of the ball, the batsman, just helping it along its way. And Priest goes to 5. I think that should be. Should be 86 for 2. Nice little paddle sweep. 1 slip in a short leg. There's a mid-on, mid-off, and a wideish mid-on, mid-off, closer to the wicket. There's a backward point. Fine legs just coming around a bit squarer, more towards a deep backward square leg actually, and a man just in front of point, so cover region on the boundary rope on the offside. Critchley in bowls, and that one's just dabbed down towards backward point. Nice little flighted delivery, that one.
Yeah, it's just mixing up his pace. Matt Critchley trying to tempt Tom Prest into playing a false shot.
Critchley in again, bowls, and a bit of turn, slow turn, easily left by the batsman who read the spin of the ball. There was talk that Critchley might have got a call up for England at one point this season, mainly due to the fact that obviously he's a decent bat, but he bowls a bit of spin as well. Class as an all-rounder. Critchley in again. That was nicely flighted, but driven by Prest. Doesn't beat the man at short cover, who's Simon Harmer, who I'm assuming we'll see before lunch. Maybe 12 o'clock yet. The spinner's already on as thick inside edge as the batsman props forward. Don't think he quite read the spin there. And the ball's dribbled out to the leg side and short leg fields. Robin Das under the hood. Critchley in again, shorter this time, straighter, defended back to the bowler. That's the end of the over. 82 remaining, and Hampshire are 86 for 2. And that wind's picked up, got a little bit nippy now.
Yeah, just slight change of the weather. No rain as yet, and I don't think, as David Brett said earlier, no rain is forecast today. But you just never know with the great British summer.
Yeah. It was horrendous. Was it horrendous up until pretty much the start of July? Because Wimbledon was almost, well, if you hadn't had 2 roofs on the 2 main courts, I'm not too sure. I think they'll probably still be playing now. But yeah, once Wimbledon finished, it's starting to get a bit better. But it's over this bank holiday weekend, it's turned back again.
Sam Cook it will be to continue from the pavilion, and 3 slips in place, and he bowls to Toby Albert, and no runs. Slight misfield from Paul Walter, but no harm done.
You still playing much cricket these days, or is it now that in the rear view mirror?
It's definitely not in the rear view mirror. It's just with my work commitments at the moment, having to work every other Saturday is put paid to any sort of consistency, I guess, in terms of
work. Always gets in the way of fun, doesn't it?
It does. I'm working on that though, David. But we'll definitely be getting out on the field next summer for sure. It's Cook bowls and Albert drives off a thickish inside edge and no run. But it feels like the summer's just gone. Well, you know, we're now late August. It feels like it's just gone and hasn't even really started, if you think about it.
Yeah.
Did you play at all back in the day, or?
No, I only played the odd game with mate again because commentating at the weekends and working during the week. It was difficult to justify getting out as well, playing all-day cricket. I played the odd game just with mates.
Cook runs in and bowls back of a length and no run.
Did enjoy it though, although I remember one of the first games I played in years. It was in the first couple of overs of the game. The opposition were in the field, and this poor guy took a catch. Unfortunately, tripped over his own legs and landed awkwardly on his arm and broke his arm in two places. At about 2 overs into the game, I was doing the umpiring from the bowler's end, and I heard the crack. It was awful. Anyway, hopefully he's okay. It was a long time ago.
You do see some freak injuries.
You do, yeah.
Cricket. Sam Cook bowls and back of a length again. No run. 3 slips in place. Point. Cover. 2 mid wickets.
Question from Michael on the email, bbcessexcricket@gmail.com. Saying draw looks odds on. It does, certainly does at the moment, but you never know. He's asking, is Sam Cook bowling slower? He looks a bit more military medium at the moment. What are your thoughts?
Oh, I mean, he's not express pace though, is he?
No.
He never has been. He's just very smart and very clever with what he does with the ball, but I guess it's also a slow pitch, so you got to right on cue. He goes for a short ball, and Albert is onto that really quickly, and he's pulled that away for 4. Seemed to just sit up quite nicely, and Albert just rolled his hands on that and kept that down and picks up his second boundary. So 90 for 2 Hampshire now.
Yeah, we don't have speed guns at the ground, so it's difficult to tell. But, it doesn't look like he's bowling any slower. Obviously, still coming back from injury. I don't know whether a yard or 2 of pace is just protecting himself a little bit. And obviously, in this match situation, it's as professional as these guys are, it's almost a hopeless one. But maybe he's holding something back. I don't know. But he looks fine to me.
Yeah, with the pitch here, it does. If the ball is going through and the pitch has got a bit of pace in it, then it might look like maybe the pitch is just a bit slow. So it goes for a short ball again, and Albert rides this, and that will be the end of me. 90 for 2 Hampshire now, 43 gone.
Thank you, Stanley. Marissa, I'll be back in about 20 minutes' time. Yeah, he's got a few to beat the outside edge. As I said, there doesn't seem to be huge amounts in this pitch. And when I spoke to Jamie Porter, he said there still is a little bit of something. But as I said, I'm not too sure if he just said that just because he felt he had to. But there really is nothing out there for the bowlers. Speaking to one of the other press guys who's been here quite a few times this season, and this pitch is generally what he's seen, which is giving nothing for the bowlers. And Hampshire are making the most of it, and it's taking mistakes. I mean, Nick Gobbins, that was just looked like not a great shot, really.
Just pushed it a bit, didn't he? Yeah, pushed it a bit. 61 partnership with Albert, 81 for 2. That's the 1 wicket that has fallen this morning after just under 50 minutes of play. But it does look Critchley is getting a little bit there, and he gives it a bit of air, and ball just holds in the wicket a bit.
1 slip in, short leg, and he bowls, and that's played into the leg side by Prest. 5 off 8 so far for Prest. Hampshire 90 for 2, 81 overs remaining in the day. I'll keep repeating it. 289 is the target to avoid the follow-on for Hampshire. So Essex need to get the remaining 8 wickets before they get there. Critchley in again, really floated up. Prest comes down the wicket, slaps it past the bowler to the onside of the wicket, and 4 runs down the ground. So Prest is been a little bit more proactive. 9 off 9 so far. 94 for 2. Exuberance of youth.
Yeah, beautiful shot, that one. Got 100 this year in the game against Durham here. 102 in the first innings. 85 and 45 in the first game here against Lancashire. Those are his main innings so far. Didn't play the last 3. He's been injured, actually. Had a shoulder injury. Picked it up at Trent Bridge in the championship game up there. Back in the side after missing 3.
Critchley, number 20 on his back, comes in now, bowls the right-handed Prest, who guides it out to the offside. It's a short cover, fielder runs round and throws to the keeper. No run, 94 for 2. course, every time that ball goes over the boundary rope, just a bit of inside baseball, the amount of rain that came down yesterday when they were clearing off with the super stopper, they dump it over the boundary edge, just below the hotel, this side of the ground. That one's driven up towards wide mid-off. So every time that ball goes over, it's going to be damp out there because they don't super stopper that area. So if it goes over the rope, there was Wesley desperately trying to dry the ball on his trousers. Critchley in again, flatter, back down the pitch, that's up in the air, is it over the head of Wesley? It was a teaser, it just got over his head, it was slightly skewed on the bat, and Wesley slides to prevent it going for a 4, but less convincing that one. Press coming down the pitch, lofting it high, the man there at mid-on, not pushed all the way back, it's a tempter for the batsman, and it just cleared his head.
That was a bit of a worry, wasn't it, really? He's gone through with the shot anyway, it wasn't quite to the pitch of the ball. 96
for 2. Critchley in again off the back foot this time, punches into the offside and it goes down towards deep cover for a single. 97 for 2. A slight scare there for Hampshire. You can see Wesley furiously backpedaling but just could not make up the ground to take the catch. And that's the end of the over. 80 to go. And Hampshire 97 for 2.
Yeah, we are. You're right. We're seeing a different approach from Tom Prest there. I don't think he wants to be tied down too much. Pretty much plays like that anyway, but you always feel in this situation to get out like that it's not a good look.
No, not when you're effectively trying to save the game. Maybe Prest trying to win it for Hampshire.
Yeah. Well, yeah. Do a few more of those then, or a few better ones. There's a length ball from Sam Cook as Prest just pushes that out. Now there are 2 men on the drive on the leg side now. We have seen that. I think Paul Walter was one that went in the Essex innings to one that was caught at short mid wicket. We've seen Nick Gobbins go here. That isn't. It is an area that is a legitimate area to have fielders placed, because you do find the ball just holding in the turf from time to time, and you do see during games batters caught on the drive on the off and the leg side, and that's what Essex have got on both sides. But he's kept that down nicely and he's split those 2 men on the leg side as Tom Prest, and that is a beautiful piece of timing, a bit like Dean Elgar really. We see lots of shots that were a little straighter actually off Dean Elgar's bat that were equally as well timed. There's the 100 up for Hampshire in the 45th over. 100 for 1, having resumed this morning on 40 for 1. So 60 runs added in it's about an hour and 7 minutes. That would have been about 4 hours worth of play last night.
Yes. Yeah, rather did drag that last session.
Did a bit. Went to the 45th over of the innings, as I mentioned. Here's Cook from that pavilion then, runs in and bowls outside the off stump. Prest leaves that one alone.
Oh yeah, Red Bull cricket can't be all this flash bang dazzle bazball stuff, can it? Sometimes it's the dark light and shade that makes longer form cricket so much more interesting.
I'm not sure they played like that against Sri Lanka up at Manchester.
No, I think that's been noted in quite a few of the reports that I've read. They really did go old school.
Yeah.
Really grinded out that, both innings.
I think I saw a headline attributed to Ollie Pope saying we're not one-dimensional. But I didn't watch a lot of the test, but yeah, suggests that they were adaptable in that game. That's played out into the covers by Tom Prest, who's currently on 16. And Hampshire are 101 for 2, trailing by 337.
Another excellent highlight from the curry place that I went to last night is that from the curry plate there's a big open air screen, and they had the Test cricket highlights on. So I was sitting there having my curry, drinking a beer, watching the Test cricket highlights. Thankfully the cricket highlights finished, otherwise I would have stayed there all evening.
Not extended highlights.
Yeah.
Another beer, please, waiter.
Yeah.
Here comes Sam Cook. He's walking into that one. He's Prest, pushes that to point where Snater fields. 39 is Toby Albert at the non-striker's end. He was 18 not out overnight, so just that 1 wicket. Nick Gobbins pushing Sam Cook to mid-wicket. He went for 30 from 99 deliveries. But Hampshire have definitely picked up the pace a bit this morning. As if not only saving the game is top priority, but also trying to get 1 or 2 bonus points at the same time. Here's Cook bowls. Press just pushes that to Snater once more at backward a point. And Cook has completed 15 overs now, 1 for 25.
Still a few people coming out of their rooms on the balcony. Did notice a couple in their dressing gown earlier on. Kind of a weird thing to see at a cricket match. But I guess you're probably more used to it than the...
Well, not really, no. I mean, people do have binoculars on cricket grounds, don't they? Not sure I'd be doing that.
No.
The Essex flag is still there, away to our left.
Yeah.
On the balcony. They've obviously booked the room for 4 days.
It's a nice thing to do. I presume they probably do it for the Old Trafford as and when they get to play out there.
Yeah, every year I go up there, I try and see if our BBC booking department can get me in there, but it never seems to come up for me, which is a shame. It'd be nice to stay there once and have a room overlooking the ground. Not that it would make much difference, because I'd have to be in the commentary box, but wouldn't have to travel too far, obviously.
Right, mid-off's going back to long off. There's a short cover and a cover just behind him as well as Critchley Bowl swept down the leg side. There's a deep backward square leg in place to fill that, so it will just be a single. Albert goes to 40. 102 for 2, Hampshire. There's a hotel at Worcester. I haven't been to Worcestershire's ground for ages.
Yes.
There's a hotel on that ground as well.
Yes,
right?
it's the same chain that you stayed in last night.
Yeah. Should go there as well for an excellent night's sleep. I will also say they did a fantastic breakfast this morning. I rather indulged. I had 4 courses.
Oh no.
Critchley wide outside the off stump, slapped away. Where's that gone? That's gone straight through the covers for 4. Served up half volley wide of off stump. That was there to be hit, and it was dispatched by Press. 20 off 20 for Press. He's playing a different game out there at the moment.
Yes,
106 for 2.
He's putting back to ball, is young Mr. Prest. So you've had a big breakfast, and you've ordered a big lunch as well.
Yeah, I'm rather overindulging, I fear. I will be asleep this afternoon. Critchley short, and that's turning away and guided down towards deep backward point for a single. 107 for 2. I started off with a bit of muesli and some kind of bran flake thing concoction. That was very nice. And then I moved on to a vegetarian cooked. I had a big bowl of fruit, which was gorgeous, with a bit of yoghurt. Critchley flatter, and that's punched into the offside. Harmer fields at cover. There's no run. Then I had like a vegetarian cooked breakfast, and then I had pancakes with a couple of rashers of bacon and a sausage. Very, very fun, with some syrup as well. Lovely. Crashed away through the offside, and that's going to be sliding stop by Cox. That's a long off for a single. 41 to Albert, 108 for 2.
That's more than Stanley eats in a week.
It really did look sumptuous. I was quite early as well. They sort of forced me to have a very early breakfast because they try and do sittings. But yeah, don't regret it. Oh, that's a lovely ball. Brought the batsman forward. That one did turn. It was pitching on probably middle of the leg and just turned away and beat the outside of the bat and off stump and through to the wicket keeper. And that was a decent delivery to finish the over. 108 for 2, 78 remaining. Albert 41 off 115 and Prest 21 off 22.
Yeah, that's an absolute beauty. He has got the odd one, hasn't he? Just to straighten, maybe just turn a fraction as well. And it is slow turn, but he's got that exactly right. And when you see balls like that, and if you think that Critchley's going to have a long spell, then Hampshire still have quite a lot of work to do, because that is a potential wicket-taking delivery. That he can get the ball in the right areas often enough, and he will be causing some problems.
Benefits of having a decent leg spinner in your side.
It is, yeah. He's been a good signing for you guys, hasn't he? Coming from Derbyshire.
Yeah, Cox and Critchley have sort of transformed the makeup of the red ball side for Essex, giving them so many more options.
Shane Snater coming into the attack then, the wicket taker from last night. 6 overs, 1 for 15. He's another one that sort of angles the ball into the right-hander generally. It's not a lot on offer for the seamers here at the moment. It is, as always happens here, the pitch just gets a little slower, but there is a little bit on offer, but the ball has to be in exactly the right place to be challenging for the batters. Just a bit of time taken waiting for this start of this next over. So 3:30 behind are Hampshire as Slater comes in from the pavilion end and bowls his medium paces. That does come back in, but Albert's forward. And there is no run. Albert's 41 from 116 deliveries, playing the sort of role really that Hampshire need him to play. Just occupation of the crease. Tom Prest is providing a bit of flair that will actually pull Toby Albert along a little bit, seeing Prest play in the way he does, or is. 21 from 22, the batter at the non-striker's end. Still those fielders on the drive on the either side. And Snater runs towards us and bowls. Albert drives nicely on the up through the covers. That'll be 4. That's a lovely piece of timing. It wasn't a half volley, maybe a little bit of width, which allowed Albert to just free the hands a little bit, but that's a beautiful piece of timing, in absolutely a beautiful position as well to play it. Probably the best shot he's played, I think. 45 he's on, 112 for 2.
Warwickshire still batting on. They've got a lead of 343 over Somerset, but haven't declared yet. Worcestershire 20 for 1. They're chasing another 81 runs to beat Kent, but they have lost a wicket. As have Lancashire 75 for 4 now. They're still 165 runs shy of Surrey's first innings total.
So Lancashire have lost 3 wickets this morning then. Here's Snater again, then 2 slips wait. Short, cut away by Albert. 2 boundaries off 2 deliveries. That'll make him feel good. Just asking the ball to do too much there, Shane Snater. Has given Albert some width there, and he moves on to 49.
Yeah, just sat up nicely, didn't it? Batsman just rocked back, cut away. Robin Smith-esque.
Yes, for those that remember him. Yes, he used to absolutely smash his cut shots, didn't he? Such power, such ferocity. And they would always smash into the boundary boards. Most people were just happy for the ball to trickle over the rope and touch the boundary boards. It would absolutely, they'd put a hole in it. 16 for 2. Just 77.5 overs minimum left in the day now. Snater comes in, he's gone for the Yorker. Driven up to mid-on by Albert. One short of a half century. I have to say he's done a very good job as Toby Albert, asked to open the batting with Ali Orr, who was signed by Sussex during the winter, to open with Fletcher Middleton. And it's a real shame that Ali Orr picked up that injury in the very first of the T20 games. Toby Albert stepping in to his place, and he's done a good job. Here's Snater. Comes in and bowls, length ball to Albert, who pushes that to Paul Walter on the drive on the leg side.
I reckon they'll give Snater 3-4 overs max, and then they'll probably go spin from both ends before lunch, then give it one more burst after lunch, see if they can get anything, and then it's pretty much going to be spin part-time bowlers.
Yeah, ideally Essex would want another wicket before the lunch break. 1 wicket in this session would be not quite the return they were hoping for. Oh, that bounces a bit, comes back at Albert. He wants a single, no, says Tom Prest, as it goes to backward of point. And it's Jamie Porter doing the fielding there. End of the over then. 47 overs gone in this innings of Hampshire's. 116 for 2. It's got a fraction fresher out there in the middle. The clouds are a little denser, but it's okay. It's not too much of a worry.
You can see Harmer come on from the hotel end.
Oh, that's interesting. Is Critchley going to bowl the pavilion end, do you think? Then?
Wow.
Does he?
Yeah, unless Snater was the filler, just to bring on, so he could bring on Harmer from the hotel end. Maybe we are going to see spin from both ends a little bit earlier than I thought. I still think Snater should get a couple of overs.
Maybe he will. I mean, Christie's just bowled a potentially wicket-taking ball to finish off his over, and he's whisked off. Maybe Harmer says, no, I want to bowl this end. I'm surprised Harmer hasn't maybe just tried the other end just to see if he can find something, because there wasn't much for him last night, but maybe he's said, no, I like this end. They're trying to get the ball changed. Not much change out of Martin Saggers there.
That's my stint over. I'll pass over to Stanley.
Yes. That's David Brett. Stanley Marissa coming in. 40 minutes until lunch then. Fixed timings on the 4th day. 1 o'clock lunch, 20 to 4 tea, and then if there's lots of overs in the evening session, then so be it. But yeah, definitely the temperature's dropped 1 to 2 degrees for me. Maybe not just for me, for everybody. Here's Harmer then. Oh, that's outside the off stump, and he's bowled that nice and slow. That may just have gripped a fraction there, Stanley.
Yeah, he's a smart bowler, isn't he, Simon Harmer? He's been doing it for a long time.
Oh, yes. Yes. Nearly 460 wickets for Essex, playing his 99th championship game. Oh, that's turned, and he's kicking that away there, Prest, but that's bounced as well. Oh, maybe he has found something here.
Yeah, it's just looking for that, maybe not too much rough outside that off stump, so...
Yeah. But there was a bit of turn there. Slow turn, but that did turn. Harmer bowls, and a little further, so Prest is forward.
Just gives the batters something to think about. And when the ball starts to turn, we've seen them use their feet quite often.
Yeah. He was predominantly bowling to Nick Gobbins actually last night, Simon Harmer. There's the reverse sweep there from Prest, but it goes straight to backward of point. So I guess we didn't see too much, because I can't remember him bowling too much to Albert. The overs he bowled last night, and he bowled 6 overs last night. It felt like most of the time he was at the left-hander Gobbins. Prest works that strongly to short mid-wicket, no run there. So I think we're fair to say that Harmer's going to get the odd one to grip into this wicket. Bowling from our commentary end, that's flighted, driven with that sort of flat slap that he plays, isn't he? There's a lot of bottom hand in that. A lot of batters are doing that these days. He'll get a single, there's a slight misfield out in the cover, so Prest will keep the strike. And it's 117 for 2. You see a lot of that now, don't you?
Yeah, we do. And particularly with Tom Prest, we know how good he is square of the wicket. So when he does drive, you probably will see a lot of that, what Kev says. It's almost a bit of a sort of slap. Places the ball into those gaps.
Do you think that's come about from white ball cricket?
It has to have done. Yeah, I mean, I guess with a lot of the way that the young players play these days, there's probably a lot more flair. And I guess when they are being, when they're coached, there's probably a lot more as opposed to just the usual arm, elbow, and lean into it.
Yeah.
More conventional style. They're trying to find the gaps a bit more, you'll probably see. So I guess when you are trying to play a bit squarer like that, you can control that a bit more. But Tom Prest is moving along nicely. He's had a nice breezy innings so far. He's going to face up to Shane Snater, who's going to run in towards us here at the hotel end from the pavilion end. A couple of slips, and he bowls to Tom Prest in the back of a length and no run.
Just going back to that sort of slap, I mean, against a white ball, it's a fairly safe shot, isn't it, really? Because the ball ain't going to do anything off the pitch. I mean, it's a little bit more risky, isn't it, against a red ball?
Yeah, it is. I think you probably see with Tom Prest's players like that. When the pitch does start to do a little bit, or if if there's a bit of invariable bounce, they'll probably play on a bit more. Probably bring the stumps in just because they're playing the ball with an angled bat as opposed to actually meeting the ball with the full face. But it's all risk and reward, and they're just so talented these days, and they've backed themselves so much. So it's going to be a change of angle actually from Snater coming round the wicket to the right-handed Tom Prest, and no run. Small change in the field. Paul Walters moved from his position at mid-wicket to gully now. So just trying to mix things up.
Yeah, interesting move, having a deep cover point as well.
Yeah,
It's quite defensive, isn't it?
it is a little bit, but I don't mind it. Also, just because I think when there is that gap, it might force the batters to try and hit the ball into that gap, and maybe bring about a forced stroke. As Prest goes on the drive and thickish inside edge and no run. So the change of angle, just maybe trying to take the ball across Tom Prest, try and bring about a false stroke somewhere. On days like this, as a fielding side, you just have to try and think of things and try and think outside the box. And Tom Wesley and Shane Snaith have come up with this plan, and we'll see how it goes. Bowles, and Tom Prest walks into this one, clips it into the onside, and a small misfield from Robin Darson. They will come through for a single. 118 for 2. Tom Prest 23. Hampshire starting the day on 40 for 1, having lost Fletcher Middleton last night. Just the loss of Nick Gobbins this morning, caught off the bowling of Sam Cook by Paul Walter at short mid-wicket. Tom Prest batting at 4 because James Vince has got a small niggle apparently. So back of a length from Snater, and had to take his hand off the bat there, just maybe a little bit of extra bounce.
Yeah, just a little bit more on that. I didn't get an update last night, but the word was at the end of the second day that if he would probably bat around 7. So Prest was down to bat 7 in this game. So I think the thinking was that basically they would just swap and give James Vince just a little bit more time. He's only a niggle, I'm told.
No run in, back of a length, and ends the over. 118 for 2.
What's happening with the Worcestershire-Kent game? The bottom 2. Worcestershire need another 72 to win that game with 9 wickets remaining. They're 29 for 1. Kent lost their last 2 wickets this morning, adding 23 runs. They were 376 all out. Warwickshire leads Somerset by 359 with 2 wickets remaining. They're still batting. Probably feel that Somerset obviously not quite out. Well, they don't feel they're out of sight of Somerset yet. Lancashire 81 for 4, trail Surrey by 159. They're in a bit of trouble there, Lancashire. And Durham, Nottinghamshire trailed Durham by 39 runs with 2 wickets remaining. As Harmer comes in, start of a new over, and forward is Tom Prest. So Nottinghamshire have lost 2 wickets this morning. They're 263 for 8. They've added about 51 runs there for the loss of 2. So they're in a bit of trouble there, Nottinghamshire. Here's Harmer. There's a reverse sweep. He's wrapped in the pad. For me, he's outside off stump. Martin Saggers moves away from the stumps and is about to signal leg byes. Just watching the replay of this one. We're not quite in line. We're still at a pretty good bit. He's well outside off stump. I think the Essex players who are in an area to see that line would know that, but you do just generally appeal. There's Harmer again, left alone outside the off stump by Albert. That hasn't turned at all, that one, and it won't. Not everyone will, but the odd one will just grip, as we've already seen from Harmer, where Prest kicked one away. Harmer again, and Albert drives up to mid-on, and that is his half-century. Crowd were waiting for that. 50 off 125 deliveries with 6 fours and 1 6, and as we've mentioned, his promotion to open the batting in the absence of the injured Ali Orr has brought some reward. That's a very full delivery to Prest, almost yorked him. He played that into the ground. 114 in his first innings, as I mentioned in the game here against Surrey, and now he's backed that up with a half-century here in his 6th innings in Championship cricket. All as opening batter. That's a reverse sweep, which is well stopped at first slip. by Dean Elgar. 120 for 2 then, Hampshire.
Do we know more about Ali Orr and his
He's actually
comeback?
playing today, Ali Orr. I did speak to him about 10 days ago. That's the end of the over, by the way. About 10 days ago up in Gosforth, just sort of, asked how he was because, just for those that don't know, he, in his first T20 game against Surrey here, the very first ball he faced, cracked the bone in his forearm, broke his arm. And I saw the x-ray afterwards, and one bone in his arm was one way and the other, the snap bit was going in another direction. It was horrible, actually. It was a horrible x-ray. And I think the feeling at the time was, well, if he makes it at the back end of the season, he'll have done well. Well, we are towards the back end of the season. He's just started playing. Up at Gosforth, he said he was just starting to play some club cricket for Eastbourne. And he's playing in a invitational game today, actually.
Shane Snater continues. And clipped, lovely clip from Toby Albert into the onside from that round the wicket line. It's going to race away for 4. Moves on to 50. Oh, actually, yeah, he moves on to 54. Actually,
there's a game, something that Toby Balding, the racehorse trainer, has organised, or something, or it's something to do with him. King's Clear against somebody. I was told yesterday, and him and Joe Eklund are playing in it. So Ali Orr's will get some batting in today. I think he was hopeful that he would be available again. Maybe for 1 or 2 rounds of the championship.
Snater continues, and shots of weight from Tom Prest and Toby Albert, but they do come through for a single in the end. So Hampshire, like we say, there's still a few rounds, a few fixtures left, so
yeah, obviously he's got to prove his fitness, hasn't he? He's got to get back into it. When you've been out, I mean, that game, Surrey here, in the first T20 game, was on the 30th of May. So that's how long he's been out for.
Yeah, it's difficult when you've made the move and you just want to play cricket. And he started, I guess, fairly quietly, and then got the 100, didn't he? As Snater around the wicket, no run to get that maiden 100. He was waiting for, and then obviously the injury. I'm not sure if there's a bit of rain that we can see, Kev.
I think, I was looking at that over the behind the Shane Warne stand. Or is it actually over the ground now?
It does look like it is. Yeah, it's a bit of fine rain that's just come in. There is a bit of wind, so hopefully that might just blow over. Not looking like they're too concerned out there. As Snater continues and Prest drives and no run.
Yeah, for the record, that 100 that Ali Orr scored was in the first innings here against Durham back in the middle of May.
Bit of a conversation between the umpires.
I have some more news of Ali Orr. Thank you to Neil Trestrel, who's just texted me to say that Ali Orr got 130 in a league game for Eastbourne last week. Thank you, Neil.
Excellent.
Sure, the Hampshire supporters are loving hearing that. Oh, that rain's a bit heavier.
Snater bowls and Tom Prest clips this into the onside, and they're going to come back for a couple. Just a bit of movement from the groundsmen.
I think they've been taken by surprise, have they?
Yeah, I think they have. It ends the over, actually. 127 for 2, Hampshire are now.
It's very unusual, isn't it, that once the rain is here, to see the ground staff running across the ground. I think they've been taken by surprise.
Yeah, definitely.
So the players are going off. For how long? I'm not sure it'd be that long. But there is some significant rain that is falling, and you can hear the hover cover making its way eventually onto the ground, although there's only 2 of them moving it, and it needs a few more than that. So the rest of the ground staff are rushing across to help that hover cover, and it's only just entering the field of play. So at Hampshire at 127 for 2, we've got a break in play here, and that rain actually has got heavier. I'm just trying to work out to my right how that's where the rain's coming from. Well, it might be 5 minutes, could be 10 minutes, who knows, but it's going to be a little while, but only a little while. They may even take an early lunch here. It'll be 12:35. We'll have to wait and see. Whatever happens, we'll take a quick break here. Toby Albert with his second half century in the season, 55 not out. Top Press 25 not out. Hampshire Trail in the game by 311. And rest assured, we'll be right back with you as soon as play resumes.
59th over, he bowls to Tom Prest, who clips this into the onside, and they're going to pick up a couple. Be interesting to see what that does to the ball after the water on the outfield. Probably see a bit of wiping, maybe a towel or two out there. That ends that over though. 51 gone, 129 for 2.
Warwickshire still batting on, Stanley. I'm not quite sure I understand that, but there you go. 1 wicket in hand. They lead Somerset by 362 runs on the final day. I mean, maybe they think they've still got enough overs in the day. Well, I presume they're batting on because they want to protect the loss, protect against the loss. But anyway, yeah. It's in their hands. Essex here still need plenty of wickets. 129 for 2, 8 required. Remember, 289 is the magic total to avoid the follow-on. Harmer bowls. That slows up, keeps low, but it's clipped down towards Cox at long on. And a run to the total, 130 for 2. So 71 overs still remaining in the day. We are about 20 minutes from lunch. No one really in a massive hurry here. Also, the outfield's now a little bit wet, so Wesley's having to shine the ball a little bit more on his trousers to get some of that dampness off. It's Harmer bowls, that's pulled away into the leg side. No timing though, and it's picked up by short mid-wicket. Walter does the fielding, no run, 130 for 2. Be frustrating for the golfers as well out there with a flurry of rain, just as you're trying to make your way around. As Harmer gives some more air, but forward comes Prest. And there's no run into the offside. 27 off 42 for Prest. Been impressed with what I've seen with Prest so far. It's a handy cricketer, short leg, a slip in. As Harmer bowls wider of off stump, gives the batsman room to open up his arms, but he finds the fielder at short cover. And there's no run. There was a gap there to be explored, but he didn't find it. Harmer in again, bowls, and forward comes Prest. He waits for the call from his strike partner at the other end, and they do come through for a single. That's the 50-run partnership of 69 balls, 21 to Albert, 28 to Prest, and 44 minutes. 131 for 2. Harmer. And again, bowls reverse sweep coming out, but he can't beat the man at well, what was backward point, but turned into a very, very short fine leg. And that's the end of the over. So 70 overs remaining. Hampshire 131 for 2. We can see a bit of Paul Walter from the pavilion end. So Wesley still shuffling the pack. Expect we see 2 or 3 overs of Walter, and then perhaps spin from both ends after lunch then. Got a bit chillier as well, isn't it, Stanley?
It has. It has. You always have to come prepared here. It does change every now and again, and from the height that we are, we do feel that breeze come through. But as David Brett said, it will be a change of bowling from the pavilion end. The left arm seam of Paul Walter. We saw Shane Snater coming from around the wicket, so there could be maybe a thinking of trying to create a little bit of rough outside that off stump from the pavilion end as he bowls to Tom Prest, who plays this square into the offside. They're thinking about coming back for the second, but good work from Robin Das out at cover point. Just the single.
You must have played in match situations a little bit like this. Is it difficult as a player out there just to keep the enthusiasm and momentum going?
Yeah, I mean, yeah, especially if you're talking about it on the fielding side, fielding perspective, should I say? Sorry, it's just about maybe having 1 or 2 people trying to carry the momentum, carry the energy. I think you probably know what the end results could possibly be. But it's also just, trying to maintain your processes. It's Walter bowls and back of a length and maybe hurries Toby Albert awkwardly. No run.
Yeah, they've got 2 men out in the deep on the leg side, so the short ball's there. But didn't play that convincingly, did he, Albert? Trying to help it down the leg side. I think he probably wore that on the body more than anything else. And there's a leg slip going in place now. And Elgar's moved out to a wideish, well, second slip position.
It's a very experienced Essex side. And there'll be a few leaders out there as Walter bowls, and just past that leg slip that's just come in. They're going to come back for a couple. Never really in question. The ball seemed to go straight down, but a couple runs for Toby Albert, 58 he moves on to. Yeah, like just trying to work around what you can do and try and mix up your field, and I guess it's also a good time to to maybe play around with some plans and think about things and try things, I guess. Walter runs in towards us, and again aiming for that chest, and Toby Albert plays this one a bit more convincingly, and they're going to come through for a single.
I think this is probably the last roll of the dice from Wesley to try and get something out of this. Try the short ball tactic, see if that scrambles the minds of the Hampshire batsmen. Try and buy a wicket.
Yeah, they've sort of tried everything so far. We've seen leg spin, off spin, left arm seam and right arm seam as well. So again uppish, but again down to Robin Darce at fine leg. Just a single this time for Tom Prest. The score moves on to 136 for 2. Probably looking at Harmer at that leg slip, trying to come maybe a little bit squarer, and he's taken a couple of steps up as well, just probably an indication that there's not a lot of pace in this pitch. But Hampshire played pretty well this morning so far. 40 for 1 coming into the day, 136 for 2 now as Albert swivels on this into the leg side, and they'll come through for a single. So 7 coming off that poor Walter over. Hampshire moved to 137 for 2.
Yeah, I wasn't afraid of taking on the short ball there, the batsman. Played it pretty well as well, keeping control of it, nothing up in the air really. And the weather really is testing the patience of some of these supporters out there. I was quite impressed that a few of them stuck around, because it hasn't been pleasant for most of this match. Wasn't here on Friday. Nice end to the day yesterday, but apart from that, it's been wet, overcast, miserable, flurries of rain, and a match which really just hasn't ever got going. And it's not the players' fault at all, it's the conditions, I'm afraid. A slip in a short leg as Harmer continues from the hotel end. Floats this one up, that's swept away into the leg side. Just trying to work out where that went. Lost it in the light there, but it's gone to deep backward square leg for 4 runs. Nice shot from Albert. He goes to 64. Hampshire 141 for 2. Nearing on the halfway point to avoid that follow on. 289, remember the total. As soon as they're past that, Essex can't force them to bat again. Essex still need another 8 wickets by that point. Harmer, number 11 on his back, he's got a towel tucked into his trousers as well to dry the ball. That one's straighter delivery. Defended back down the pitch, and there's no run. Trying to see if he's still wearing his shades. He usually wears his, yes he is. Yeah, see that. Despite the fact there's no real sun about. There's a tiny bit of glare, I suppose. Still got the wraparound shades on. He's in again. Dropped shorter this time, and that one's punched down the ground to long on, and a comfortable bit of fielding for Cox. And there's a single to the total. 142 for 2. Albert on 65. Prest on 30. Again, as the ball goes along that damp outfield, Wesley's forced to try and give another shine, dry that ball. 60 58 overs remaining in the day after this one. It's really full delivery that time, right up into the block hole, and that's defended back down onto the ball, onto the ground, and there's no run. A few flags and promotional material getting buffeted by the wind as that one's just kept off the pads. A late play, that one, by Prest. Looking back onto his stumps, got the bat down in time and worked it out into the leg side, but Waterfields at short mid-wicket. 142 for 2. Last ball of the over. Harmer in again. Oh, that's through him. That's through the batsman. Lovely delivery, floated up, brought him forward. I'm just trying to see if that went between bat and pad or beat the outside edge, but it was a beauty from Harmer. Missed the off stump, didn't take an edge either, and Pepper whipped off the bails, but batsman well anchored in his crease. End of the over, an eventful ball to finish with. 68 remaining. Hampshire 142 for 2. Follow on target is 289. Lovely delivery to finish the over, that one.
Yeah, it was good bowling actually from Simon Harmer. He mixed up his pace that over. We saw him bowl a few flatter ones, and that one just seemed to have a bit more air and flight on it, and gripped really nicely. But no harm done for Tom Prest. Bit of sunshine coming through again, so that's a little bit more like it. It will be Paul Walter from the pavilion end to bowl to Toby Albert. Short and a stifled appeal as the ball goes past his hip to Michael Pepper. And a bit of a field change from Paul Walter, asking Robin Das to come a little bit finer at deep fine leg. Maybe looking for a top edge or some sort of four stroke, but it does look like that angle is maybe causing Toby Albert 1 or 2 problems. See, goes short this time, Walter, and Toby Albert ducks underneath that one. Maybe the first short ball we've seen today. Can't recall having seen one.
Yeah,
so far.
First really short ball. I think Sam Cook tried to get one up over the batsman's head, but it was swatted away. It sat up quite nicely.
Probably Paul Walters. Would you say he's the quickest of the Essex seamers, maybe, or not? There's again on that hip, and Albert clips us into the onside and no run.
Yeah, certainly not the quickest. He's the tallest.
Yeah,
definitely.
Yeah.
Which is why they're using him for the short ball tactic. But Kevin was asking earlier how often Essex deploy the short ball tactic. Very, very rarely. Yeah, it's usually swing and seam they employ it most of the time, but needs must in this situation. They've tried everything else.
They have. It's the left arm seam of Walter bowls to Albert. No run into the onside. Talking about left arm seamers, it looks like Mark Wood has been ruled out of the remainder of the series, and it looks like Josh Hull from Leicestershire, 20-year-old Josh Hull, has been called into the squad.
I mean,
cover.
Yeah, credit to the selectors. They seem to be making these left field picks. Whether he gets a game or not is another thing, but
Walter bowls and Albert drives. No run to mid-off. Yeah, he's 6'7", so he'd probably be similar height to Paul Walter.
Yeah, absolutely.
I haven't seen him play myself, but like you say, they do have these left field selections every now and again, and they do seem to pay off. We've obviously seen Jamie Smith come into the side. Super talent and justifying his selection with a big 100, and Toby Albert again pushes us into the onside, and they're just going to trot through for a single to end that over. 143 for 2, Hampshire now.
Well, for those that have been following the Warwickshire-Somerset game, hallelujah, Warwickshire all out 270. Somerset have, well, they're 5 for no loss, 369 is the target to win there, so 364 more runs required. 10 wickets remaining. That looks like the most competitive game remaining on the First Division schedule. Nottinghamshire are 1 wicket away from an innings defeat to Durham, and still 18 runs behind their first innings total. Lancashire are 113 for 5, so lost 4 wickets this morning, still 127 runs behind Surrey's total. And Worcestershire, they're 55 for 2, still require 46 to win, and that one's just guided down towards long on for a single. On run to the total, 143 for 2. As Albert goes to 67. Yeah, Worcestershire 55 for 2, so 46 runs required with 8 wickets remaining. Harmer, 11 on his back, bowled, gives that one some air, and again clipped down towards long on by Prest. 31 he goes to, 145 for 2. A few more people dotted around in the crowd, but far from full. Harmer turns. 66 overs remaining after this one. Flatter, and that one's defended back down the pitch, and there's no run. 4 minutes from tea, so we should get one more over in after this. Wind picks up again. You can probably hear it on the effects mic. It's breezy. Clouds rolling over. Big sweep coming in now. Can't beat the man, not timed at backward point. Turned into backward square leg because of the reverse sweep. 145 for 2. Definitely premeditated that one. He was already shaping up for the shot before the delivery was bowled. Flatter from Harmer. In the air briefly. I'm not sure if that bounced before it got to Das. It's came off the face of the bat. Got a left hand to it. And there's no run. There's no heads in hand, so I'm going to assume that it bounced before it got to Robin Das. Harmer in again. Loopier delivery. That's a thick inside edge. Trying to drive that away through the offside. It spurts out towards backward square leg for no run. End of the over. 66 remaining, so we will see one more over of Paul Walter before the lunch break. And yeah, it's looking forlorn out there from an Essex perspective.
Yeah, like you said, it would have had to have been something special from them this morning. Probably that first hour, they would have had to have made big inroads into this Hampshire first innings to maybe worry and maybe give themselves a little bit of hope. I mean, they've stuck to their task fairly well, but again, the placid pitch is very hard as Walter continues from the pavilion end, and Tom Prest pushes us into the offside and picks up a single.
Yeah, I suspect they'll go Porter and Cook for maybe somewhere between 5 and 10 overs, see if they can do anything, and then after that probably just be spin for most of the rest of the day.
Well, that's the next thing, isn't it? You then have to try and work out, you want to give your bowlers some overs, but also at the same time you want to kind of protect them as well. As Walter bowls and Toby Albert pushes into the onside, no run.
As I said earlier, it's a shame so far. It's a shame for the supporters, just the fact that it should have been a real tense match between two top teams, and the weather has got in the way. I've got to go and do an update, so Kevin James is going to.
Paul Walter carrying on from the pavilion end. As David Brett saying, just a shame that this weather has come through as Albert pushes into the onside. Tries to push into the onside and goes through to the keeper. No run, maybe a stifled appeal again, but not much happening. There's a bit of sunshine coming out again. Just needed this for 2 days ago, I guess, Kev. Consistently.
Yeah, I mean, I suppose you always think, what if? Two good sides going well in the championship. What if we had the whole 4 days?
Yes, Walter goes short and Albert ducks underneath this one easily. Yeah, but anyone that's been around cricket for a while or watched this game just knows the frustrations that the weather can cause, and yeah, as much as it is a shame, it's just one of those things. But what that does to the table is, I guess, probably the more important situation is these two sides would have wanted to get a result each. So again, Walter goes short, but no run through to the keeper. So they both needed a result, really. So hasn't really helped anyone, basically.
No, well, there's still 2 sessions left. You never know, but it's been ideal from a Hampshire point of view, isn't it? 1 wicket last night, and with 1 ball left in this session, hopefully, from a Hampshire point of view, only 1 wicket gone down. That's ideal.
It's Walter bowls and no run, and that will be the lunch break. So Hampshire, having started the day at 40 for 1, have moved along to now 146 for 2. So just losing the 1 wicket of Nick Gobbins. He was out caught a short mid-wicket by Paul Walter off the bowling of Sam Cook for a well-played 30. And it's been Tom Prest that's actually come in at number 4 in place of James Vince, who had a small niggle. And he's looked breezy for his 32 and shared a very good partnership with Toby Albert, who's been the rock of this innings. He's moved on to 67. So at lunchtime here at the Utilita Bowl, it's Hampshire 146 for 2, and they will be looking to do more of the same after lunch and bat as long as possible. Join us then.
292. So you can see that the amount of weather that there has really affected this game. The first target for Hampshire is to get to 289 and avoid the follow-on. And this morning they lost just the 1 wicket, having resumed on 40 for 1. Nick Gobbins was the 1 wicket to fall after just 50 minutes of play. He chipped Sam Cook to Paul Walter at mid-wicket. He was out for 30 off 99 deliveries. So the 2 not-out batsmen are Toby Albert, who's 67 not out, a second half century of the season, and in fact following up a century he got here against Surrey. He's 67 off 152, and Tom Presti's 32 not out of 51. One or two people asking me, where's James Vince? Well, he'll bat, I think, about number 7, because he picked up a niggle whilst fielding in that long day 2 where Hampshire were in the field and watched Essex score over 400. So here's Simon Harmer to get us underway in the afternoon session. Forward is Prest, and it goes out on the onside. So your commentary team, a little later you'll hear from BBC Essex commentator David Brett, but it's myself, Kevin James, and Stanley Marissa, the former Zimbabwe A batter, to take you through this first bit. Short leg and a slip in for Prest as he again pushes that towards mid-wicket. A good session overall for Hampshire, that one?
Yeah, no, they were very good. They would have had a clear plan to try and bat as long as possible, and they got off to a really good start.
They certainly did. As Preston just gets wrapped on the pad there, and Essex are sort of shouting for anything really, because there hasn't been a lot for them to shout about. This pitch is playing pretty well. There's been a little bit of movement for the seamers, but not much. The pace is starting to go out of the pitch, and Harmer may have got 1 to turn out a bit of the rough, but there hasn't been a lot. Critchley got 1 or 2 to turn, the leg spinner, so it's pushed to mid-wicket, but he was a little expensive, 6 overs, none for 35, which I suppose in the context of the game isn't the end of the world, but he, for me, looked almost as likely as anybody else to take a wicket, but we didn't see a lot of him. That's driven to mid-wicket once more. Hampshire added 106 this morning, just for the loss of Gobbins. So that's where we're at in the game. We have a minimum of just over 64 overs left. Somehow Essex have to try and find a way. That's cut away by Prest. First runs of the afternoon. It'll be a single. Oh, Prest is running 2. Oh, we have to hurry. Oh, we have to hurry. Oh, my word. Well, it caught the fielders napping, which is, I think, what Prest wanted to do, but I just worried there for that last half of the single, or the second run.
Yeah, it ended up being probably a lot tighter than Tom Prest would have wanted. It was a bit of a laboured chase, actually. I think it might be Jamie Porter towards that ball. So maybe Tom Prest thought, oh, I could sneak in another one. He had to get his skates on, but managed to make his ground. So Hampshire will be mindful just to try and continue the way they've been going and continue to try and score and keep that scoreboard ticking. Been really good so far. We spoke about the pitch and not too many demons in it. It's been pretty flat and good conditions for batting. Bit of a breeze coming through the ground now. We had a small delay, or a small rain delay, but very short. Maybe 6 to 8 minutes the players were off the field, so not too much time taken out of this. But it's going to be the left arm seam of Paul Walter from the pavilion end, and he's going to bowl to Toby Albert, who's batted really well. He sits on 67. He's in behind this one and no run.
Yeah, they seem to be attacking a sort of chest area of Albert, didn't they, really? There's a leg gully in, which they had before lunch. But for Paul Walter, who's not the quickest, but he is tall, and he does get some bounce, but it's slow bounce.
It's very slow bounce.
Yeah, it is.
And you can see that Albert is just probably standing up on his tippy toes and just defending the ball quite easily. Which is probably an indication as well of the pitch, and not too much pace as Walter bowls and Albert clips to a short mid-wicket. So a fairly split field, maybe 5-4 at the moment. So we've got 5 on the leg side, deep fine leg, deep backward square leg, a catching leg gully, mid-wicket, mid-on are the 5 fielders on the onside, and Paul Walter targeting that rib area. He goes short, and Albert just rolls his wrists on this one, and They're going to pick up a single down to Robin Das at fine leg. The score moves on to 149 for 2. Hampshire trailing. Well, the first target is that 289 that we spoke about, which is the follow-on target. They're looking okay for that, and with still 8 first innings wickets in hand. Get that up. Tom Prest pulls this into the onside and slightly uppish past that leg gully. Another single. That's 150 up for Hampshire. 58 overs, or nearly 59, 2 balls shy of the 59th over, so fairly slow going, but probably indicative of the game situation more than anything. Just preserving their wickets and spending time at the crease and chipping away at this deficit. As Walter bowls and Albert clips into the onside, and no run again.
Yeah, they've done well. 2 wickets lost in almost 60 overs. It's exactly what they were. I'd say exactly what they were hoping for. No wickets would be exactly what you'd be hoping for, but I think if somebody had offered them this situation, they'd certainly take it, and chances of bonus points later on this afternoon if they bat equally as well.
You spoke about the Essex innings taking, I guess, a similar shape to the Hampshire innings so far, as Walter bowls back of a length and Albert pushes into the offside, and they're going to sneak through for a single and end that over. 152 for 2, Hampshire, after 59.
Yeah, 438 for 8 declared. Essex, it's the first new ball. They were 298 for 2, Essex. They lost a few wickets with the second new ball. But generally this pitch is not holding too many demons, that's for sure. During the lunch break, we've got an email here from Martin Hills, who's in Chichester. solidcricket@gmail.com. He says, Essex match a huge downer due to the weather. It's like 5 sessions lost. It does, however, underline to me that Toby Albert is the most mature and dependable option to open with Fletcher Middleton. That's driven by Albert up towards deepish mid-on. They've favoured that position, which has allowed the batters to score a few in that area. 152 for 2, or at least to be selected regularly in the team rather than Ali Orr. Well, yeah, poor Ali Orr's not in the side to stake his claim. Down the wicket, slight leading edge there from Prest, goes back to the bowler, but wasn't in the air for very long. But you have to say, with Ali Orr starting to play some cricket now, would you demote Toby Albert? A low full toss in the end as Prest took a step down the wicket. Again, he's hitting it in that vacant mid-on area. I'm surprised Harmer doesn't. I know Prest, it was Albert who came down the wicket, wasn't he, and hit one high over mid-on for 6, but it was more high elevation and distance, although he got just enough on it. But ever since then, they've had the fielder back, which is slightly surprising. Albert defends, and it's always allowed the batters an easy out, hasn't it, for that single? It's almost as if they don't want to risk Hampshire doing it again. Yet you think, hang on a minute, Hampshire's still 285 behind, or about 120, 30 behind as regards the follow-on. Still a lot to do. Here's Harmer. It's again, Albert has found that gap down towards mid-on, and it's the 3rd single in this over that has gone in that area. Martin also includes a paragraph about the first-class debut for 19-year-old Durham pace bowler, and that's Daniel Hogg, who took 7 wickets in their second innings. That's pushed to mid-wicket. That's the end of the over. Dot ball, where Durham have beaten Nottinghamshire by an innings and 17. And Nottingham bowled out for 285 in their second innings, and Daniel Hogg 7 for 66, which is a huge effort. And that win for Durham temporarily in the live table moves them above Hampshire.
Yeah, it's a big win for them. They look a good, reasonable outfit actually, Durham. We saw them a few rounds ago actually here. Seem to have got a good strong batting unit, and with some of the seamers coming through. This is, yeah, a young man to take 7 wickets is a fair effort.
Yeah, it's quite interesting being up there first game of the season, which we didn't play, but a lot of talk was there. They said, oh yeah, we'll finish mid-table. That'll be great effort.
Sorry, it's Albert against Paul Walter from the pavilion end.
And they are, well, they're 4th now, taking over from Hampshire. But if Hampshire can come out of this with a draw, then they'll go back to where they were.
Paul Walter, the left-arm seamer, into his 7th over, none for 18 so far. Predominantly trying to attack that leg stump line of the batters, and with a leg slip in place, who's just been found by Toby Albert. He's got himself in a few awkward positions, but handled it quite well. Not too much pace in the pitch to trouble him. 154 for 2, Hampshire.
A couple of games in Division 1 are now rain affected.
So Walter runs into us and Albert pulls away, and it's going to be a boundary. It's pierced those 2 leg side fielders. We spoke about the lack of pace, and that set up nicely for him, and he's rolled his wrists, kept it down pretty much the whole way. He moves on to 75.
Good shot. Are Kent going to get away with it in their game against Worcestershire? Because Worcestershire only need another 46 with 8 wickets remaining, but it's raining.
It seems like a windy day, so I'm not sure how long the rain sticks about. It's short again from Walter, and Albert just sways out the way of this one.
Yeah, so that's an interesting one. That is a bottom of the table clash. So, and Kent have been virtually outplayed in that game. So,
yeah, well, they have. Yeah.
Needs to hang around a while, that's for sure. But I'm sure Worcestershire will be very keen. They'll be helping the grounds people clear the covers.
Yeah, they will
in
be.
that situation. And the Warwickshire-Somerset game is also rain delayed. Somerset require 356 to win, with all 10 second innings wickets remaining.
Walter down the leg side again and through to wicketkeeper Michael Pepper. Yeah, that Kent innings, actually their 3rd innings, at 376 they scored, was built on, I think, a double 100 from Tawanda Muyeye, who scored 211 of the 376 runs. So take that innings out, and yeah, Worcestershire would have been in a really good position, but just the 46 that they need. But they need to get back onto the field as the sun shines here actually at the Utilita Bowl, and Albert pushes this into the onside, and no run to end the over. 61 gone, 158 for 2 Hampshire now.
I'm not sure it'd be allowed now, players helping the ground staff clear up. I don't know, it has happened in the past. I'm sure I've been in a team where we've helped, or certainly been against a team where the opposition were out there keen to maximise their opportunity against us. I've certainly been involved where I've seen players out in the middle, helping with covers and what have you. But you don't see it now, and I'm not sure is it allowed? I don't know. I actually don't know.
The ground teams have so many people these days, do they? And they can move things about quite easily. Hover covers and everything.
So 158 for 2, 280 behind. Here's Harmer from our commentary end, and that's driven by Prest. Again, it's into that area where there's a deep mid on. Essex again happy for the batters to score a single every time. Tom Wesley, the captain, fairly deep, about 3/4 back. Prest moves on to 37. 159 for 2 Hampshire, having started the day 40 for 1. So all that team chat this morning about keeping wickets intact, they'll be on track, that's for sure, with just that 1 wicket that has fallen this morning. Albert drives up to mid-off. Sunshine out, which is nice. There's been a few more clouds today than I thought there would be. Lost just 2 overs this morning with that quick shower that was attempted reverse sweep and was wrapped on the pad, but even on our angle you could tell that Albert was well outside off stump. Just watching the replay just to confirm that. And, as well, you can see all 3 stumps.
Yeah, they've tried that shot a few times today.
Yeah, actually I don't think they've scored a run off it. That's turned a fraction into the pad. Does he get an inside edge onto that as he goes out square? Martin Saggers is happy that it did get a little touch. They've actually, I would say, between them, probably got a bat on 4 or 5 reverse sweeps, and they've each time not actually got a lot of pace on the shot, and it's gone straight to the field at backward a point. So there's been no reward so far for that. All leading edge there, Tom Prest, but it's bounced a few times before it goes back to Harmer.
A small change in field, isn't it, Kev? Just trying to block that gap down the ground.
Yeah, and I think they have to. It's a bit silly, really. That's turned a bit, helped on its way, square on the leg side. Well, you know, as a batter with an off spinner, if you've got the mid on back, that's an area you're looking to score all the time.
Yeah.
It's a bit of a let off.
Well, it's just the free run, doesn't it? It just allows the batters just to rotate the strike quite easily.
Yeah.
Just plug that gap. We'll probably see quite a bit of spin this afternoon. I'm sure we'll see Matt Critchley at some point, as Kevin James said earlier. Got the ball to turn once or twice, maybe from a slightly wider line, not too much turning off the straight, but we always know that leg spin does give you a few tricks, and he has certainly got a few tricks. Matt Critchley. It will be Paul Walter from the pavilion end to bowl to Tom Prest. Bowls back of a length and no run, just up on his toes, and defends this into the onside.
It's just awkward, really, more than anything, isn't it, with Walter? It just sort of loops at you, doesn't it?
He's not going to bowl you any half volleys, and he's not really going to get the ball. You know, if it's short, you're probably going to be able to duck underneath it, but it's just an awkward length that you can't really score off. As he comes in, and Tom Prest tries to ramp this one outside the off stump. Slightly dangerous shot, actually.
Isn't it? He gets the odd one through, doesn't he? I think the odd one he just puts in a bit more effort.
Looks quite whippy with his action as well, so I can't imagine him being the easiest to face. I don't know, as a left-handed batter, Kev, did you enjoy facing left arm?
No, I didn't actually.
I don't.
Did you?
No.
I found them hard work.
Yeah. It's very strange, actually. You'd think that you'd be used to it, but no. As Walter comes in and bowls, and Tom Prest clips into the onside, slightly uppish, but they're going to pick up a couple. There's a man out there, and Jamie Porter does the work, cleaning up, and gets that back to Michael Pepper. 1-6-3 for 2.
It's like right arm bowlers coming round the wicket at me. I didn't mind too much, as long as they weren't too quick. That's a little bit different, because you're trying to work out whether you duck underneath, sway inside the line, but if you try and sway inside the line's following you. Yeah. So I found that hard, but as long as they weren't too quick, it was all right. But the left arm over, I struggled a bit with that.
Always struggle against left arm, and Walter bowls and Prest into the offside this time for a single.
Especially the left armers that swung it away.
Yeah.
Think, do I need to play at that? Do I need to play at it?
It's probably the angle,
swing,
isn't it?
is it not?
Yeah.
That's odd. And by the time you thought about it, the ball's gone.
Who was the quickest that you faced in your time?
There was a few. There was a few around that time, wasn't there?
Yeah.
And to be honest, at that level, they were all pretty much of a muchness, just bleeding quick.
Yeah. It's Walter bowls and Albert up on his toes, back of a length again.
It's just that some of them skidded it onto you, some of them hit the deck harder, some of them were taller, some of them swung it a bit. So that was the only difference, just that it came at you at a fair rate or not.
Some quality seam bowlers back in the day. As were you, Kev, yourself?
I was only medium pace. I wish I was quicker.
Swing the ball?
I might have been able to shut 1 or 2 people up. I couldn't really at my pace.
Around the wicket for this last delivery of the over, Paul Walter to Tom Prest, and bowls to Toby Albert, and through to Michael Pepper, and that will be me for this afternoon, and David Brett will come in.
For this afternoon?
Oh, not for this afternoon. for this first part of this afternoon.
Thought you had an appointment to go to there, Stanley. So 164 for 2. We've had 20 minutes play since the resumption. Hampshire have added 18. And Albert is 76 not out, having been 67 not out at the break, and Tom Prest is 41, having been 32. Essex, I think, are going to persist with the man on the straight drive on the leg side, almost with his foot on the cut strip. And David Bratz is back in. How, David?
Hi Kevin, I was reminded that there are bonus points at stake, so there is a very real chance we could still be here right to the death.
That's true. You never know, that one extra point could mean all the difference come the end of the season.
Might not mean much for our sanity, but...
Now, at least we've got Harmer on. That's keeping the overs ticking over a bit. I'd like to see Critchley more, not because it'll get the game over quicker, but because I do think that a couple of times he looked quite threatening, even though he was expensive, 6 overs, none for 35, but he did actually get the ball to turn from time to time. But maybe Essex, that's not exactly what Essex were wanting. So Harmer still has the man Tom Wesley fairly deep at mid-on, but they do now have that short man on the drive. That's played late to backward a point, and there's no run by Prest. So Tom Prest back in the side after missing a few championship games through injury. Missed the last 3, although I know they've been spaced out those last few championship matches. That's comfortably played out on the offside. It's one of the rare times I see Simon Harmer bowl and there's not a lot helping him in the pitch. Chelmsford, well, to be fair to him, he seems to get more out of that Chelmsford pitch than most spinners. A little sweep shot, a little dab sweep, which goes fine on the leg side. They'll pick up 2. Used to seeing him get all sorts of wicked bounce at Chelmsford and the odd ball that turns, and that's apart from when he sticks in the arm ball and a few other balls. But here, there's not a lot for him to work with. No real bounce, no real pace.
No, it doesn't help. The pitch is barely 2 days old either.
Yeah. Yeah, can't be called sun-baked, that's for sure. Harmer bowls again. Preston's on the back foot, steers that out to extra cover. Fielded by Sam Cook. Yeah, it's about as easy to play at the moment as I can remember, Simon Harmer. But he still kept it accurate. 24 he's conceded, and he's coming towards the end of his 15th over. He's gone for the slap there. Price doesn't time it. Bottom hand slap that we see him play, probably more than most Hampshire batters. Sort of address the ball, and all of a sudden that right hand comes straight the way through the line. Here's Harmer again then. Oh, that's just held its line. Pressed pushing forward. End of the over. 2 runs off it. Hampshire 166 for 2. They trail by 272. But of course 289 is the first target to make Essex bat again.
Yeah, 58 overs remaining. Brad's been in touch, bbcsexcricket@gmail.com. I think I remember this email. It's a few weeks or maybe a couple of months back, asking about some cricket books in general that we might be able to recommend, and they've become his favourite reads of the year so far. So he's asking if there's any more recommendations, sports books or cricket books in general.
I don't read books, so I can't personally. Do you? You must have 1 or 2 that you can.
Yeah, Duncan Hamilton. If you search his name, he's done quite a few really good sports books. He covers mainly cricket and football. I think it's The Last English Summer. I really enjoyed. So basically, he goes around lots of mainly mainly club grounds, and he goes to some fairly historic ones and tells the story of cricket as Walter continues from the pavilion end, digs this one in, and that one's defended into the leg side, and Critchley fields, and there's no run. But Duncan Hamilton has done a lot of sports books, and the ones I've read have all been very good. I think he's got one out on the World Cup winning team in '66 as well, which I haven't read, which is on my list to read, which again is supposed to be very good. I'll try and find, just while I'm trying to commentate, my reading list, which is very long, and I'll never get round to reading them all. But I know I've got a few sports books on there. Still waiting for Walter to get back to the top of his mark. The sun's beating down, which is quite nice. There's still plenty of cloud around. Walter in, Fuller this time, and that's just guided backward to square on the offside, and Albert starts to go for a single, sent back immediately by Prest, and that's the right decision. And about 3 stumps to aim at, and Prest would have been struggling. I also went for another watch of a bit of golf, the 18th tee. Saw 2 balls straight in the water. Admittedly, they were playing off the, I mean, far be it from me because I'm not a great golfer, but they were playing off the professional tees. They didn't look like professionals, but maybe, you know, they just had a couple of bad shots. But yeah, plonked straight in. In fact, 3, because one guy tried a second time. This one was dug in and again defended down towards gully, and there's no run.
I wouldn't have thought they'd be allowed to play off the professional tees, because I mean, my limited knowledge of golf would be that I think is it the yellow markers you tee off. Yeah,
yellows are generally the blokes' markers, the reds are the women's tees, and the whites are the.
And I'd be surprised if the yellow markers were on the professional tees, but somebody knows better.
Okay, so I put the Natural on my list of books to read. I'm quite a big baseball fan. As Walter in, that's pulled down the leg side. It's in the air, but it's going to be short of the man at fine leg. One bounce into Dass's hands, uppish, but fairly safe. 167 for 2. It's of course made into a film years ago with Robert Redford. Did you ever see The Natural? Robert Redford, I guess probably mid to late 80s. Very good film. Really enjoyed that.
About?
It's about a about a baseball player who gets involved with a woman, and it all starts to fall apart a little bit. And he's got an injury and stuff. I don't know if the film is exactly the same as the book, but really enjoyed the film. So looking forward to reading the book. Walter in again, bowls. That one's pushed out deep backwards. Deep backward point is in play, and that will just be a single. Score goes to 168 for 2. Answered Prayers, that's the one. England in the 1966 World Cup. That's Duncan Hamilton's latest, I think. Son of Grace, Frank Worrell, an autobiography. So that's going back into what Worrell was about in the 60s, 50s.
Right.
Worrell.
Yeah, sounds about right.
I've got Cricket 2.0 inside the T20 Revolution. There's Walter Bowles. That one's pushed up to mid-on. And there's no run, 168 for 2. It's by Tom Wigmore.
And these are all books you haven't got around to reading.
These are all books that are on the list, and I've got nowhere near reading at the minute. It's really annoying because I have 3 books on the go. So I have one for the train journey in on my Kindle, and I have an audio book which I play on double speed so I can get through them, and then I have like a book I read at home. I'm reading The Spirit of Cricket at the moment.
By?
God, it was the famous English captain back in the 70s and 80s. Not a great batsman, but was mainly picked for his captaincy.
Really?
Breer.
Okay.
Mike Brearley. Sorry, name escaped me there for a second.
Here's Simon Harmer. Oh, that's an arm ball there, which Press plays late, gets it off a thick outside edge, goes for a single as it goes very fine on the offside. 169 for 2.
The Jordan Rules, the inside story of Michael Jordan and the Chicago Bulls. Looking forward to reading that.
Wow, you have got an extensive list there. All sport, obviously, I guess.
No, these are the ones that are dotted in between.
Oh, Albert pushes forward. That does turn a fraction out of the rough, but he's got it covered.
There's a very nerdy one called Take Your Eye Off the Ball 2.0, how to watch American football, basically. So it's all about the plays that they set up, but the stuff you don't see rather than the stuff you focus on.
Well, that's quite interesting. Goes for the sweep from straight, and he does that very well. It's gone quick along the ground in front of square. That's nicely played. And Albert moves on to 81, 173 for 2. Closing in on a second 100 this season, Toby Albert. Interesting, just while you're having a look through that list, there was just before lunch talk about Ali Orr, who was brought by Sussex to open the batting. That's cut away by Albert to backward a point, no run. He's injured now, of course, but did score 100, to be fair to him. Brian Budd has emailed silentcricket@gmail.com. He says, in my opinion, Albert is the more complete opener or may well play an innings that pulverises the attack, but at the moment seems not to have the consistency that is desirable as an opener. As Harmer comes in, that's turned a bit, but played on the leg side by Albert. 82, he moves on to 174 for 2, especially when his current partner Middleton is still establishing himself. In my mind, Orr is a more natural number 5 in red ball cricket. I'd be interested to hear your view. Well, he was brought in as an opener. He did get 100, to be fair to him, before he got injured. But it's just that Toby Albert has filled in rather nicely. So it's a selection dilemma, probably, at some point. Maybe not this season, but maybe one for next, as that's pushed up to mid-on. End of the over. Prest keeps the strike. He's 46, and it's 175 for 2. Hampshire trail by 263.
Yeah, Essex just need to manage these overs, don't they? Because they don't want to bowl any more than 90. They're not going to win this game now. It's it's too far into the day, unless there's going to be some brutal collapse of Hampshire, which they don't look like doing at all. So they're just going to make sure they don't bowl too many, but also get through the overs they need to get through, and try to just keep a tap on the scoring. Michael Lewis, who wrote The Blind Side and Moneyball, they're both worth a read. Both made into films.
I watched Moneyball.
Yeah, did you enjoy that?
Yeah, it's great.
Yeah. So the film is completely different from the book.
Oh, is it?
Yeah. Well, the book's more about the stats and everything behind it and how it all came to be about. It's still about the same guy, Billy Bean, and some of the same characters in it, but it's obviously a massive dramatisation of it. I think originally, when it was the original conception of the film was to be a lot like the book, very, very maths orientated, almost sounded more like a documentary, but yeah, they turned it into more of an art, more of a Hollywood motion picture. Yeah, Blind Side's a good read as well. Boys of Winter, I think that's the story of the 2003 Rugby World Cup win. That's supposed to be quite good.
The Johnny Wilkinson drop goal on. Yep.
Yeah. What have we got? Shane Stater coming right arm round the wicket to the right-handed back. Oh, and that's flicked away. That's beaten the Elgar, who was standing at a wide second slip, and it's gone away for 4 runs. And Press goes to his 50 off 78, and Hampshire 179 for 2.
Yeah, not entirely where he was aiming, but nevertheless, it's a 50 for Tom Prest, and that is his 3rd 50 of the season. It includes, of course, that 100 against Durham here earlier on. That was back in May.
Autobiographies, the one that everyone talks about but is very good is Andre Agassi's autobiography. That's excellent. I think it's called Open. Very, very good. Snater in again, short, and attempted pull by Press, but it goes through to the wicket-keeper, and there's no run. Got one on my list from Paul McGrath. Remember the former Man United Aston Villa defender? He's had quite a eventful life. I'm quite interested in reading that one. I haven't got round to it yet though.
But it looks like Snater's joining in the short ball scenario.
And he's in again from the pavilion end, bowls short again, and that's allowed to go through to the wicket-keeper. Press has no interest, and allows that to go through. Got a few on here that I don't remember putting on here. From the Jaws of Victory, a history of football's nearly men. Sounds interesting. Anyway, there are plenty.
I think
If anyone has any recommendations, then please send us through.
Yeah. That's a pretty extensive list, that one.
Snater around the wicket again. That's pulled away into the leg side, controlled. That's going to be no, it's not going to be 4. There's a fielder out there who runs round the boundary from deep mid wicket, and it will just be a single. 82, 180 for 2. Hampshire.
Yeah, we get into that part of the game now where you start thinking about reading books.
So we get down to reading newspapers on there is when it gets desperate. 55 overs remaining after this. Snater past the umpire again. Bowls and Press. That's almost that's a tennis shot, that really, isn't it? It's almost a smash straight into the ground, and fielded at short mid wicket. by Walter. Last ball of the over coming up. So this is the 67th over of the innings. Remember, 110 overs they've got to get their bonus points. They're still a long way off their first, really.
Yeah, you guys need one more wicket.
Yeah.
One, don't Hampshire need another 70.
Snater in now. Bowls Fuller. That's clipped into the leg side. They start to set off for a run, but straight to the man at short mid wicket. That's the end of the over. Hampshire 180 for 2. And game's not really going anywhere at the moment.
No, I think Hampshire have done what they needed to do so far. Now I've got an email here from Jo. Now she sent me this because she knows I don't really know this, but I'll read it anyway. sonatcricket@gmail.com. Do we know if Vince is down the order due to his injury, or is it due to regulations following his time off the field on Friday, or does that get negated by the hours unplayed yesterday? Well, Jo would be nearer the answer to that than I would do, but I've got a feeling when I spoke to the Hampshire camp after the second day that they were more thinking of Vince batting at 7 because of the amount of time he'd spent off the field. But whether yesterday's situation with 2 sessions lost, as Jo suggests, changes that, I don't know, but maybe they said, well, actually we'll just bat at 7 anyway. Here's Harmer in to press to place that into the ground. It's half stopped at short leg, and that'll be a single. Julian Travis has got a suggestion about books.
Oh,
sonatcricket@gmail.com. 100 runs partnership between these two, of which Prest has scored 52 of them, Albert 47, and that has come off 161 balls. And that comes hot off the 61 partnership for the second wicket between Gobbins and Albert. Here's Harmer. Bowl, sweep shot, wrapped on the pad, but he's well outside off stump. So Julian Travis says, a book which is a must-read, Fatty Batter by Michael Simpkins. Can you guess who the Fatty Batter is? I probably should have checked this before I read that out, but I think it's probably bona fide. I'll look it up. I can sort of think of somebody who it might be. That's played out on the leg side. I don't really want to say it unless I know for sure.
I'm not going to be lured into that one either.
No. Right. I'm looking it up as I watch Harmer bowl. There's a reverse sweep, and for the first time they got some runs, and it'll be a boundary. I think that's about the 5th or 6th attempt at the reverse sweep, which have mostly hit the bat, but mostly gone to the fielder. This time he's found the gap, and Albert moves on to 86.
Yeah, but the problem there is that Porter set off for the shot to go finer, so he'd almost done himself there. He went in the wrong direction, and then the ball went to his right rather than his left, and he had to reverse and could get back round in time.
Yeah.
I've got a feeling I've read that book.
Have you really?
Yeah, I've definitely read that book.
So you know who it's about?
No, because I can't read. I've read it a long, long time ago.
Oh, and there's another reverse sweep, and there is another boundary, and that's hit even better. And Albert moves on to 90. 189 for 2. I'm just reading the description about it, but it doesn't mention a name. But it's got a picture of a youngish boy on the cover, so maybe. A wonderful and very funny book, says Sir Tim Rice. Just looking at some of the comments about actual content. Albert's on the back foot. Goes up to mid-off. Initially thought about a single. I still can't see who it's about. Maybe it's not about anybody in particular. End of the over, 189 for 2. Harmer has bowled 17 overs, none for 40. And with 54 overs left in the day, Hampshire are 249 runs behind, but now need just 100 to save the following. No, you can't find it either, can you? It's definitely a book, which is good news, because I was a bit worried there initially.
I've 100% read it.
Have you?
I cannot remember what it was about.
That good?
No.
That's a great recommendation.
Sorry, that sounds really bad. I've read it years ago.
While you're thinking about that, I'm going to let Stanley and Marissa join you.
Okay, so Snater continuing from the pavilion end. Big clouds just come over the county ground. Sorry, the Aegeus Bowls. That one's dug in short. Down the leg side, taken by Pepper. No interest from the batsman. It's just gone a little bit darker. And There's no run. 189 for 2. 54 overs remaining in the day. Both teams striving for some bonus points, which adds a little bit of a frisson for the contest, although not much of one, to be completely honest. Snater in again, bowls Fuller, and that's comfortably defended back to the bowler. And there is no run. Stanley, welcome back.
Thanks, Dave.
How you doing?
Yeah, good.
Had a nice lunch?
It was good.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Jacket potato, didn't you?
Yeah, I went for the jacket potato today. It was nice.
Yeah. Food is good here.
Very good. What did you go for?
I went for the chicken Kiev.
Oh yeah.
And that was very nice as well. Love some lovely little roast baby potatoes. Very good. Here comes Snater. Drops in short, pulled away on the leg side. That's going to be 4, I think. It's going to split the fielders in 2 down there. Fine leg and deep backward square. Can't get there. Nicely struck. Some boundaries started to come in the last couple of overs. 4 to the total. 193 for 2. Press goes to 56.
Yeah, they persisted with that short length from around the wicket or over the wicket with the left arm of Paul Walter. Maybe just thinking, trying to maybe create some rough outside that off stump.
Yep, possibly.
Or the off spin of Simon Harmer from this end, the hotel end.
Snater in again. Bowl short again and left alone by the batsman. No run. 193 for 2. Yeah, can't be too much longer before they employ 2 spinners. But as we were saying, it's just trying to control the overs. They don't want to bowl too many, Essex here.
Yeah.
Doesn't look like they're going to get a wicket, so. And they also don't want Hampshire getting too many runs. And those bonus points. Snater bowls short down the leg side, and batsman not interested. A lot of effort so far being put in by Snater for not much reward. I feel a bit sorry for him.
Yeah, it's always you got to be one of those ones that are willing to do that, because I don't think many fast bowlers are.
No.
Putting their hands up to employ the short ball tack. It takes a lot out of you. It's a certain skill for sure.
Oh, it's coming back over the wicket now. So around the wicket ploy has been dispensed with for 1 ball at least. Down the wicket comes the batsman Prest, who whips this away through the leg side. He's done well there, gets on top of the ball, whips it past Jamie Porter at a wideish mid-on and away for 4 runs. 8 off the over. Prest goes to 60 and Hampshire 197 for 2. And a good bit of premeditation. I think there's a few words between Snater and Prest there. So we're walking away. Bit of a competitive rivalry. Nice to see when there's not huge amounts at stake at the moment. We're going to see Critchley come on. So is that just to replace Harmer, or is Harmer going to switch to the pavilion end? Either way, we're going to see a bit of leg spin. Crowd's still sticking around though.
Yeah, it's a good ground to watch cricket, and it's very loyal fans down here at Hampshire, and they love watching their team play. And yeah, it's a nice afternoon just to maybe have a little sit down and watch a bit of cricket. A few personal milestones potentially for a few of these players as well, so still a bit out there to watch. And it is the leg spin of Matt Critchley, as David Brett said, to come in from the hotel end. Bowled all 6 of his overs from this end. None for 35. Got the ball to turn once or twice. And he'll be bowling to Toby Albert, who's on 90 of 167 balls. Been there since the beginning for Hampshire, and he's batted beautifully. Critchley bowls and no run into the offside. Tom Prest has quietly got on. He's sitting on 60. He's batted really well, these two have, after the loss of Nick Gobbins earlier for 30. Critchley bowls and Albert just punches this down the ground, and they'll come through for a single. moves on to 91. Hampshire 198 for 2. Still trailing by 240 as another single comes. Tom Prest pushes to mid-off. Throws to the keeper's end and another single. 199 for 2, the score moves. Just a bit of cloud cover again coming over the ground. It's been the story of the day. We had a rain shower earlier. Into the leg side this time from Toby Albert. Another single, so 4 singles so far, and that's the Hampshire 200. As you can hear, warm applause from this crowd. It's come in the 70th over, 2 balls shy of the 70th over as Critchley bowls, and straight at this time defended by Tom Prest. No run. Ball remaining. Critchley bowls, back of a length. Tom Prest, no run again to end that over. So just the 3 singles off that. 200 for 2, Hampshire now.
Right, let's see what Wesley's going to do. Taking off one of the helmet. Yes, still going to continue with Snater from the pavilion end.
Are you a keen reader then, Dave?
Yeah, I try to. Yeah, I try to get through a few books. Try loads of different genres and novels, fiction, non-fiction. Do you like to read?
I do. Not as much as I would like to. That's the only problem.
Are you reading anything at the moment?
No. I do find that when I do try read, I more read in the evening.
Yeah. As this delivery short, and the batsman just sways out of the way. Almost lost his balance there, actually, Albert, as he sort of tried a little hook around the corner, but didn't get anything on it. Through to the pepper, and there's no run.
A lot of people read before bed, don't they?
Yeah.
I kind of find if I do read before bed, I'm asleep very quickly. So I end up waking up halfway through the night with a book on my face.
Here comes Snater. Round the wicket to Albert. Short again. Pulled down the leg side. It's fielder just at deep backward square leg there. Tumbling stop. It's Harmer out in the deep. Yeah, they've just reinforced that field. There was 2 fielders out there just in front of square on the leg side and fine leg, and now they've put someone right in the middle, who's Harmer, to stop that shot from going to the boundary. So just protecting the scorecard here. 201 for 2. Snater, bowl short again, pulled away into the deep. That's just going to be a single though. That's the man just in front of square on the leg side. And there's 1 to the total, 202 for 2. I wonder if we'll get to the point, if Hampshire have only got 2 wickets down, you get this bizarre thing where Essex are trying to prevent them from getting towards the whatever bonus points there might be at that stage, and you've got a ring of fielders on the boundary just stopping the boundaries, despite the fact that you've still got the top order batsmen in. At the moment that's not the case, but there are 4 men sweeping the boundary. Oh, short. That's going to be called no ball. That really was short. Looped miles over the batsman's head. 204 for 2. I don't think I've ever seen a bouncer quite as short and loopy as that before.
I don't know how he got it to bounce that high.
Incredible. Must have clipped something in the pitch to. Yeah, it really was a tennis ball bounce, that.
Not sure what he was trying to do. Maybe he just came out of the hand.
And again, short, pulled away into the deep, but again well controlled, and along the ground towards Harmer. So they're taking the short ball on here. And Albert goes to 94, 205 for 2. I don't think Snater can do this for too much longer. He's going to ruin his body.
Well, that's the next question you have to ask, is, in, you know, what are you trying to achieve from the tactic, I guess. You might buy yourself 1 wicket, but...
Fuller this time from Snater, and they'll come through for singles. That one's guided down towards backward point for a single. 206 for 2. And there'll be one more ball in the over because there was a no ball. Slater turns to come in again. Plenty of cloud cover over the Utilita Bowl. And again he bowls full. This time this one's just pushed into the deep. That's the end of the over. 6 runs off it. That run rate gradually creeping up. Hampshire 206 for 2. Magic number for them at the moment is 289. That's to get them beyond the follow-on. And that will kill the game as a contest in terms of getting a positive result for either side, and then it's just all about bonus points until the bitter end.
We will be there until that bitter end, Dave.
I'm sure only a few years ago, I'm sure there was a rule that you couldn't have bonus points on the final day of the game. That may have been changed. I can't remember when that was changed, but I'm sure that was a thing about 10 years ago maybe. Yeah. Presumably to prevent situations like this where you're just, you know, out there playing for the sake of it.
Yeah, that would make sense. Matt Critchley from the hotel end. Tom Prest faces up and drives nicely down the ground for a single to Jordan Cox, who throws this back to Michael Pepper, the keeper. They come through for a single. Tom Prest moving on very nicely. 64 he has off 94. Striking at 68. Which is very healthy for the state of the game at the moment. But Toby Albert has been the mainstay. He's facing up and gets himself a single, moves on to 95. Eyeing up his second first-class century. He'll be keen to get to those 3 figures. He's batted really well, probably deserves it. Critchley bowls and Tom Prest just rocks back and cuts this into the offside. They're going to pick up another single, so 3 singles so far. Bit of a field change from Critchley. That sweeper is now coming up, just to try and put a little bit of pressure on Albert, force him into a mistake. Slightly wider this time, a little bit of turn, but too wide to tempt Toby Albert into a false stroke. Critchley again bowls to Albert. Albert drives nicely through the offside. I'm not sure if it'll go all the way. It does go all the way, so he moves on to 99 with a good cover drive. Just the man had just come up, he found that gap, picked himself up a boundary. Small change of field again. Short fine leg comes to more of a square leg as Critchley bowls to Albert, and Albert cuts away, and that is going to be his century. Pumps his fists in delight, takes his helmet off and raises his bat towards the dressing room, and it's 100 for Toby Albert off 199 balls. He's been there from the beginning, and it's a fantastic innings. His second century, second first-class century to go with a century against Durham earlier this season. And he's batted extremely well, David Brett. Yeah,
I mean, they all count. I mean, he was in there last night when the pressure would have been on. Essex searching for a victory. And he's a pretty good first time I've seen him bat. He's been happy to take on the short ball. He's played the spin well as well. And he's played the conditions and the match situation superbly. And he's guiding Hampshire to at least 1 bonus point, possibly more. Just retaking his guard. And Snater will continue from the pavilion end. A bit of a field change here. So wide mid-ons coming round to more of a conventional mid-on, maybe halfway between the two. And Snater bowls back of a length, and that's defended into the offside, and there's no run. A few goals gliding about, way to our right, just over and above the hotel. Probably looking for some leftovers from lunch. Do well to find it here. There's not huge amounts of people in the ground. Although, credit to the people that have turned up and are sticking around as well. Snater turns to come in again. Bowls full, driven into the offside. It's misfielder, I think that's Walter, just on the cut strip away to our right hand side. No, I think it's Critchley actually. And they come back for a second run. 2:15 for 2. Sorry, just a single. 2:15 for 2, and Prest is on 65, Albert on 101. Yeah. I think supporters on both sides will be disappointed with the outcome of this game. Wicket picks up again as Snater bowls full, pushed into the offside. Albert starts to come down for a single, pressed clearly, and obviously turns the single down. It would have been a dangerous one because Critchley was coming in from short cover, and it would have been Albert running towards the danger end as well. No run taken. 1 off 3 balls so far. 2:15 for 2. Hampshire. Snater in bowls, fullish, straight, driven up to man at mid-on, and there's no run. So coming up to an hour after the lunch break. Essex still striving for a wicket. Hampshire moving along nicely. Run rate up to 3 now. Off that incredibly slow start last night. They were going at 0.4 and over, pretty much up until close. Crept over that mark in the final few overs. I think got up to about 1.2. As this one is fuller, and again defended into the offside, and there's no run. Dean Elgar just getting some warmth into his body. He's got a jumper on down there, long sleeve shirt. Here comes Snater again. In bowl short, pulled away into the leg side, but Harmer's out there, and it's along the ground. That'll be a single to finish the over. 2:16 for 2. As I remember, 2:89 is the chance to avoid the follow-on, and that's the end of my stint.
So soon. So wonderful innings from Toby Albert, and from a Hampshire point of view just needs Tom Prest to score the runs that he needs for his second 3-figure score of the season as well. As I mentioned earlier, Toby Albert has only had 5 innings before this as an opener, and this is his second 100, so that's a pretty good return.
Yeah, very good.
It's almost as if Hampshire are going to have a selection dilemma next season, with Ali Orr slowly but surely coming back to full fitness, having been brought in from Sussex during the winter as Hampshire's opener. He did score 100 as well in the championship earlier in the season, and Hampshire have gone from, well, I wouldn't say using makeshift openers, because to be fair, over the last 3 or 4 years, probably the opening partnership has been probably one of the most debated subjects here for a while. Ian Holland, currently on loan at Leicestershire, did that job for a while and reasonably successful, but I suppose overall, when you looked at his stats for a side that was looking to win the championship, maybe not quite enough, but he certainly didn't disgrace himself there. And Felix Organ the same. Lecter Middleton seems to have grabbed one of the spots. And we thought Ali Orr was the other one and long term, but we'll have to wait and see. Here's Harmer, floated outside the off stump, flat batted by Prest. Out to extra cover, certainly not timed that one.
I think what it does there, Kev, it just gives them a Hampshire selection panel enough to think about with 3 decent options at the top of the order.
That's right, probably something they haven't had for quite a while. In fact, they haven't had that option for quite a while. That's cut away by Prest out into the offside. They'll take 2. Prest moves on to 68, and that deficit now is down to 218. Yes, it's more like, well, who are we going to put there?
Yeah.
Now it's like, who can we leave out? Which is a much better conversation to be had. I don't know if you read one or two of the emails off when I was off. I don't know, but about the book selections. Forward as Prest hits them on the pad. We were talking about. Somebody emailed David, didn't they, about book recommendations, and it wasn't necessarily just cricket, although that would have been ideal. Simon Jones, who's forward there, is Prest, cricket development manager at the Hampshire Cricket Board here. It's quite a long email, this one. solentcricket@gmail.com. Another shout out for Duncan Stone's different class. Oh, that's right, David did mention that, wasn't he? The untold story of English cricket. Prest is forward, slightly uppish, but it bounces in front of short leg. This has helped me understand the history behind cricket's structure, says Simon, or lack of in brackets, and has become increasingly relevant following the ICEC reports publication to which Stone contributed. Oh, okay. I even contributed a few stats. Prest goes for the sweep shot there, and that's well fielded at mid-wicket by Shane Snater. I even contributed a few stats, says Simon, about the loss of recreational teams in Hampshire. Oh, I actually had a long conversation about that with him a little while ago, actually. That might be a story at some point. 218 for 2 then. 48 overs left in the day. Hampshire trail by 220. In examining recreational cricket, in examining recreational rather than professional, in brackets first class cricket, different class does not simply challenge the widely accepted orthodoxy of English cricket. It demonstrates how the values and belief systems at its heart were, under the guise of amateurism, intentionally developed in order to divide the English along class lines at every level of the game. Shortlisted for the Cricket Writers Club Book of the Year in 2022. All right, okay. That does sound interesting, that. There we go. We are 6 overs away from the second new ball, and you would think that Hampshire, but certainly Essex will view this as probably one of their last genuine attempts at making some, what will have to be now, heavy inroads into this Hampshire batting lineup. A couple of you mentioned about the fatty batter. Joe did mentions to me and said that actually she thought it was about the author themselves. I was trying to work out who it was. Brenda's also emailed solentcricket@gmail.com with the details. It was written by Michael Simpkins. How cricket saved my life, and then ruined it in brackets. So I guess it was about the author, and there was me thinking it was about somebody that a name we all knew from the past, I have to say, but I'm glad I didn't say it because it wasn't about them at all. What have we got? We've got some running repairs to one of the Essex players. Julian Travis's. Oh, it was about Ollie Milburn, he says. Julian was the original emailer about fatty batter, and can you guess who the fatty batter is? He says it's Ollie Milburn. So there we go. Right, the running repairs look like they've been completed. Remember, 289 is the follow-on target, and Hampshire are on course to get there rather easily, or a little more easier than we may have thought.
It's going to be a change of ends for the leg spin of Matt Critchley from the hotel end, and he's going to move across to the pavilion end. fairly regulation field with a slip, backward point cover, deepish mid-off as he bowls to Toby Albert, who drives and squirts this one into the offside. Picks up a single, 219 for 2. Ground covered in beautiful sunshine now. Those clouds that we saw earlier seem to have moved away. Warm or warmish conditions out there for the players. Critchley bowls and press drives beautifully. It's good fielding actually from Shane Snater. Made a very good stop the previous over, and he's followed that up with some good work in the covers. No run. Same combination again. Pressed to Snater and no run again. So 47 overs remaining in the day's play after this one. 3 balls remaining of this over. Full toss and punch down the ground by Tom Prest. It's a bit of a gimme from Matt Critchley, and it's been accepted with open arms by Tom Prest. And he's quietly moved on to 72.
And a 142 run partnership now between these two.
It's come in quick time as well. The loss of Nick Gobbins brought Tom Prest at number 4 in place of James Vince, who's, we understand, has got a niggle, so won't bat in the top 4. He will be coming in at maybe number 7 if needed.
Yes, he would have thought that a little while ago.
It's Critchley. This is up in the air, and that's down the ground from Tom Prest. It's gone all the way. For a second I thought that might have gone straight up, but it's struck beautifully. He's picked himself up his first 6 of the innings. And that ends the over. 229 for 2, Hampshire now.
Oh, great shot. They haven't allowed Critchley to settle so much, have they, really? He's the one that's got the ball to turn a little bit. Harmer, not really. I'm not saying Critchley's turned it that much, but the odd one has turned. But they've taken a liking to him. Right, sunshine's still out. Not the only ray of sunshine here, because the Hampshire batting has been very, very good. It was a potentially tricky situation last night. There's 28 overs and then batting all day today to make sure they were going to avoid defeat, and they are on course for doing that. I'm not going to say too much right now because there is still a lot of time left. 47 overs still left in the day, which is actually half the day still. Here's Harmer. Sweep shot there for Albert. Goes fine, goes quick, and it goes for 4. Lovely shot. Toby Albert moves on to 106 now, and that's the 150 partnership between these two. 152. Preston contributed 78, Albert 71, and that 152 has come off 210 balls. Remember earlier that partnership was 61 for the second wicket between Gobbins and Albert. Hampshire starting the day 40 for 1. Here's Harmer, still got the short leg in, and he's still got the man on the drive on the straight on the leg side. There's another sweep shot. Goes straight to the fielder this time. And Albert moves on to 107. Certainly settled a few nerves, these two out here. I think really deep down we thought Hampshire could save the game, but you just never know until things play out. It's played back to the bowler by Prest, but these two have played particularly well. But the job is not quite done.
That evening session last night would have gone a long way to...
Yeah, agreed. Prest cuts away out into the deep. They'll settle for a single. Prest moves on to 79 now, 235 for 2. These look like they're just sitting back now waiting for the second new ball. Yes, I think you're right.
Yeah, you lose 3 or 4 quick wickets in that session, then all of a sudden it's a bit of panic.
Yeah, Essex started bright and breezy this morning, as you would expect. Side in the field, Trying to make it difficult. Now there's a slog sweep over the leg side by Albert, and that does look a good shot. It's gone for 4. I just lost the track of the ball for a moment. Suggested it wasn't too far away from being a maximum. And Albert moves on to 111 now.
He's played that sweep particularly well, actually. We saw earlier on in this over the sweep actually went probably more backward of square. This time he's gone in front of square. So it's just those little differences. If you can play the sweep in different ways, you can manipulate the field, and he's done that really well today.
Harmer again. Short leg has gone. It's gone for a reverse sweep there this time. Doesn't connect. Goes off the top of the pad, I think. With no short leg out there, it's gone harmlessly away on the leg side. End of the over. Hampshire 239 for 2. There are 4 overs left now with this ball until the new cherry is available. Harmer now is 19 overs, none for 52. Normally by now he's picked up all 10. So
definitely on
at Chelmsford.
Certainly on the 4th day at Chelmsford, for sure. It's a difficult task, isn't it, for the fielding side, and they've stuck to their guns, and they've been very good on a pitch that's not offering too much. You still got to come out and do your work. As Critchley from the pavilion end bowls to press to trademark, well, it's becoming a trademark, slap through the covers, and he's going to pick himself up a single. So he moves into the 80s. Batted really well. 2-4-0 for 2 Hampshire now. Matt Critchley bowls to Toby Albert. Goes for that sweep again, and it's just missed the off stump. So maybe just held that one back a bit. Matt Critchley, and near close shave for Toby Albert, who picks up a single this time. Slight misfield, and they're going to come back for 2. So Robin Das just seemed to take the pace off the ball with his misfield, and that allowed the Hampshire batters to come back through for a comfortable 2 in the end. Toby Albert moving on to 113. Critchley bowls, and it's a reverse sweep and straight to Robin Das this time. Tried that shot a few times today against both the wrist spin of Matt Critchley and the off spin of Simon Harmer. Toby Albert drives this into the offside, and again no run. A few of the Essex backroom staff taking a little walk around. It's a slog sweep again from Toby Albert, this time in front of square. It's gone to the boundary for 4. So as Kev James said earlier, they haven't let Matt Critchley settle, and they're just continuing with that way. Critchley now going for 64 of his 10 overs. Some more aggression being shown by these 2 out there.
Terrific stuff. They look like they're starting to enjoy themselves out there and taking advantage of perhaps the lesser intensity of the Essex fielding now. That initial euphoria of, yes, we'll get these 19 wickets. Down to, are we going to get many more? Still got 18 wickets in hand, which is good news with 45 overs left in the day. Dave Allen, Hampshire's honorary archivist, who's not here today because he was at the Victorious Festival, and I think he was playing a gig as well with his band. Here's Simon Harmer. Now, that's hit on the leg side, but not particularly well timed by Prest, but he will get a single. Moves on to 81, 247 for 2. Sullencricket@gmail.com. He says, my gig was cancelled due to wind and the weather, but I'm not too sorry to be missing today, despite Albert's 100. I missed the initial chat about Fatty Batter, but heard you pick it up later. More on the Fatty Batter. And there's the flat slap, this time by Albert. Down towards deep mid-off, and Albert moves on to 118, 248 for 2. I could confirm that the original cover featured the photograph taken at Portsmouth of a notable Hampshire professional opening bowler, Harry Baldwin, who played from 1877 to 1905. Palmer bowls, Prest plays that square on the offside, no run. He took 580 first-class wickets and was the first Hampshire player to be awarded a benefit. He picked a match versus Yorkshire at Southampton in 1898, but after no play on day one, it was finished, in brackets, in defeat on the second, and he made a loss. Didn't pick the right game there to have a whip around, has he? Pressed off the back foot, works that away to deep point, and he now moves on to 82, 249 for 2. Hampshire 40 runs now away from making Essex bat again. Ralph Brooker has emailed sunandcricket@gmail.com. He says, hi Kev, Stan and Dave. On Toby Albert, he replaced an injured Joe Weatherly. That's hit away on the leg side. And that is 250 up for Hampshire, and that's a bonus point. Which might not sound too much, but it is a bonus point nevertheless, which is really the way things are going. All these teams are going to be playing for us. It's still waiting for another wicket for their bonus point. It's turned up to mid-on by Prest. 83, 251 for 2. Well, I thought Toby Albert replaced the injured Ali Orr, if I'm really honest, and I'm just having a look at my notes just to make doubly sure. So Ali Orr, his last championship game was against Notts at Trent Bridge, and then the T20 started. That's when he got injured, so he didn't play against Surrey, Warwickshire and Kent. Toby Albert came into the side for the Surrey game, so I think, and opened the batting, so I think we can safely say that he came in for the injured Ali Orr in the championship. He's currently reading Stone's Different Class. It was recommended by David Brett. Amateurism, predominantly Southern League etiquette versus Northern League professionalism. And here's a book shout out, and I have Dave Allen half in mind. Prashant Kidambi's Superb Country Cricket. There's another one that's recommended by Ralph. Thank you very much. There we go.
It's good to have all these book recommendations. I think I might take one of them up. And Matt Critchley bowls to Tom Preston down the ground for a single. It's not that we've got a few options, it's now which one do you choose?
Well, sport for choice now.
It gets difficult.
Yeah. Could be reading for the next 10 years.
I just fall asleep too quickly when I read, Kev. That's the only problem. Albert on the reverse sweep, in the air and past Robin Das and down towards us for another boundary for Toby Albert.
Catchable height, wasn't it?
It was.
Now, I was waiting for somebody to recommend this book, and Stephen Clark has done it. sunandcricket@gmail.com. He says, how about Back from the Brink? How Rod Bransgrove saved Hampshire from extinction. Yes, there we go. Well done, Stephen. Good read, that, actually. Written by our friend Ivo Tennant. Well, sometimes he's our friend.
Bit of reinforcements now. The slip has moved to a backward-ish, deepish gully, I guess. So 2 men behind the wicket for that reverse sweep. So Essex conscious now, just maybe a bit defensive. So Albert pushes this into the onside, and do they look for 2? No, they're just going to settle with just the 1. 257 for 2 now, Hampshire. Trailing that first innings Essex 438 by 181, but the first target would have been, well, is still the 298 to avoid the follow on, and another single like that will definitely help. Tom Prest and Toby Albert just going along really nicely. As Kev James said, it's probably a really nice time to bat with the situation as it is. It's the reverse sweep again, this time in the air. Has he picked the man out? He has picked the man out on the deep cover boundary. So Toby Albert has tried that reverse sweep a number of times. This time went aerial, probably trying to look to hit it maybe slightly finer than he did, but he picked out Jamie Porter out there, and it's, sorry, Sam Cook. And he ends this brilliant innings of 124.
Wow. Well, you'll get a big round of applause, that's for sure. That is his highest first-class score. Toby Albert beat the 114 that he got opening the batting against Surrey. Here we go. Saying there's not a few more in the ground to watch it or to join in the applause, but nevertheless, they are making themselves heard. Wonderful innings. He raises his bat at the top end of the ground. And you couldn't really have asked much more from the youngster. They, for the third wicket, Toby Albert and Tom Prest puts on 177. David Brett.
Good maths, yeah. So we got to the bottom of who Fatty Batter was, or is.
You think so?
Okay. If only I could remember after reading the bleeding book.
No.
God, memory's doesn't get great as you get older, does it?
So the new batter is Ben Brown, the Hampshire wicket keeper.
So bonus point for Essex.
Mm.
Come on, the bonus points. Pretty much all these sides have got left to play for, I'm afraid.
Well, the new ball is due in 1 over. So I think Essex will give it one last blast, won't they? But there's a lot to do from here, isn't there?
A hell of a lot to do,
An
yeah.
awful lot to do. Hampshire have only lost 2 wickets today. 1 last night, so 3 in total now after 79 overs. And they are closing in. I suppose even more crucially, closing in on making Essex bat again, of course, which will take even more time out of the game. We've only lost 2 overs today, quick rain shower before lunch, which would have helped a little bit, but the way those two were batting, superb stuff. Entertaining actually into that partnership.
Still no Vince?
No, I think it's going. I think he is around for 7.
PM or 7?
It'd be nice if he comes in. Well, wouldn't want to be here at 7 o'clock, but I know what you mean.
Harmer starts a new over from the hotel end. Bowls full, and that one's clipped down towards long on for a single. Wesley Fields and a run to the total. 259 for 3, so 289 now within 30 for Hampshire. After safety is guaranteed, I suspect Hampshire will try and push on. See if they can get these full bonus points.
Yeah, without being
Reckless.
Yeah, I mean they don't want to get themselves. I mean they've virtually played themselves into a fairly harmless position. I don't think they want to get themselves back into the stuck.
42 overs remaining in the day after this over has been bowled. 40 minutes till tea. Essex won't be keen to bowl too many more than the allotted needed, as that one's floated in. Defended back out into the offside. Harmer Fields off his own bowling. There's no run. Took a little walk around the ground actually, and very pleasant. Away to our left hand, the golf course side of the ground in the sunshine. Very nice out there. Is that one I think inside edge or a bit of turn? Half an appeal. It's well outside the off stump when it hit the batsman, who was lunging forward. Dot ball, 259 for 3. Harmer in again, floats that one up outside the off stump. Forward comes the batsman, Brown. Defends back to the bowler, and there's no run. Again, in bowls, that takes an outside edge, run down towards backward point for no run. Score remains on 259 for 3. Towards the end of the 80th over of the Hampshire innings, so Essex will take the new ball, I suspect. Harmer in again, defends back to the bowler, no run. So new ball is available. It's thrown back to the old ball's thrown back to Wesley. Let's see what we're going to do here.
Got to take it, haven't they?
Just having a word with Harmer here. sure yet.
No?
No sign of the new ball being taken. Wesley still shining the old ball. Lots of chatting going on. Umpire at the bowler's end staring towards the pavilion. Maybe the... Yep, new ball taken.
All right.
Eventually.
259 for 3 then, 80 overs. I think they had to really, because even if it's just half a dozen overs and there's nothing happening, he's just Harmer back into the attack. But he's got a newer ball, harder ball, might just bounce a fraction more for him. So I think there is absolutely no harm in taking it. See what Sam Cook can conjure up, see what Jamie Porter can conjure up. And
some might say no harmer in taking it.
Very good.
Yeah.
Very good. Yes. Well, that was worth the admission fee alone.
They won't let me in again.
So Jamie Porter, who's wicketless so far from his 11 overs, had one spell this morning. 11 overs, none for 23. Has taken the second new ball. Well, if they have the same sort of success that Hampshire had with the second new ball, then it could start getting interesting. Hampshire picked up 6 wickets with the second new ball for 100. In the Essex innings, he's wrapped on the pad there. That looked like it just nipped back a fraction on Tom Prest, hit him high on the leg. 259 for 3 then. I think we'll get a little bit of nibble. Ball will come on a fraction quicker, of course. But for how long? We are just about half an hour from tea, just over. Fixed tea at 20 to 4. And there are still just under 42 overs left in the day. 2 slips for Porter then. Bowling to Prest, who's on 86. Comes in. Oh, that's left, and it's nipped back. That's a good ball, and it's a good leave. In equal measure.
Yeah, got the wrong man on strike at the moment. I suspect they'll like a go at Brown, having just become fresh to the crease.
Yeah. Well, we expect a little bit of movement. We've already got it there. He's got 2 slips in. Dean Elgar, I don't think, has moved from slip virtually the whole innings. Simon Harmer's next to him. Bit of South African chat going on in that, Gordon. Michael Pepper, the odd one out with the gloves. Unless he passed through South Africa once. Oh, that's bounced! Ooh, over the shoulder of the bat there from Porter. He's found some life there.
Suddenly, things have got a tiny bit more interesting.
Yeah. Yes. Very good. He got a couple to bounce, didn't he? Last night and this morning, he got one to bounce from that end. He's just found the odd one. Should be a little easier with this second new ball, but that was a handy delivery. Well, 2 handy deliveries already with this second new ball. Comes in again, right arm over and bowls. Gets a thick inside edge there as it rolls out to mid-wicket.
That wasn't convincing, was it?
No. Well, all of a sudden, things looked so easy for Albert and Prest, and then all of a sudden Albert goes and the second new ball is due, and it just feels a little tricky again. Porter in again. Past umpire Ian Blackwell. That's a little straighter, and Prest turns that away. Square on the leg side, maybe just glad to get up the other end for a minute. He moves on to 87, and Hampshire 260 for 3. 29 runs away from making Essex bat again. Ralph Brooker is back on the email, suncricket@gmail.com. He says, sorry for being infuriating. Maybe it was last season that Albert came in to open for an injured Weatherly. I think that's what you're probably thinking about, Ralph. And Weatherly made a big score. Whenever it was meant, Weatherly was recovering in the second 11, but struggling for runs, having started well before his injury. That's right, he got injured last year. That's what I had in mind, says Ralph. I think you're right. Outside the off stump, that's an easy leave for Ben Brown, who's now faced 6 deliveries. A bit of a sighter, that last one. So the first over with the second new ball. 41 overs left in the day, and Hampshire 260 for 3.
So Fatty Batter's about the actor Michael Simpkins' account of his own life, apparently. Yeah. That's from Jeff. Cheers for clearing that up, Jeff. I've read that ages ago. It must be at least a decade ago. Fibber in the Heat, that's quite a good one as well.
Okay.
Can't remember the comedian that wrote that. It's about his... he wanted to be a journalist and blagged his way into... Miles Jupp.
Ah, yes.
Blagged his way into becoming a reporter for... I can't remember who it was for now, but got on the India tour back in, I guess, 2006, 7. I think when Flintoff was captain. So Sam Cook from the hotel end, he bowls back of a length, and forward comes the batsman Brown, defends straight back down the pitch. Fielded at mid-off, Cox picks it up, there's no run. Sun's just dipped behind the clouds again, wispy light clouds above us. There's some tiny, heavier, fluffier stuff around to the right-hand side, coming from Bournemouth, but I don't think we'll get any more showers like we had just before lunch today. Came out of nowhere. Just the 2 slips in even with the new ball. 2 men back on the fence, the leg side. That one's guided into the offside though, run down towards deep backward point. In fact, it's gone finer than that. There's a chase on here. They'll come back for a third, will they? No. We'll stick for 2 runs. 262 for 3. Prest is on 89. Brown yet to score.
Stephen Clark's emailed me and saying that now you've got to that part of the game where you're talking about books. Have you got to that part of the game when you want more comments from me? No, not quite yet, Stephen.
We're not that desperate.
Yeah, about 5:30.
Sorry, Stephen, I don't even know who you are.
Stephen Clark, he sits up at the far end. Sorry. Yes.
Apologies, Stephen. I piled in there. Cook, number 16 on his back, runs in. He bowls a fuller delivery and trying to get that one to angle back in. And there's a misfield. And Critchley looks to the heavens and thinks, why oh why me? But it was you, Matt Critchley, and he gives away a single. 263 for 3. 289, remember the number needed for Hampshire to avoid the follow-on. So what are they? 26 short so far. Not too much further. I think this will be the last workload for Porter and Cook today. 3 slips have gone in now as this fuller delivery is driven back down the ground by Brown, but picked up on the bounce by Cook, and there's no run.
Ben Brown this year with the bat, just a fraction short of 500 runs, averaging 49. He also has got 100 to his name. He's certainly got 150 over cricket, and got 100 against Surrey here.
Cook past the umpire, right arm over to the right-handed Brown, and Brown defends back down the pitch. Cook stops the ball, and there's no run. Some back out. Still, bearing in mind the amount of people that were in here earlier, still quite a healthy. They've all stuck around, despite there's not really anything to play for. Just enjoying a bit of cricket, maybe having a bit of lunch.
Yeah.
A couple of beverages. Bank holiday weekend, don't need to go to work. Well, hopefully most of them don't need to go to work tomorrow. Obviously us diehards work even though it is a bank holiday. No stopping us.
Are you working tomorrow?
No, of course not. Certainly wasn't speaking about myself. Sam Cook bowls. Oh, that takes an outside edge. It's gone down towards backward point though, wide of third, well wide of third slip. Wouldn't carry to gully even if there was a fielder there. And that's the end of the over. So 40 overs remaining in the day. Hampshire 264 for 3. 25 runs required to avoid the follow-on. Essex needs 7 wickets.
Myself and Stanley are working tomorrow. Stanley with his normal day job. I'll be at Arundel tomorrow. Rachel Hayhoe Flint Trophy game between Southern Vipers and the Blaze. Southern Vipers sit top of the table there. Defending champions. 10:30 start. BBC Sport website and app, and on the live picture feed.
So is that a 20 over game or a
50?
50.
Sunrisers will be in action as well actually. I'll have a look. See where they are as we wait for Jamie Porter to start anew. Sunrisers are at Chelmsford tomorrow against the Northern Diamonds, who sit second in the table. Here's Porter, forward is Brown. Plays that back to the bowler. They are 4 games away from completing the group stages in that tournament. And I know the Vipers sit top. Northern Diamonds are second. And I'm just looking where the Sunrisers are. I've got a horrible hum on here. Try and get rid of that. If you're not hearing that, don't worry, but I can hear a horrible hum in my ears. That's pulled away by Brown. It's in the air, but safe. Hasn't really timed that. The ball's plugging a little bit behind square on the leg side. They will pick up 2. 2 it is to Ben Brown. Now the Sunrisers sit 4th. Now there are 4 teams that will qualify for the semi-finals. It works that first play 4th, or first will host 4th, and the second will host 3rd. Always a big gust of wind there. So the Sunrisers sit 4th in the table, so they're in the last of the qualification places. So a big game for them tomorrow against 2nd place Diamonds. Vipers taking on 5th place Blaze. So the Vipers could do the Sunrisers a favour as well. So that's all happening tomorrow. So Brown pushes that out on the offside. There's no run. I have absolutely no idea if there's commentary from Chelmsford, but I can tell you there is definitely commentary from Arundel.
What type of crowds do they get for those games?
I mean, Arundel has its own Friends of Arundel Castle Cricket Club, don't they, who turn up for various games. I think there's a Taverners game there this weekend. So you're a member and you turn up. I mean, there's a few. Yeah, it's a pleasant crowd. Here, when they play as a standalone fixture, which they have done, yeah, I mean, not those, probably this many. As Brown is forward, goes back to the bowler, which is okay. It's at the business end of that competition now. .266 for 3. 172 behind overall in the first innings. It's definitely getting a bit below you. I can hear some things banging against each other now. Here's Porter again. 3 slips in now for Brown, who drives strongly up to mid-on but picks out the fielder. Stays on 3, and we are 20 minutes away from the tea interval now. I love these 2-hour sessions. I mean, obviously you normally get that in the morning, but anything can happen in the afternoon and evening. Lovely set times in the day 4. Porter again working hard to pick up his first wicket. It's flicked away on the leg side by Brown. He's timed that one well. That's gone for 4. That's a classic Ben Brown pull shot, short-armed jab, really, and that's gone away for 4 runs. 270 for 3 then. Brown has 7. Porter now has figures of none for 30 from 13. And Hampshire now 19 runs away from making Essex bat again. David Brett continues. Alongside him will be Stanley Marissa once more.
Thanks, Kevin. I'll hear from Kevin again after the tea break. bbcsexcricket@gmail.com if you want to get in touch with us. That shot from Ben Brown is pretty much the shot that Gobbins got himself out to earlier this morning. So he mistimed it straight into the palms of Paul Walter, who was standing at short mid-wicket. Well, this time it was put away beautifully to the boundary, middled perfectly from Gobbins. And Cook straight underway, so 39 overs remaining in the day. Bowls full down the leg side, taken nicely by Pepper. Nothing on it from the batsman. A tumbling stop from the wicketkeeper, and there's no run to start the 84th over of the Hampshire innings. 270 for 3, still 19 short of avoiding the follow-on, but Essex still 7 short of making them even think about batting again. As we keep saying, once it creeps over that 289 mark, then it really is game over for a result in terms of positive result for either side. Here comes Cook again, full driven along the ground. It's picked up at short cover. Trying to make a bit of entertainment. So Matt Critchley down there doing the fielding, and welcome back, Stanley Marissa. You all right, Stanley?
Yeah, all good, Dave. All
Just
good.
loosening the belt after that lunch.
Seems like a long time ago, actually.
Again, probably another complaint for Hampshire for Kev to put on the list is no cakes at tea.
Oh,
Do miss that. Used to get that down at I don't know if they still do it down at Worcestershire. He had lunch and then he had a bit of cake at tea. Very nice. Cook in, and that's played off the pad, straight delivery down towards deep mid wicket. There'll be a single picked up by Snater. Throw comes into the wicket keeper, and there's a run to the total. 271 for 3. Yeah, very much enjoyed that down at Worcestershire. Lovely cakes as well. Very nice. Have you ever been?
I haven't been to Worcestershire. No.
Definitely get down to New Road. Yeah, they set up their own cake sale at. I used to do it at quite a few grounds, but I just remember Worcestershire being, very good.
You got a cake preference?
I do love straightforward Victoria sponge.
Classic.
Lemon drizzle as well. Here comes Cook bowls. Oh, that's just moved away outside the edge of the batsman's fencing outside the off stump. Goes through to the wicket keeper, and there's no run. Yeah, yourself?
I don't mind a lemon drizzle. I quite like a carrot cake as well.
Ah, carrot cake, yeah.
Classic.
Yeah, absolutely beautiful. Yeah. I tend to steer away from chocolate cakes. I feel it's sometimes a bit too heavy for me, chocolate cakes. Chocolate in a bar, lovely. Chocolate on a cake, a little bit too much for me. Don't know if it's officially cast. Cheesecake is a cake, but I do love a cheesecake. But that one's full, defended into the offside, and there's no run. But it's not something they'd serve up at a cake stall,
no.
if you know what I mean. But yeah, big fan of a cheesecake.
There's probably a few cricket teas going on today, maybe. A few Sunday games, maybe.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah, nice way to spend a bank holiday Sunday. Cook turns, 16 on his back. We've got 1 ball left in the over. 38 remaining after this. He bowls full again, trying to look for that Yorker length. It's driven nicely down the ground, and fielder's not even going to bother chasing that. It's going to go over the boundary rope just in front of us now. And 4 runs to finish the over. Brown goes to 11. Hampshire's 275 for 3. 14 short of avoiding the follow-on. But importantly for them, 7 wickets in hand. So just the 1 bonus point each for Essex and Hampshire in this innings so far.
It's a nice strike from Ben Brown. It's been a reasonable touch actually this season.
Lovely stroke that.
It's always a nice shot. It's always a good indicator of whether someone's in decent form, and also a good indicator of the pitch itself. If people can drive on the up, drive past the bowler, then it's also, it does show a good wicket. But it will be Jamie Porter from the pavilion end, and he's going to bowl to Tom Prest, who drives uppishly, but no danger as the ball scoots to Shane Snater at cover. Tom Prest, 91 off 132 deliveries, striking at 68.9. Has looked fluent from pretty much ball 1, really.
Yeah, very impressive. He took the attack to the Essex bowlers as soon as he came in, almost like he hadn't read the script from the rest of the team, but he's played really well.
Yeah, as he defends us into the offside, there's a big gap there, and they're going to pick up a single. Yeah, we spoke about Tom Prest earlier, how he had sort of worked his way into this Hampshire side. Hasn't been a regular fixture over the last few seasons, but got his chance at the beginning of this season and took his chance and batted really well until he got that injury up at Trent Bridge. Had to miss a few games, but he's now back into the championship side, and yeah, he's obviously a very highly rated player down here on the south coast. And he's proving that as Ben Brown clips into the onside and no run. Former under-19 captain, actually, Tom Prest, I do believe. England under-19 captain. So Hampshire have got a good crop of young players coming through. You know, we saw Toby Albert score that fantastic 1-2-4 earlier. Tom Prest, Fletcher Middleton, Felix Organ. That's just in the batting department. Got John Turner as well in the bowling department. So as Ben Brown defends, so they're starting to just, I guess, build around. There's still a few experienced heads. We've got Bass, obviously, Kyle Abbott, Keith Barker, coming towards the end of their careers. So just that transitional period, I guess, for Hampshire. But the signs are looking, yeah, very good for the future. Is there much work in terms of the Essex and the younger players coming through? Is there? Porter bowls to Brown, and Brown drives nicely. He's going to pinch a single to mid-off.
Yeah, a lot of them have ended up playing in the 50-over competition. Essex have tended to gone away from... They'll have like Wesley and Brown in there and maybe a couple of others, but most of the team is made up of the youngsters. It'd be nice to see more of them in the county championship, but they've got a decent side, Essex, at the moment, so difficult to fit them in.
Yeah, very difficult to fit them into this side. You look around and you think, where's the opening spot really, as Prest pushes this one back to Porter, and that's the end of the over. 277 for 3.
So 37 overs remaining in the day. What do we have? 15:28, so 12 minutes to lunch. So tea. So we're going to be just shy of those 32 overs remaining. A couple short maybe. And Essex still striving for the breakthrough as this pitch looks so placid. Surely the last couple of overs from Cook for the day. No point flogging the bowlers into the ground. The spinners do the work. Comes Cook from the hotel end. Bright sunshine, bowls full again. Forward comes Brown. Defends back to the bowler, and there's no run. 3 slips in, backward point, cover mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket, fine leg.
I know Sam Cook was sort of touted for the test side. Has there been much more talk about that, or is it?
Well, I mean, as you see, the latest call-up isn't Sam Cook, so yeah, as he makes his way in now, bowls, and that's guided down. That's going to be 4 runs. Guided round the man at third slip. There's no third man on the boundary rope, so it runs away for 4 runs. Very, very safe from the batsman. 281 for 3, and they're 8 short. Yeah, I suspect for Cook to get a chance, Wokes has got to be injured. At the moment, I think they're thinking ahead to Australia. They want pace. But yeah, it was just a shame at the start of the summer when he might have had a chance. He got injured. Missed that.
Of course, yeah.
Yeah, first series against West Indies. Cook in again, past the umpire. Bowls, and that's off the pads. Half an appeal from behind the stumps, but batsman got the bat well down on that one, guided down towards deep backward square leg for a single. 282 for 3. 7 more needed to avoid the follow-on, which they'll get comfortably.
England seem to have a certain style in mind, and that's kind of what they're sticking with.
Yeah, as long as they're clear in their direction, whether it works or not is a different thing, but as long as they stick to their guns, which they seem to be doing.
Like for like replacements as well, so you see pace for pace, I guess, if someone's injured.
Just a 2 slips in, so there's 2 men back on the fence on the leg side. Full, and that's edged and dropped. Oh, he's got away with one there, Preston. It's Harmer who's dropped it. Bucket Hands has dropped it. And for him, that was a simple catch. And it's one that's gone down, and they've worked all day to try and create chances like that, and it's gone to ground, and Harmer head in hands. He can't believe he shelled that one, and Brown gets a life on 17. Should have been 262 for 4, remains 262 for 3, and Harmer has dropped Brown.
It was a sitter really, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was, especially for a man of Harmer's calibre. In comes Cook, and that's defended into the offside. They'll scramble a single. 283 for 3. It's one of those ones where they've been waiting all day, nothing's come through, and you know you've got to be on it the whole time, haven't you, in the slips?
Yeah.
Just in case you get that edge.
It was a comfortable height as well, wasn't it? You know, we've seen one or two edges that haven't really sort of got, you know, anywhere in the air, and that was sort of waist height for Simon Harmer, just towards, maybe just to his right a little bit, but comfortable height. He would have expected to catch that.
Got to pick himself up here. Cook bowls, and that one's off the back foot, punched away through the covers. That'll be 4 runs. Lovely shot, brilliant bit of timing that one from Brown. He goes to 21. Hampshire 287 for 3, just 2 short of avoiding the follow-on. And let's see if Cook and Harmer chat to each other. I think they'll give it, yeah, a little tap on the backside. An apology. Well, everyone drops a catch at some point.
Yeah, it still just doesn't sit well, does it,
No.
for a big fast bowler who's running in. Although Sam Cook probably doesn't strike me as the maybe aggressive kind of fast bowler. He's just, you know, does his work, but he induced that edge, and yeah, it's just disappointing, I guess, for him. But no one ever means to drop a catch. It's just not a great feeling, unfortunately, for Simon Harmer, but shouldn't be too much damage in. Jamie Porter comes and bowls to Tom Prest, who drives beautifully into the covers. Will this go all the way? No, it's good work actually out there from Critchley. Just restricts that to 2. Tom Prest moving along quite nicely. 95 he is on now.
And that's the follow-on avoided.
That is the follow-on avoided.
Not that it was really ever in danger.
289 was the figure. They have reached that. Tom Prest batting beautifully as he faces up to Porter and just dabs this into the offside. They're going to look for 2. They're going to come back comfortably for 2. So the score moves on to 291 for 3.
Energy seems to have been sapped out of the Essex fielders here. I mean, they were chirpy this morning, just trying to pick each other up, but drop catch doesn't help. But it's been like a long old day already, and they've still got another, well, 35 overs at the end of this one.
Yeah, tough work out there. Tough work on this pitch. It's Pressed in behind this one and defends this for no run. Stuck to their guns though. On days like this, it's really difficult. You mentioned that you needed something special. It has to come from the beginning of the day, really, to give you that energy. As soon as that first hour went and the energy levels started dropping, but they go continue as Porter bowls and Tom Prest drives nicely to mid-on, and they're going to come through for a single. He moves just 2 away now. 292 for 3, Hampshire. Just 2 balls remaining in this, the 87th over. 35 overs remaining after this. Whether we'll see all of them, we're still yet to find out. I'm not so sure.
Well, they're about to get their second batting bonus point, Hampshire.
Ben Brown faces Jamie Porter and defends 3 slips, no run.
150 in what will be 34 overs after tea, roughly, is doable. Oh, actually, I don't know how many overs. Sorry, my apologies. 86.5, so 110, so 20. Actually, it'll be 23, 22. They'll have to get him in 22 overs. That's probably the most we'll see today. Another 22 overs after tea.
Three slips for Jamie Porter to Ben Brown, and no run. Into the offside, ends that over. Just the 5 from it. 292 for 3.
Yeah, we'll get one more over in before the tea break, and then they'll come back. So, just for the listeners, for bonus points, they have to be scored within 110 overs of the start of the innings. So, We've already seen 87. Hampshire have got 292. Bonus points come at 250, 300, 350, 400 and 450. So definitely 400 will be a target. Whether they can get to 450 in 22 overs is another matter. That's T20 batting. But they've got enough wickets, and they're not in danger of losing the game. Pitch isn't doing anything. Harmer's coming back on from the hotel end. This will be the last over before tea. Essex will take their time. So officially there will be 34 overs remaining after the tea break. I doubt we'll see anywhere near that. Harmer starts to run in, and then they'll change of field actually just as he starts to do his run up. The man from short leg comes in towards short fine leg. So Harmer, one slip in, bowls to Prest, who off the back foot just carves that down towards deep point for a second run actually. And those 2 runs takes Prest to 100. Another Hampshire batsman who gets to 100. 100 off 141 balls. Hampshire 294 for 3. And a good round of applause from the batsman who takes off his helmet, raises his bat, salutes all sides of the ground. Wind picks up as well. And a good 100 from Prest, who played positively as soon as he came to the crease. He's facing Harmer again. Gives up some loop, turn, and defended into the leg side. And there's no run.
Yeah, very good from Tom Prest. Came to the wicket at 81 for 2, the fall of Nick Gobbins. And he's still there at 294 for 3. It's been a fantastic innings from him.
Harmer in again. More loop. And Prest just pushes that out to the offside this time. And there's no run. 294 for 3. Breezy out there, sun back out, plenty of cloud about as well, some heavier stuff rolling in. Harmer flatter, cut away off the back foot down towards deep backward point for a single. 295 for 3. 2 balls left in the over, and then they'll take tea pretty much bang on, 20 to 4. Looking around here to try to delay things to make sure they don't have to bowl another over before the tea break. Really tossed up that one from Harmer, driven wide of the man at cover, diving to his right hand side. I think that's Paul Walter, who's just done himself a little bit of mischief there, diving. He's not up on his feet yet, very, very slow to clamber up. It's a long way down. Oof, and he's bashed his right knee, I think, on one of those cut strips. I wouldn't fancy fielding on one of those. Flatter from Harmer, turned away to the leg side. 297 for 3, and that should be that for the afternoon session. Just waiting to make sure they're all going off. Yep. So as the players go off for their tea break, Centurion Prest leads the way. Brown's unbeaten on 22, Prest on 102, Hampshire 297 for 3. Officially 34 overs remaining in the day. I suspect we'll only see 22 of those as Hampshire try to get as many bonus points as they possibly can before the close of play. Join us again in 20 minutes time for the final session of the match between Hampshire and Essex.
final session of the last day, day 4 of this county championship Division 1 fixture between Hampshire and Essex, effectively 4th versus 3rd at the start of the first day, but this game has been affected by weather, not today and not on the second day, but I'm afraid days 1 and 3 in total we lost 5 sessions, which means we are still in the first innings. Yeah, Hampshire, replying to that Essex total of 438 for 8 declared, are 293 for 7. They began the day on 40 for 1 in their first innings, still 398 runs behind. They needed to get to 289 as a first target to avoid the follow-on. Well, they've done that because they're 297 for 3. So they've got over that hurdle, which means even if they were bowled out now, Essex would have to bat again. There are 34 overs left in the day, and Tom Prest is the not out, or one of the 2 not out batters. He's 102 not out. He's 3rd first class 100 in his 14th first class game, and it actually is back-to-back hundreds for Tom Prest against Essex, having scored one at Chelmsford at the back end of last season. Out there in the middle with him is Ben Brown, who's 22 not out. Only 2 wickets have fallen all day. Nick Gobbins in the morning session caught at mid-wicket off Sam Cook for 30. He put on 61 for the second wicket with Toby Albert. 1 wicket this afternoon, and that was Toby Albert, but not before he had hit his second first class 100, and he's second as an opener this year in just in 6 innings. 124 he fell for. But here's Jamie Porter, and it's Sam Cook, I tell a lie. Sam Cook bowling to get the evening session underway. Prest works that out square on the offside for a single, and he moves on to 103. And Albert and Prest put on 177 for the 3rd wicket before Matt Critchley had Albert caught on the deep point boundary, reverse sweeping Sam Cook, the catcher there. I'm Kevin James. Shortly, or a little later, you'll hear from BBC Radio Essex's David Brett, but next to me, former Zimbabwe A batter, Stanley Marissa.
Good evening, Kev, and good evening, everyone. Hampshire 298 for 3 now. Sam Cook bowling to Ben Brown, who defends this into the onside. So pretty successful day then for Hampshire. This rain affected game, we lost a full day's play on the first day. Got some play on the second day when Essex racked up 438. A couple of sessions lost on day 3 yesterday. And now we are having Hampshire in their first innings still on day 4. So difficult for a result as Ben Brown pushes into the offside and calls Tom Prest through for a single. 299 for 3. So it's definitely a fixture that a lot of supporters and a lot of the cricketing public would have been looking at. And keen to see how both these teams would have got on against each other. Big rivals. Always find themselves hovering at the top of those tables come the end of the season. Still a lot to do in the season for both these sides. Tom Prest defends, no run. Still 5 rounds of championship fixtures, 4 after this. So still a lot of cricket to be played. And both of these sides will be looking to put pressure on the juggernaut that is Surrey. But Surrey, just reading that they've actually completed victory against Lancashire, so they will extend their lead at the top as Tom Prest punches into the offside, and they're going to trot through for a single, and I'm sure you'll hear some warm applause from the crowd. And that is for the Hampshire 300, which has come in the 89th over. Built around 2 brilliant centuries from 2 of the younger prospects and bright prospects for Hampshire. Toby Albert, he was out for 124 earlier. Tom Prestis still there on 104 as Ben Brown fishes outside off stump for 1. And that's through to the keeper. So Sam Cook asking questions. Ends that over. 300 for 3 now. 89 overs gone. As Kevin James rejoins us.
Yeah, wasn't away long. Not long enough, some are saying.
Just a quick little update for people out there.
Yep, as always. So end of the over. And I did mention earlier, briefly, Durham have overtaken Hampshire after their win today. They are 4 points ahead of Hampshire, but if, as we expect, Hampshire come out of this game with a draw plus bonus points, then they will reclaim their 4th spot. Essex, of course, will be hoping that Somerset slip up in their game. I'm not sure that is going to happen. We'll go through the scores for you just to bring you up to date with everything as we go along. And Harmer bowls to Prest, who drives up to mid-off, and he moves on to 105. So in the first division scores, we already know, as I say, Durham beat Nottinghamshire by an innings and 17. Surrey have won. You probably mentioned this already, so apologies.
Only briefly.
I just thought we'd mention it again. Surrey beaten Lancashire by an innings and 63. Wow, there were some big wins, wasn't there? And in the basement battle, as Brown tries to sweep Harmer, and actually it shouldn't have been a run at all, but somehow it's gone through the fingers of Noah Thane at mid-wicket, who's on as a substitute fielder, and there's a single. Worcestershire won by 8 wickets against Kent. That's going to put massive pressure on Kent now to stay in Division 1. Somerset need another 242 to beat Warwickshire with 8 wickets remaining. Are they really going to score that many in the final session? Probably not. Oh, he's wrapped on the pad there, Ben Brown. Probably just going down. So, I'm just trying to do some quick calculations, Stanley. You might have to help me out a little bit here. I think if Essex come out with a draw here and Somerset come out with a draw, then they're basically going to stay in numbers 2 and 3 in the table, because that's where they started. So that should be the case. It's a sweep there. Brown goes backward of square leg for no run, and of course with Surrey winning, they will increase their lead at the top with 4 rounds to go after this. So not an ideal result for either of these two sides. They've cancelled each other out, or will do by the end of the day. Brown drives past a stuck out leg of Harmer's down towards deep mid-on. And Brown moves on to 26, 304 for 3. So Kent firmly at the bottom of the table now. The live table is showing they're on 68 and Warwickshire on 101. Wow. That's a drive up to mid-on by Prest. Takes him on to 106, 305 for 3. Hampshire trail by 133, but of course well ahead of that follow-on figure. So I guess the other, assuming Kent do go down, which I think it's looking likely now, it could be either Warwickshire or Lancashire or even Nottinghamshire. Will Worcestershire get dragged into it? Maybe, depending on results. Will Hampshire? Probably not. That's the way things are looking.
Yeah, still a lot to play for in these 4 rounds of fixtures. Hampshire away to Lancashire this week, is it?
Yes, Thursday up at Old Trafford. And then back here against Worcester. And finally a lovely trip to Taunton.
And there's one more fixture after that, isn't there?
Oh, is there another one?
There
Have I
must be
missed
4. There's Sam Cook from the pavilion end and clipped by Tom Prest to Robin Das at fine leg. Just for the one.
No, that's, yeah, Lancashire away.
Lancashire away.
Kent to Canterbury. Did I not mention that?
Yeah.
Didn't. Yeah, Kent to Canterbury. So next 2 are away. Worcestershire at home, Taunton away. Yeah, that's right. Thank you, Stanley. I forgot about my trip to Canterbury.
Do you like Canterbury?
As a place or as a ground?
As a both, I guess.
Yeah, it's all right. Sitting on the fence.
Take that as a no. There's Sam Cook. Slightly uppish from Ben Brown, a leading edge, and Matt Critchley in the covers.
I just think the way the wicket is down there, I'm not sure they're always the most interesting of games. It's very slow and low, isn't it, there? And I'd have to really dig deep, but most of the games I've seen there are quite attritional games. Now, Kent would need a win, really, won't they? So I'm not sure they would prepare necessarily a pitch that's docile. It'd be interesting to see what sort of pitch they do prepare.
Sam Cook bowls and Ben Brown, no run.
I'm not sure they can do a lot with it. I mean, I've seen and played games there when it's been green, and to be honest, I ain't done a lot different, really. So I'm not sure they can do a lot with it, really.
That is the next thing, though, isn't it? It's like, what do you actually do with a pitch when you know, without obviously under preparing it completely? You still want to just try and find that balance.
Yeah, and of course you can't be too under prepared, otherwise you run the risk of losing the points you've gained, assuming you gain any.
The dilemmas. Ben Brown moves away from his stumps, opens up, and maybe looking to carve it through the offside. So
wow.
Probably took everyone by surprise, really.
Yeah, even Sam Cook, I think, who just momentarily stared down the wicket at the end of his follow-through. Wow, that was quite a big pace to the leg side.
Maybe an indication of the urgency that might be needed to try and push for what remaining bonus points might be available. Just have a bit of fun, I guess. It's a bit of a breeze comes through up here, as I'm sure you can hear. Sam Cook bowls to Ben Brown, who runs the first one hard. Probably they're going to come back for two, actually. Really good running. Oh, there's a shout. Umpire says not out. I mean, for mine, it was a direct hit, actually, from Robin Das from the deep cover boundary. It's a very difficult one. It's probably one of those ones that has to either be given straight out or not out, really. Umpire Saggers has said not out.
For me, rubbish angle, but my first thought was he was in.
I felt like he was in.
Yeah.
And I think the fielders probably did, but with the direct hit, I guess, with a direct hit, they sometimes are always closer than they are. So, I mean, it's a difficult one. But Ben Brown survives. He's still there. And the end result is 2. 308 for 3, Hampshire now. It's good work there from Robin Das as Cook comes in and bowls and short, and it's a top edge, and that is going to fly down towards us here at the hotel end. So rubbing salt into the wounds, and a few words there from Sam Cook by the looks of it. He's not best pleased. A drop catch earlier and things not going his way, unfortunately. But the end result is Hampshire 312 for 3 after 91.
Right, I'm going to take a punt here. I'm quite happy to be proved wrong. So there are 19 overs left for bonus points. I think Hampshire are going for 400. And 19 overs off the 31 overs that are left would leave 12. And if everything goes to plan, I think Hampshire will then say, we'll declare. And then Essex might say, well, that's it. That's the end of the game. Fair enough. That's
a fair punt.
I'm taking a punt on that. Happy to be proved wrong or told I'm wrong. That's cut away by Prest. That'll be 2. He moves on to 109. Of course, that could come completely unstuck if Hampshire lose a couple of quick wickets, because they will have to up the rate a little bit, because they're only scoring at less than 3.5. But that's my thought. And then that will not be a waste. Well, it hasn't been a wasted day, because I mean they've virtually saved the game now. But I think they'll feel that there's a real plus. Pressed is forward and it goes out on the offside. So there we go. That's on record. And yes, and I have been proved many times wrong many times in the past. But I don't know. Just get the feeling the way things are bubbling up out there. Full delivery worked off his toes by Prest for a single. Moves on to 110. 3:15 for 3. So we're in the 92nd over here. Remember, 110 overs are the cut-off number of overs for bonus points on the first innings. Yes, we are still only in the first innings. Reverse sweep, not timed. Ricochets off the pad to first slip. Short leg in for Ben Brown. So, yeah, minimum of 30 overs left after this. Sorry, Stan.
No, it'll be 85 runs needed to get to 400.
85 now.
Yeah, with 18 overs.
Yeah,
So, yeah.
That's played on the leg side and called through for a single by Prest. Brown moves on to 33. 317 for 3. No, 316 for 3. And 122 runs behind on the first innings for the record. Please feel free to say, Kev, you are talking absolute rubbish. Cricket@gmail.com. And likewise, if you think, yeah, that sounds about right. It's played into the ground by Prest. And that is the end of the over. So 30 overs left in the game. 18 overs left for bonus points. Hampshire 316 for 3. With Prest on 110 and Brown on 33.
I would say that is probably a fair assessment. It would make sense. If there are 18 overs, you might as well. Probably 5 and over would be the requirement from here on in. And with what we've seen so far after the tea break, a little bit of aggression being shown. Not a great amount of aggression, but we saw Ben Brown backing away from his stumps the previous over, so might signal a bit of intent as deep point or deep cover point is coming up to a traditional backward point. So 2 slips in place as Cook bowls to Brown and in behind this one and no run. Bit of sunshine covering the ground now. Pleasant. Being some grey cloud cover for most of the day. We had a small rain shower earlier. Didn't take too much out of the day's play. In fact, the players were actually off the field, and as the hover cover came on, they had to, well, it stopped raining, so the hover cover came off pretty quickly and they were straight back out, so not a big delay. It came out of the blue as Ben Brown backs away and cuts through the offside, and that will be 4 down towards the hover cover. So a good handy boundary for Hampshire. They move to 320 now. We're likely to see that fielder stay out there, maybe. He had just come up into traditional backward point, and he has stayed out there. Not sure why he came up in the first place, to be honest, but
that's true. He was out there before, wasn't he?
He was, yeah.
This is a cheeky little partnership. 62 it's worth so far for the fourth.
It's come in good time as well. Ben Brown 37 of 44 deliveries. Sam Cook bowls and dabbed into the offside, and it will be that combination again. Cook to Brown, Brown to Robin Das. And they come through for another single. 5 off this over so far. Halfway through the 93rd. Hampshire 321 for 3. Tom Prest batting beautifully on 110, his 3rd first-class century. As Kevin James said earlier, his 2nd against Essex in as many games. So he enjoys. Would have been 2 different ones actually, because Cook bowls to Tom Prest and defends this. No run. Because the last one would have been on a turning pitch, maybe at Chelmsford, was it?
If I'm honest, I can't remember.
I can't remember.
I've got the game up. Or I did have.
I remember.
He got his in the first innings.
Yeah.
Dawson got 119 in the second when Hampshire was set a target. 267 for 7 they finished on 8. Vince got 89, but Prest got his 108 in the first innings.
It wasn't a winning cause as well, wasn't it?
Yeah, oh yeah, won by 3 wickets, Hampshire.
It's a good game. Sam Cook bowls to Tom Prest, who's guided this cleverly past second slip. Coming towards the boundary. Attempt from Shane Snater. Made a slide and unfortunately flicked the ball, but didn't flick it hard enough. And it's rolled back onto the boundary. So that's 4 runs for Tom Prest. Bit of a laboured effort in the end. Probably signalling a long day for the Essex fielders and the big fast bowler. A trademark Tom Prest shot. A little late dab.
A little late in coming with this stat, but this is Tom Prest's highest first-class score. Previously it was 108. That was that 100 against Essex we were just been talking about. Got 100 earlier this year. Oh, hello. Is that the people in the crowd listening to that?
Cook bowls to Tom Prest and drives, punches nicely down the ground. Pick up a couple. Another slightly ungainly bit of fielding, but restricted that just down to 2 and 327 for 3 Hampshire now.
Yeah, his other 100 was 102 against Durham here earlier in the season. Email from Stephen Clark, sullencricket@gmail.com. He says, Neil concurs with your analysis of the Hampshire Declaration. That's good. I'm glad somebody agrees. I'm just enjoying the game and the commentary, says Stephen, at the other end of the ground. Alan Groves, sullencricket@gmail.com, says, good punt. He says, I was thinking along those lines myself. Get to 400, then declare. Deprive Essex of any more bowling points. Tit for tat, says Alan. Karma, yeah, for yesterday. Well, assuming, of course, Essex don't sneak in with a few wickets, which they might very well do if Hampshire are really pushing for the 400, but they are 327 for 3 now. 17 overs left, 4 bonus points. The deficit in the first innings of 111 is almost taken out now. Here comes Harmer, flighted and turned away on the leg side. And quick change in the commentary box. It's going to be David Brett in for Stanley Marissa. Harmer's into his 25th over, none for 73 now. And he now doesn't have a short leg, just a slip. He doesn't even have a straight man on the drive on the leg side anymore, as Essex, I think, realise as well what's happening. They know Hampshire will be playing some shots, and there's another one from Tom Prest, who plays that very late off the back foot, down towards third man. 2 runs to Prest, who moves on to 118. 330 for 3. The bonus point situation, as is at the moment, is Essex 5 and Hampshire have 4. Essex need another 2 wickets for another bonus point. Hampshire need another 20 runs for another bonus point. Welcome back, David.
Thanks, Kevin.
Here's Harmer. Prest goes in the air. Has he got enough on it? He has. He's also got the angle right as well. He's pierced the fielders down on the deep on the leg side, and it's also cleared the rope for 6 runs. I needn't have worried.
Yeah, going to see some shots now. Game is dead as a contest in terms of getting a win for either side, but this is all about if they can get full batting bonus points.
Yeah, even 450, wow, that would be something, wouldn't it? Which actually is less than 120 runs away. Wow, that is some game, but 400 will do. Here comes Harmer, it's down the leg side. He's bowling round the wicket as well to the right-hander.
If he keeps bowling that wide, the umpire will have a word with him.
I was going to say, normally that's considered negative bowling, but not on this occasion.
It's only his first one, isn't it?
336 for 3 then. Prest is 124. Here's Harmer again. That's straighter, and Prest drills that down the ground. That's 4. Short arm drill off the front foot. And Prest moves on to 128. He's looking as though he's going for 500 off 110 overs.
Yeah, if they're going to do this, protect Harmer's. I mean, there's nothing off the pitch, is there? And now there's no pressure on the batsman. They could just play their shots, put a part-timer on.
Yeah. And for 85. Harmer, 1 ball left of his 25th over. So Prest is 128 from 162. Brown is 39 from 46. Hampshire 10 runs away from their 5th bonus point and 60 runs away from a further bonus point. Harmer bowls on the line of leg stump. Prest works that away on the onside. And that'll be another single. 129 then Prest. End of Harmer's over. 3:41 for 3. There are a minimum of 28 overs left in the day, so we'll certainly get the 110 overs in, if that's what Hampshire want, which it very much looks as though it will be, and there will still be some left over as to whatever happens after that, which I don't think will be a lot.
No. So, continuing with quicks from the pavilion end, I think so. Yep, it's going to be Sam Cook. Sam Cook, 21 overs, 1 for 65 so far. Harmer, 25 overs, 0 for 86. Again, surprised I haven't seen Critchley, who was causing a few issues earlier.
Yeah.
Not seen too much of him since the morning session. So Cook continuing from the pavilion end. Clouds rumble over again. And Cook bowls. That's pushed out into the deep. Backward point. Fields, 1 to the total, 342 for 3. Brown goes to 40. Correction, sorry. Prest goes to 130. So another 8 for another batting bonus point. What are we on? Over 95 now.
Yeah. It's only just over 4 and over,
Yeah.
gets them to 400. It's not big, is it?
No.
It's 450 in their thoughts.
Take it like a T27 wickets in hand. It's not.
Not the way we played T20 this year.
Cook full, Yorker length. It's dug out and just guided down towards, well, yeah, sort of deepish gully. Finish third man, short third man. And there's a run to the total, 343 for 3. A bit dark out there. Not enough to stop play, but.
Might be a real shame, actually.
Yeah.
Now. If Hampshire going along nicely, they've got the momentum, haven't they, at the moment? I'm sure you'd be more than happy for a rain shower.
Not really. It'll keep us here till about 7 o'clock, wouldn't it? You know they'd come back out. 343 for 3. Cook short, pulled away into the deep. That's going to be a single down towards deep fine leg, robbing Das Fields. And there's another run to the total, 344 for 3. It's effectively a one-day game now, just with the batsman trying to score off every delivery.
Amazing how quickly things changed, don't they? Even in Championship cricket. It's been all about Essex trying to pick up wickets, and now all of a sudden it's about Hampshire trying to score the runs for extra bonus points. Completely different complexion.
Cook up to the stumps. As Brown takes a little step back and guides out into the offside. It will just be a single. 345 for 3. Brown on 41, Prest on 131.
87 they've put on.
Yeah. It's a bogey number, isn't it, for Australians? Isn't it 13 and 87?
Is it?
Yeah.
Fortunately, neither of those out in the middle are Australian. Just as well.
Cook turns to come in again. 5th ball of the over. 4 singles so far. Driven deep into the covers. There's a chase on here for Snater. That's going to go for 4, I think. Yep, Snater won't get round there. He's quick, but he's not that quick. Lovely drive through the offside. 8 off the over so far. That's 349, 1 short of that bonus point.
It's not quite a half volley either. It's great timing.
Yeah, Essex struggling to stop the bleeding here. I just feel a bit sorry for the quicks who are running themselves into the ground here for not much reward.
Quick turnaround for the next game as well.
Exactly, yeah. Cook past the umpire, up to the stumps, bowls a short delivery that's Prest ducks underneath. He finishes the over on 135. Hampshire 349 for 3. 1 more run and they get a 3rd batting bonus point.
And they've put on 52 since the tea break, 52 in half an hour.
Yeah. It's amazing what happens when the pressure's off, isn't it? And suddenly these players can just start playing their shots.
Yeah, different feel totally, isn't it? We're all sort of, well, sort of from a Hampshire point of view, get through the morning session. Bit tricky maybe. Afternoon session, still work to do. But only 1 wicket lost in each session means that, yeah, Hampshire have alleviated the real possibility of a loss here, and now they're trying to turn it into a positive with, it might only be a couple of extra bonus points, but that's a positive in the situation they found themselves. With Essex with that big total, 438 for 8. Outside the off stump, cut away by Brown. Nobody in the deep. Now, has it got enough legs, the ball? Has it? It's close, not quite. He'll come back for 3. That's a good chase at this point in the day. You know, Essex have been in the field all day and a bit last night. And there is the 350 up in the 96th over. So 400 definitely on. Is 450 on? Might be a bit too much to ask, but I'll have to wait and see. It's just under 15 overs left for bonus points. Drive out to extra cover by Prest. Really had to reach for that one. So Brown has 44. Prest has 135. Harmer still searching for his first wicket. We're in the 96th over of this Hampshire first innings. Remember, we lost 5 sessions through the weather. Cut away again by Prest. Now he's going to get 4 for this. That was hammered in front of square. Not sure if Harmer thought Prest might just come down the wicket there and dropped it a fraction short. Prest rocked onto the back foot. Made no mistake. 139. He's really enjoying himself out there right now.
Is this his biggest score for first class cricket?
Yeah, 100 and, I think it was 12 before that, I think, off the top of my head. Only his 3rd first class 100. Loves Essex. 2 of them against Essex. Pulls that away. Is that going for 6?
Yeah.
I think it is. Yes, the umpire Martin Saggers, I think for the moment he left his bat, and looking at the reaction of the fielder there, he was already looking over his shoulder on the boundary. 100-run partnership now, 104, and that has come at better than a run of ball. It's 100 balls that's come off. Hampshire really putting the accelerator down through the floor, ripping up the carpet now to get a bit extra.
Yeah, a beautiful shot that. As soon as he hit it, you knew that was going for 6. Going to play everything now.
Yeah.
Still think another 2 bonus points are on the cards.
Yeah, you're right. Good delivery from Harwood, right up in the block hole there. As Prest plays it back to the bowler. He's on 145 now.
The game is afoot. Just not the game we came to see.
No. There's Harwood bowls. Down the wicket comes Preston. That's 6 more. Over the head of Wesley at deep mid-on. And that is his 150. Celebrated by Ben Brown, walking up to the young batter, who now raises his bat and acknowledges the applause. Might be a small crowd, but it's been a wonderful innings. Of course, this morning there was work to do to make sure that Hampshire never at any stage got into a tight corner with losing wickets, but now he's benefiting and he's opening up, and his side are sailing along. He's sailing along.
Yeah, extraordinary stuff. Just amazing talent there is on the county circuit, especially when the pressure's off. 100 up for Harmer as well in that over.
Oh, we didn't applaud that.
No.
Sorry. Feel free to applaud that one, David.
I don't think so, just in case he hears me. And I might have to speak to him afterwards. He's got big hands.
So just very quickly thinking back to Prest, he had a very bad 50 over tournament. Couldn't score a run.
Well, he scored a few here. 150 of them.
Yes. Plus the way he's going. Well, I mean, I know he's still got 49 to get another 200, but and the field's back and he is playing positively, so there is a chance he's going to miss Q1, but the way he's going, 200 is a real possibility.
Snater from the pavilion end, taking over from Sam Cook. He's in now, bowls. That's off the back foot, punched away forward a square on the offside, but it's just going to be a single as deep backward point comes into field. 369 for 3. I think they're going to comfortably get to 450.
Do you reckon?
I think so, yeah. 14 overs. 14 overs, 80 runs. Come on, give me the RR on that.
14 overs, is it?
I'm trying to create an acronym.
Just under 6.
It's under 6, yeah.
Which, yeah, you have to say the rate they're going at the moment.
Well, the last few overs have been going comfortably over 6, haven't they?
Yeah. All the balls being looked at.
Porter's going back towards the dressing room. Is that to go and get a new ball? I think we might be seeing a new ball here. So, slight delay. Yeah, the bag of balls are just behind the advertising hoardings at the far end of the ground. So, late in the day, we are going to see a new ball. To be fair, it's been whacked about a little bit in the past few overs.
16.1 overs this second new ball lasted. So the first ball was fine. In fact, it's the first ball change of the game.
Yeah. I guess once it gets deposited, as we were talking about earlier, it gets deposited over the rope, that's where all the water's been dumped. So a little bit of dampness, a lot of big hitting into the boundary balls as well. A damp ball goes out of shape a little bit quicker, but 16 overs still feels a little bit too quick.
Yeah. Well, let's hope this doesn't hoop around corners and all of a sudden Hampshire go from 369 for 380 all out, and all of a sudden Essex whack a quick 50 and then put Hampshire back in.
And then we are able to 7. It's like, no. Weather feels like it's building up as well. Or is that just my glasses? That there is a slightly darker stuff away to our right. It's been coming in from there. Snater with the replacement ball in now bowls as the wind picks up. That's driven, not timed, and it's fielded at cover, and it's a dot ball. So 369 for 3. We are. There's 25.4 overs remaining in the day, but forget that. It's about getting to 110 overs, which is 13.4 overs away, and Essex will want to take another 6 wickets, and Hampshire need best part of 81 runs to get their 2 bonus points. Oh, that's inside edged, just past the leg stump, down towards fine leg. It will just be a single. 370 for 3. And suddenly it's gone very dark. Said that weather did feel like it was building up there. Wind picked up as well. Clouds rolled in.
That'd be a shame, because it's the most interesting part of the game now.
Yeah.
Of the 4 days that we've either had to sit around or watch.
Snater, arms pumping up to the stumps as batsman backs away, and he's hoiked that over the man at short fine leg and away for 4. Not quite a ramp shot, but he helped it on his way. Flick of the wrists over the fielder. 4 to the total. So 6 already off the over. That's what's required to get to the 450. They'll want more though.
Just waiting for the ball to come back quickly. I mentioned this. Dave Allen, Hampshire's honorary archivist, who missed out on the playing at the Victorious Festival. He said earlier, silentcricket@gmail.com. He says, clearly the weather spoilt this game, but at the point when Hampshire reached 350, 11 wickets had fallen in 205 overs in the match. That's the equivalent of only 5 per day, so maybe a win would have been unlikely for either side. Anyway.
Snater, shorter down the leg side. That's well stopped by Pepper. Is that a slower ball?
Looked like it.
Yeah. And there's no run.
So I think that's a fairly good point, actually. I mean, I think just the batting from both sides has been pretty good, hasn't it?
Yeah.
I think maybe, I don't think either side would have given each other an inch anyway. So maybe that we'd have got to a point around about now where perhaps they would have been thinking of shaking hands. Probably wouldn't have got anywhere near a result.
Got 20 minutes to go to get to that point, but it's not going to happen. Oh, that's turned the batsman around. He's no fielder there at a point. And they run through for a single. That's 50 to Brown. 50 off 53 deliveries, including 7 falls. 75 minutes at the crease. And he's helping Hampshire towards another bonus point. They are 375 for 3, so 25 more needed for a 4th batting bonus point.
He's having a good season with the bats, Ben Brown, in the Championship. 165 against Surrey here, and 100 against Kent here, so he's hit 200s already, plus a 67 against Durham here, so a second half century to go with that. David Brett is continuing, and then it's Danny Marissa.
Thanks, Kevin. Wow, we're going to see a change of bowling. So Harmer's off. Critchley, the leg spinner, is on. 75 needed for full batting bonus points, 25 needed for a fourth. And I think there's plenty of overs to get them in. These two Hampshire batsmen have the time of their lives at the moment. Clearing the boundary rope at ease. Critchley just taking his mark. Still plenty of support in here. I don't think it's thinned out too much. Just going through a few warm-ups. Stanley, welcome back.
Thanks, David.
So, do you think Hampshire can get the full batting bonus points?
Well,
13 overs to do it in. 75 runs.
the way they're going, they're definitely giving it a good go, aren't they?
Critchley bowls, cut away into the deep. There's a fielder out there, so it will just be a single in front of square on the offside. Deep cover comes in. One to the total. Brown goes to 51.376 for 3. Sun's back out again, but there is now plenty of cloud around. Critchley just adjusting the field. The man at deep cover coming around a little bit squarer, just in front of point, only a few yards. Just left hand side as Critchley bowls on his back foot. That's cut away into the offside through extra cover, and that's going to be 4 runs. That's a lovely shot. Press gave himself room, crunched it through the covers, beat the man at short cover, and away for 4 runs. Lovely shot. Really finding his timing out there, Prest. Very, very impressive.
He's really strong through that offside. We've seen him show some good power on the leg side as well, but he's predominantly loves that cover area.
Critchley tosses that one up. Oh, it's a big swipe by Press coming forward. Really gave that one some air. Did Critchley up above the eye line. Press trying to wallop it away through the leg side, but misses out completely. There's 3 fielders on the boundary on the leg side. Long on, deep mid wicket, and backwards go. That's up in the air. That's going to be caught down at long off. That's skewed around, trying to wallop that away over long on. And it's come skewed off the bat, and that's the end of a very impressive innings by Press. 156 off 176 delivery before he holds out to Simon Harmer. And Hampshire lose their 4th wicket, 380 for 4.
Yeah, it's just a little bit of an anticlimactic end to what's been a fantastic innings, but you can see what he was trying to do. Trying to get on with it and trying to hunt those bonus points, but he's batted beautifully, Tom Preston. He's notched up his 3rd first-class century and gone on to get his highest first-class score. So he'll be receiving this warm applause from this crowd, and he'll be extremely pleased with his work today. 156 he finishes on.
Well, he perished playing for his team, trying to get that those extra bonus points. And now it's Liam Dawson, who likes to play a few shots as well. He won't be afraid to swing the bat. Now, Hampshire are 4 down. Essex 2 wickets away from a bonus point. And Hampshire 20 runs away from their 4th batting bonus point. Kevin James just rearranging the furniture over there. Seems happy enough. 2 balls left in the over. Dawson just making his way to the crease. He'll be on strike. It's a great change of rule that the batsman crossing thing is now not a thing. Because I always thought that was harsh on the bowler. You strive all that time to get a wicket, and your reward should be having a go at the new batsman.
Yeah.
It's
I'm surprised that rule was ever actually a thing in the first place.
Only took a couple of 100 years to come into force. So Dawson on strike. So Critchley gets a wicket as well. 2 for 76 off his 11.4 overs so far. So a bit expensive, but then most of the Essex bowlers have been. Critchley into Dawson off the back foot, just turns it off his pads into the leg side. Quick single taken, comfortably in as the throw comes into the striker's end. From Snater, I think that is. Yeah, it's Cook that's patrolling the boundary down towards deep backward square. And a run to the total. 381 for 4. Goes very dark again. Those clouds are building up. Samuel, I'm hoping there's no raining it. Critchley in, really gave that some air. That's carved down towards the man in front of deep point. And there's one run to finish the over. 382 for 4, 18 short now of that 4th batting bonus point.
Kev James called that 400 was the aim. It certainly is something that they'll definitely be looking at, well, from this point, for sure.
Yeah, they'll definitely get 400. It's whether they can get to 450, which I think they can. Can Essex get to 6 wickets? I don't think they can get to 9, but they've got a chance of getting to 6. Oof, that wind's picking up. It's gone really dark out there all of a sudden.
Coming in at us over the pavilion end.
It would just be something that the weather comes and ruins. I wouldn't say it's the most exciting passage of play, but certainly in this match the most exciting passage of play.
Yes, it is Shane Snater to bowl to Ben Brown, who has a little waft at a short one and through to Michael Pepper, and a few signs of excitement but nothing going. 382 for 4. Yeah, I've been up and down with the weather throughout this match, unfortunately. Today, probably the best day we've seen, I guess, in terms of, I'm not sure what it was like on day 2. Was the sun shining on day 2, or?
I wasn't here on day 2.
So Snater bowls to Brown, who cuts nicely. Just the single out to Sam Cook.
I'll tell you one thing, I don't need my sunglasses anymore.
You just have to come prepared here, actually, as that sun, when it isn't cloudy, when it's a bright day, the sun does come over the hotel, and it can get quite bright up here. But no such problems at the moment, because it is clouded over. Just a few field changes from Captain Tom Wesley. It's the 3rd man going in place, Liam Dawson, just new to the crease, having replaced Tom Prest. He's just got the one, just the single delivery. He face up to Shane Snater from the pavilion end, balls to Dawson and clips this into the onside, and they're going to sneak through for a single. At one point it looked like it was going to be cut off, but that's a good run for Hampshire. 384 for 4 now. In hunting, well, in pursuit for those bonus points, 400 for sure. But can they get to 450? Three balls remaining of this, the 99th over, so 11 after this. Snater bowls and Brown punches in through the offside, and they're going to trot through for another single. Slightly quieter over this one so far, just the 3 singles from it. Difficult time to be in the field when the batsmen start getting a bit more aggressive and you've been out there the whole day. It's quite a difficult ground to stop the runs. It's a big ground. There's these twos, there's always a lot of twos and singles. And the odd boundary as well. Dawson clips this one into the onside, and Robin Das, fine leg, comes around and does the work. It's a no ball being signalled actually from the umpire. Maybe for another one above head height, maybe. He didn't seem to have to stretch for that one.
Yeah, I don't know what the rules are, because he's got his bat on it, so, but Well, he must have overstepped her.
I saw that happen in the test match actually, where one of the Sri Lankan batters was dismissed off a short delivery, but they were called back as above head height. Bowled.
Oh.
Shane Snater has gone straight through the defence of Ben Brown. Ben Brown was looking at that square of the wicket angle, trying to squeeze the ball in for a single, but he's missed it completely. Got himself into all sorts of... It's a horrible mess, actually, really, in the end. But that's a wicket for Shane Snater, his first. And that's the end of Ben Brown for a very well-played 54 of 58 deliveries.
Oh well, he'll be ruining that no ball then. That extra delivery just cost him his wicket. So Essex just one more wicket away from another bowling bonus point. Also slowed up the Hampshire charge. That 2 new batsmen at the crease. And maybe 450 is a little bit too far away. We shall see.
If there's anyone that you'd probably want at the crease to up the ante, it is James Fuller. He's come in. We thought we might see James Vince, but with that niggle, he's probably being held back. James Fuller, more of an aggressor. So we should see some fireworks.
Yeah, good. Oh, so aggressive batsman batting. It's a wicket off the last ball as well. Was it 1, 2, 3, 4? Oh no, 1 ball left. One ball left.
That no ball. So Fuller replacing Ben Brown. Hard-hitting, lower-order batter. Played some good innings for Hampshire over the years. Tends to get on with things, which is what they need in the situation. But Shane Snater picked up his 2nd wicket. Picked up the 1st wicket for Felix Organ yesterday. Oh, sorry, Fletcher Middleton, I beg your pardon. Yesterday evening. He's had to wait nearly a whole day for his 2nd wicket. But he's got a slip and a gully in place for James Fuller. And wrapped him on the pads, a big appeal. But probably a little bit high by the looks of it. Sounded a bit thigh pad. Just looking at it on the replay. Yeah, seemed to be sliding down as well. So that ends that over. A successful one for Shane Snater. 388 for 5.
Yeah, the appeal was very short-lived, so I'm not entirely sure. Certainly the bowler 100% believed in it. Critchley going to continue from the hotel end. Got the wicket in the last over of Prest. Sorry, in his last over of Prest. 388 for 5, 12 short of that 4th batting bonus point. Dawson on strike, he's 3 off 3 so far. Critchley in, flatter, and that's squared Dawson up a touch there, but it's all along the ground out into the offside. Fielded by the man running around from cover, and there's no run. I think that might be Cox at cover. 1 to the total. Oh, lights coming on. Yes, it did get a little bit dark out there. 389 for 5. Bit dark out there, but Critchley's still got his wraparound shades on. More shifting of the field. Fine leg coming around more towards a deep backward square leg. And Critchley bowls flats. And it's helped out to the leg side. They take a quick single, throw at the stumps is miles away. In fact, closer to Fuller's head than it was the actual stumps. From Pepper. And 1 more to the total, 390 for 5. Critchley in. Bowls, and that's carved away. That's going to go for 4. That's beaten the man at backward point. Runs away over the boundary rope. Nice delicate shot, that one from Dawson. He's 8 off 5 already. Nice positive play. 394 for 5. Field stays the same. Backward point just coming into play now. Dawson bowls, but a turn, defended into the offside, and there's no run. 2 balls left in the over, 22 remaining in the day. Let's keep saying, forget about that, it's probably just 10 more overs left in the day as Critchley tries to put some extra bite into that delivery. Doesn't quite come out the hand right, it's helps along its way fine, but it's fielded at a short fine leg and there's no run. Last delivery of the over. Critchley bowls off the back foot. Dawson can't get that one away either. That one goes to cover. And there's no run to finish. So, end of the over, 394 for 5. 22 left, but in reality it's probably only 10.
Yeah, equation probably fairly simple, I guess. 60 balls remaining. 394 for 5. If they want to get to 450, that's 55. So run a ball for the next 10 overs should see them to that 450 mark. That will definitely be the aim from here. And Essex will just be looking for that next wicket, that 6th wicket. And Snater bowls to Fuller, clips into the onside and come back just through for a single. So Hampshire building on 2 brilliant centuries so far we've seen from Tom Prest and Toby Albert. Both batted beautifully today on a pitch that we can probably say hasn't been offering too much for the bowlers, but you still got to go out there and score the runs, and they nullified any sort of threat that was there from the Essex seamers as Snater bowls to Dawson and runs down the wicket, potentially looking for a single, but turns around and no run.
Still don't think 450 is completely out of the question. 10 overs at 5.5.
Certainly run a ball from here. And with these two, they can strike the ball quite well. So once they're in, they could probably get moving and move quite quickly. Snater runs in past the umpire and bowls to Dawson, who cuts beautifully. And that is going to be 4. Timed that ball to perfection. Very, very handy batter he is, Liam Dawson.
Well, there's 5 already off the over. It's still 3 balls remaining. I wouldn't put my house on it, but I think they're going to get there quite comfortably.
Unless Essex can take a few wickets. It's always in the equation. Snater bowls and opens up Dawson slightly, leading edge, maybe looking to turn that one into the onside. So the clouds come through, lights not yet in full flow by the looks of it, but they're definitely on, just to provide a bit of extra light here. It is fairly gloomy, by no means dark, but definitely a little bit gloomy. Snater bowls and Dawson in behind this one, no run. 399 for 5. 1 ball remaining in this, the 101st over. 101 overs Essex have been fielding for a long time. Long time out in the field. They've stuck to their guns, and I guess both innings sort of mirroring each other. Snater runs in and bowls, and Dawson just dabs this into the offside. They can look for 2, and they're going to come back for 2. And you'll hear the applause, and the applause is for the Hampshire 400, which has come in 101 overs. And that ends that over. As Kev James comes back in. Hi, Kev.
Hi. 9 over game. Forget the fact there's 21 overs left in it. It's a 9 over game here. Hampshire looking for one more bonus point. 49 runs to reach 450, and Essex can still get 2 more if they can pick up 4 more wickets in that time. So we've got Matt Critchley, 13 overs, 2 for 84, bowling to James Fuller. It's full on leg stump, worked to mid-wicket, and there is no run. Interestingly, no James Vince at number 7. We were led to believe, well, not officially or anything like that, but we thought he'd come out at number 7. There's Fuller out there at the moment, who prods forward. Good stop at extra cover. Still 401 for 5. Been some good batting on both sides in this game in what cricket we've had. Days 2 and 4 have been superb. Days 1 and 3 were the problem. That's played back to the bowler by Fuller. Very quickly, I did get an email a little earlier, and I did promise to mention this, and I didn't promise, I just wanted to read it out, and I probably forgot just after tea. We were talking, I think I was on with you, Stanley, actually, as Critchley bowled, flighted, driven, but only as far as Snater at mid-wicket. I think we had a discussion about Hampshire openers.
Yes. Just
before tea, and we were saying that Toby Albert, who scored his second 100 opening the batting this season in 6 innings, pulled away in the air, safe, over mid-wicket, hit flat and hard, 4 runs by James Fuller. He moves on to 6, 405 for 5, and we were saying, obviously with Fletcher Middleton, who looks like he's making the other spot his own, that really now there's an interesting selection to be had, maybe start of next season, whether it would be Ali Orr, who was brought in from Sussex to do the job but got injured. That's gone under the bat of Fuller in that drive, taken by Michael Pepper standing up. So 102 overs are completed, so 8 more overs for bonus points. Hampshire 405 for 5, need another 45 to claim their last batting point, and Essex, as I say, still have time to get 4 more wickets. And we were saying that, you know, Hampshire now probably have 3 options, good options open the batting, whereas in the past it's kind of been a bit of a, well, not patch up, that would be a slight negative on 1 or 2 that have done it, but you know, nobody had ever really made that position their own. Tigger Miles emailed over the tea break, cricket@gmail.com. He says, you were talking about openers earlier, here are the stats for seasons 2021 up to today as regards Hampshire openers.
Snater bowls and Dawson pushes into the offside, come through for a single.
Albert just under 400 runs at 33. Ian Holland, when he did it, 1430 at 29. Fletcher Middleton just under 1100 runs at 28. Felix Organ, when he did it, 660 at 26. Vince, remember, did it 2 or 3 seasons ago. He's only put 24 down runs, I can't remember. Anyway, I thought he did it a bit more than that, maybe he didn't. Weatherly, 772 at 23.
Snater bowls and no run.
Ali Orr, 196 at 21. There have been 10 hundreds by openers in the same period. Holland got 3 of them, Organ 2, Albert 2. Weatherly, Middleton and Orr with the others. Interesting stats.
Yeah, it's very, I mean, it's a tricky position anyway, opening the batting, isn't it? It's not the easiest thing to do, especially when, you know, a few years ago, well, when the ball's been moving around quite a lot, which is probably why you've seen Hampshire try a few openers, just because no one can seem to settle in, as Fuller ducks underneath this one from Snater. It's a tough gig opening the batting.
Yeah, we did have a couple of early rounds with the Kookaburra. I think we've got 2 more rounds to come, haven't we, with the Kookaburra, between now and the end of the season. So yeah, very interesting indeed. Toby Albert certainly up there with those stats.
I think I've probably been most impressed with Toby Albert just because of his he seems to have a solid technique, and he can actually mix in aggression with that as well. And as Fuller pushes us into the offside, they're going to come back for 2. Or will it go to a little bit of a slip actually from Paul Walter? They come back for 3. You know it's a long way down from 6'7", but he may have just slipped.
He did, right on the rope as well. That could have quite easy. Ball just gone through his hands there. Wow.
Yeah, but onto that one. I mean, Toby Albert, we know how good he is in the white ball format, but to be able to then completely shift his tempo into the red ball format has been very impressive. And the 2 innings that we've sort of seen in terms of his hundreds, that's been a big factor, the way he's actually defended the ball and left the ball. And then he's got the rewards as Dawson clips into the onside. Timed quite nicely. They're going to come back for 2. Good running. Throw comes in from Robin Das, but can't prevent the 2. So Hampshire moving along quite nicely. 4-11 for 5 now. Yeah, but definitely a good position for Hampshire to have openers coming in, and I guess with Ali Orr you've got that left hand option as well. So, and look, not everyone's going to be fit at the same time, so there'll always be. It's just good to have that squad depth as Dawson defends that last ball of the over, and that is the end of the 103rd over. 4-11 for 5.
7 over game now. Although there's 19 overs left in the day, I don't think we're going to go past those 7 overs. There's no need, because Hampshire in the first innings are only behind by 27. There's absolutely no danger of Essex going in, smashing it, and asking Hampshire to bat. We don't need to worry about that. So 7 overs effectively left, with Hampshire needing another 39 for another and final batting bonus point, which will take them to 7 points in the game. And Essex still looking for 2 more bonus points on the bowling front. If they can pick up and squeeze in 4 more wickets, get Hampshire 9 down, and they will end up with 7 bonus points as well, plus the 8 for the draw, and both sides leaving here with 15 points. That's the way it's looking. Maybe Essex might not quite get as many as that. That's a nice sweep shot there from James Fuller, but there is a fielder out there at deep backward square, and Fuller runs into Max Critchley. Completely unintentional, as he ran his batting. 4-12 for 5, and Fuller's moved on to 10 from 13. Dawson 17 from 16. He's played some good late order knocks, both in the Championship and in the T20 competition this season. Ideal man in this situation. Critchley's just having the fielder behind square a little finer. That's chipped up in the air by Dawson. It's a perfect sandwich onto the green. The ball's stopped about a foot from the flag and has almost held its position. What a chip shot that was. I've practiced years to play a sandwich like that, or a chip onto the green like that. Perfectly safe over the head of Critchley. 4-13 for 5. Flighted, driven, but off the bottom of the bat, and there is no run. Yeah, there are some clouds around. I think we missed those ones to our left. I think we're all right with that. Short. Now Fuller hammers that away. That's 6 over the leg side. I don't even bother tracing the ball line with that one. Just knew straight away, and Fuller knew it. That was short from Critchley, and that's gone a long way. Don't bowl short to Fuller.
No.
One thing you can say with James Fuller, that when he hits a shot, it stays hit. 16 off 15, and it's 4-19 for 5. Push drive there from Fuller, no run. So Hampshire now need 31 for a bonus point. 8 runs off this over so far. Critchley bowls, Fuller pushes forward. I think that's the toppy or the googly from that one. Well picked by Fuller, didn't try anything extravagant with that. So we are into the 105th over now of the Hampshire first innings. So 6 overs left for bonus points. Hampshire need 31, and Essex still looking for those wickets to pick up another bonus point. We did mention earlier with Durham's win that Hampshire and Durham have traded places momentarily in the table, so Durham occupy 4th. Surrey have won today, so they've extended their lead at the top.
Yeah, they just keep getting those results, don't they? I think. Shane Snater will continue from the pavilion end to Liam Dawson. Pushes us into the offside and they'll come through for a single.
Stephen Clark has emailed salmoncricket@gmail.com. He says this is one of the most exciting run chases of the season. It's a run chase, but it's not a run chase, that's the thing. Is it technically a run chase? By definition.
We're going to count it as a run chase. Why not? But it will be 30 needed with 35 balls remaining. So run a ball more or less will get Hampshire where they need to be as Fuller pushes us into the offside, and Liam Dawson momentarily came running towards him for a single but turned around. No damage done.
There must be another word or a phrase for it, because all they're doing is chasing a bonus point. Bonus point chase.
Is it one bonus point? Or
one more, yeah. 450. 450 is the last one.
Yeah.
250, 300, 350, 450.
Shane Snater runs in, and James Fuller this time gets it to the left of the cover fielder. They're going to push for 2. And they're going to come back very comfortably. Very good running from these two. Such a difficult ground to defend the 2s. There's just gaps everywhere. Such a big space. We are fairly central. That pitch probably maybe slightly to the left of us when we're looking at it from the hotel end. But pretty much even distance to the boundary on both sides. As the sun comes out again, Snater bowls and Fuller backs away and pulls this into the onside. Probably didn't go as far as it looked at one point. Just sort of plugs and they come back for 2.
That didn't come out anywhere near the middle of the bat. I was looking over the bow and always towards the nursery ground with that one. Barely made it anywhere near the rope.
No one moved. None of the fielders moved, so you thought that, oh, this has gone a long way, but sort of plugged.
I'm just thinking about this chase and what Stephen Clark just said. I mean, if Hampshire did get to 450 inside 110, which probably looking likely, I wonder what sort of applause it'll be, almost like winning the game.
Has been that sort of week, unfortunately, as Snater bowls to James Fuller, no run. Got to find something to get excited about.
Yay, 4 bonus points.
But you never know, Kev. Come the end of the season, you
never know.
You could look back on it and go, that bonus point.
Well, at least we've had some excitement. It's been a tough 4 days at times, losing 5 sessions due to the weather.
It was interesting, that point that Dave Allen made, that if we had had 4 full days, would we still have had a result, as Fuller sways out of the way of a short Shane Snater delivery, and that ends that over. 4-2-4 for 5.
Yeah, maybe not. I mean, I know Essex were looking for quick runs towards the end of their innings, but if you think Toby Albert, would he in a 4-day game be caught at deep point playing a reverse sweep? Maybe not. Would Tom Prest have smashed it to Simon Harmer at deep mid-off Critchley for 156? I mean, maybe. But they're shots that, you know, probably wouldn't necessarily have expected to see if a normal 4-day game had run its course. But we've seen batters do some silly things anyway. But I don't know, you just get the feeling. Certainly I would say that Toby Albert probably wouldn't have played what he did.
No.
Right, we've got Critchley with his leg spin to continue. It's just straightened a fraction on Dawson, and he smothers that. And there is no run there. So 424 for 5, and we are into the 106th over. Counting down to the 110th over. Driven to extra cover, and he's gone. That is the end of Liam Dawson. caught by Noah Thane, the substitute fielder for Essex, and Dawson goes for 19 of 20 deliveries, and Hampshire are 424 for 6, and that's a bonus point for Essex. David Brett celebrates, just like the crowd will do, hopefully if Hampshire reach 450. But they will be doing it without Liam Dawson in the middle.
Yeah, frustration there for Dawson. Looking at that gap, maybe trying to go over extra cover, but he's just picked the man out, and it's a smart catch from Noah Thane, moving to his left. Dawson has to go for 19, breezy 19 of 20 deliveries.
So the total now for Hampshire is 424 for 6. The overall match situation, Hampshire are still behind on the first innings, but it's only 14 now. It's almost, and has been for quite a while, immaterial, that stat. It's just a first innings bonus points game, as we're witnessing here. Hampshire getting themselves into a decent position by T, 297 for 3. Any threat of Hampshire folding gone by then, only having lost 2 wickets, one in each of the sessions, Gobbins and Albert, and then Hampshire obviously having a chat at T, or maybe having a chat before that, but getting to a point at T where they said, right, let's go for the bonus points, guys, and they've certainly been doing that. Tom Prest, the first of 3 wickets that have fallen since the break, 156 off 177. Ben Brown, 54 off 59, and then Liam Dawson. The new man out is Kyle Abbott. Are we going to see James Vince bat at all? Well, if Hampshire needs something like 4 or 5 for a bonus point, and they're 9 down, is James Vince worse than we've been led to believe? I was told it was a niggle. Maybe that's all it is. Maybe Hampshire confident that they will still reach the mark that they need to reach without their captain.
Kyle Abbott can strike a ball.
He's been batting well in the 50 over games late on. Critchley bowls. Oh, and he's wrapped on the pad. That's out. LBW. And that looked pretty adjacent from here. That looked like this slider or the googly, one of the two. And Abbott's on the back foot looking for the ball to straighten a bit, and it's gone through and just caught the back leg. And Critchley is on a hat-trick.
Well, well, well. That was the commentator's curse there for Kyle Abbott, unfortunately.
Yes, will Hampshire, that's true, though. Will Hampshire declare before 110 overs are up, just just as Essex did? That would be something. And you have to say that's not out of the question now. Right, so Hampshire have slipped from 424 for 5 to 424 for 7. They are still on course for 450. So they need what, 26. 26 they need. They still have 3 wickets in hand, including the captain. No, is this the captain? He's a long way away. It is James Vince, yeah. James Vince coming in at number 9. Never thought I'd be saying that. But I have now. Well, he looks to be walking to the crease okay. He hasn't got a runner, which I guess he would have been allowed because the injury was sustained whilst he was in the field on day 2. But he's having a chat with James Fuller. Let's just get these 26 runs and let's get off. And we are halfway through the 106th. So we've got 27 balls? No, hang on. 31 balls, is that right?
27 balls.
27 balls before the cut-off for bonus points. So Essex now only need 2 more wickets for a bonus point. They have 6, so do Hampshire. The bonus point situation. And here's the hat-trick ball for Matt Critchley against the captain James Vince. It's short, he's playing a missing. Oof, that was very nearly an inside edge. Hat-trick ball and the hat-trick averted by Hampshire, but well bowled Matt Critchley, who now has 4 for 96 in his 16th over. But it was a dot ball. It just increases the pressure a little bit. Vince drives in the air. This could be out, called at mid-on. And this is a simple catch taken by Paul Walter, and Critchley has taken 3 wickets in 4 balls, and Hampshire have slid from 424 for 5 to 424 for 8. Wow.
Wow.
Just did not get hold of that at all, James Vince. I don't know if it's because he doesn't want to run too much out there. I'm looking at him walking back. I mean, he's obviously disappointed he's out second ball, and you wouldn't exactly see batters stride back as if they've scored runs, but was he playing as though he's got a bit of an injury? I don't know. Are you off? Are you off? Stanley's off. And David is on. Is it me off or you? Is you off? It is. All these wickets that have suddenly fallen has just left me in a bit of. Oh yeah, I'll come over to you. You're right, actually, Stanley. I know what you were just trying to tell me now. I'm going to come over this side. And I finally got what Stanley was telling. Stanley was doing exactly the right thing. It was just me that was being a bit thick. Right, I'm staying on with David Brett. And that was a quick change. Well, what do you make of that?
Utterly ridiculous. Utterly, like I said, I'm just looking forward to Hampshire's declaration before Essex can get that final wicket.
Do you think that's a bit closer now?
One in the eye.
Do you think that's decision is a bit of a tit for tat? Do you think that decision's come a little closer?
Maybe. I mean, they've still got 25 book deliveries, haven't they, to try and get to 450. So.
Oh, they have declared. Oh my word.
Oh god.
Oh, hello. Batter had walked out to 3/4 of the way to the middle, and I was just going to say, yeah, but in Hampshire's effort to try and chase another 26, they could lose another wicket, and very likely lose another wicket, and give Essex a bonus point. But they've decided that they won't do that, just like Essex did yesterday.
Can't have any complaints, Essex.
It's hilarious.
Cover the end to the game.
So there we are, 424 for 8 in the 106th over, and John Turner, who got 3/4 of the way to the middle, somewhere along the line had a chat with Fuller, or maybe John Turner came out and said to Fuller, we've decided in the dressing room that is that, and that is that. That's top draw.
Extraordinary end to a bit of a dud of a game, but it was quite an entertaining last hour or so. Oh dear.
I love it.
Hopefully they'll be able to share a beer at the end of the day.
Yeah, just to put everybody in the picture, when Essex yesterday reached 438 for 8 declared, they declared, and there was still chances of a bonus point. But of course they didn't want Hampshire to get another one because they were 8 down, and now Hampshire have done exactly the same to them today.
At least Essex let it go all the way down to the final 2 balls. They can get it. They didn't leave 25 on the table. I mean, it's disgraceful behaviour from Hampshire.
14 points each at the end of the day, which I have to say, in the amount of time that we've played, is probably about as many as you could eke out. Although, of course, could have been one to two.
And a good bit of entertainment and fun at the end.
Was, yeah. It's nice that we're still smiling at the end of day 4.
Yeah. And it's been a tough 2 days. Well, I've been here. You've been here the whole 4 days. But yeah, yesterday was a bit. It was hard to take with all that rain. But thank you very much for having me,
David. We've enjoyed it. Thank you very much. Nick Ledder, I know, was here the first 2 days. You both watched it rain. You both seen some cricket, so you're on as even as you go back to Essex. Thank you to Stanley and Marissa. As well. As regards the live table, I mentioned earlier Durham's win took them momentarily above Hampshire, so Hampshire will go back into 4th, and Essex will probably stay 3rd, because I think the Somerset game is going to end in a draw. I'm just going to double check that before we sign off, but there was some rain earlier in the Somerset game. In fact, it was a draw. It's finished a draw, Somerset against Warwickshire. So it is as was in the table, although Surrey, with their win, have increased their lead at the top. Oh well, here's for 2025. Surrey winning again. Thank you guys. Thank you for listening. Thank you for watching. Hopefully it's been good fun. We've enjoyed it. Fast turnaround. Games next week as well.